I declare open this hearing of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services into Financial Services Regulatory Framework in relation to financial abuse. I begin today by acknowledging the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference and in person. There are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they're protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I now welcome our first witness for the day. Welcome you, Ms Cathy Oddie. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My full name is Catherine May Oddie, and I'm appearing here as a witness to speak to the submission I made.
Thank you very much. Thank you firstly for your submission. Thank you for the extraordinary efforts you've made to get here this morning, which we were discussing just before we went live. Can I also thank you for the document that I'm sure that you are seeking to... Do you want to make this document public?
Yes.
Seeking to table a document that has been provided to the committee, and Mr Walker, if you're happy to move that way.
Yeah, I'll move.
Thank you. Ms Oddie, I'll go to you for your opening statement.
Thank you. I would like to thank the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services for the opportunity to appear as a witness at today's hearing. When discussing issues such as family violence and financial abuse, it is critical that the voices of people with lived experience of enduring these crimes are heard from directly and are not solely filtered through second-hand accounts provided in submissions and witness testimonies by community sector organisations and financial institutions. As the saying goes, nothing about us without us. For many victim survivors of financial abuse, myself included, the impacts completely devastate our lives. In my case, the abuse not only caused me extreme long-term financial hardship, it also impacted my physical and emotional well-being. During the period of time I was still making debt repayments, there were occasions when I had to make choices between buying food or making the debt repayments. I frequently considered ending my own life due to how overwhelmed and stressed I was. The abuse also led to the miscarriage of my baby daughter, and the grief resulting from that has been at times extremely unbearable. In giving evidence before this committee today, I wish for you to bear in mind that not only do I have my own lived experience of abuse, but in professional roles I've worked in at Centrelink and in the superannuation, mental health and specialist family violence sector, where I have supported countless victim survivors who have experienced financial abuse to get assistance. I would like to highlight that financial abuse is an immoral breach of human rights. There is a critical need for a dedicated national body or task force to drive action across the sectors. It is important we continue holding financial institutions accountable to take action and improve their processes wherever possible to protect and support their customers. Furthermore, steps need to be put into place to ensure financial institutions are not inadvertently colluding with or enabling a perpetrator to continue their financial and systems abuse of their victim. Finally, I would like to remind the committee that anyone can become a victim of financial abuse regardless of age, gender, ethnicity, sexual orientation or socio-economic status. Therefore, the one-size-fits-all response provided by many financial institutions is simply not good enough and is not fit for purpose. Victim survivors require responses tailored to their individual circumstances and diverse intersectional needs. When providing a response or settlement offer to a victim survivor, a financial institution should never demand a non-disclosure agreement should be signed. Victim survivors should never have to feel gagged by institutions or organisations from being able to publicly share their own stories. Their abusers have forced them into silence for too long already. For people who have experienced such harm, such as I have, the ability to engage in truth-telling in forums such as this hearing today is a profoundly healing and empowering experience. Therefore, it is imperative that all organisations supporting victim survivors of financial abuse engage with people with lived experience when considering changes to product design, service delivery and legislative and policy reform. I welcome any questions the committee may have on the matters I just discussed or any of the issues raised in my submission and other documents provided to the inquiry. Thank you.
Well, first, Ms Oddy, can I thank you for your willingness to serve your fellow Australians by bringing your story forward. I also want to express some concern about your health and well-being as a sort of woman negotiating my way through this, and with a very solid chair who really, I know he's a great family man and appreciates and understands the struggles that happen in relationships, and I know that he'd be very concerned about your mental health and physical health and everything else. So how are you going, and do you have support, not just because of what you've been through, but because today is a pretty big day for you to be coming forward and doing this?
Well, first of all, I'm actually doing the best that I've been doing in a very long time.
I'm very glad to hear that.
My financial abuse journey, in a sense, and I say it came to an end at the point where I made my final debt repayment, which is the 17th of July 2022. And I have actually called that day my Freedom Day. It's the day where I could start regaining my financial independence. And given that I work as a senior family violence practitioner, it's really important that I take the advice I would give to others and put the oxygen mask on myself so that I can best support the clients in crisis. So I can reassure you that, yes, I'm very well supported and also have a number of self-care strategies in place.
I'm very, very pleased to hear that. Thank you very much. And it is a very powerful piece of evidence that you've given there. You know, I don't know where I was or what I was doing on the 17th of July 2022. I'd have to go back and look at my diary and figure it all out. But a bit like a person who is free from prison, I expect that day is marked in their life journey as a very significant day. It seems from your evidence to this committee in writing that you were in a debt trap. Do you want to give context to what happened?
Absolutely. So the perpetrator of...
Sorry.
That's okay. So the perpetrator of this financial abuse happened to be actually my second perpetrator of family violence. The relationship commenced in 2010 and lasted for 6.5 years. At the commencement of the relationship, this individual was not of a valid visa status, had come to Australia on a working holiday visa, and the only reason this is relevant, the fact that they come from another country, is it actually played into the dynamic which set up the patterns of financial abuse, because initially I had to play a role of being a lot more that financial support. When we went through the partner visa application process, I actually had to sign documentation that I would financially support him. And I was in a full-time... I was actually working for Centrelink at the time that I met him. So as a public servant, you know, having to adhere to the APS Code of Conduct, all those things you take very seriously. And even though we were never married, when you go through partner visa, permanent residency processes, it's almost like going through a marriage. And I think that also led to why I stayed in that relationship so long, because you have made a significant investment in all the aspects that come along with that process. To be honest though, his behaviours of the financial abuse commenced right from the beginning, because he had a very complex relationship with drugs and alcohol. And as I was to find out later into the relationship, gambling and online shopping. He demanded a certain lifestyle, and part of what caused this debt to accrue, because people ask me, well, when I say at the end, because if we quickly jump to the end, it's 6.5 years later, I'm 70 grand in debt. He's walked out to be with the woman he's having the affair with when I'm pregnant, and refuses to make any payments on any of that. Whereas 6.5 years earlier, I'm working full time, I have savings in the bank, I have a share portfolio, I've got 1 year left to complete my Bachelor of Social Work, and in 6.5 years he manages to completely decimate my life. And it was through this pattern of, one, because I was the one who had the lease to the house, my name was on the bills, all these things, it suited him to just give me cash, or later when he got the official visa, he could then pay into my bank account. He would give money when he could. His money was his money, my money was our money. And that dynamic stayed the same. So when he wanted to indulge in his addictive behaviours, go for 3-day-long benders, and he might end up short of cash, it was still up to me to make sure the roof was kept over our heads, there's food in the fridge, the bills were paid. I was being the sensible one. And unfortunately, in that period of time, I didn't have consistency of work because I had because of the not just the financial factors in the relationship, he was subjecting me to physical abuse, severe verbal abuse and coercive control and gaslighting. But alongside that, because I had already survived a 3.5 year seriously violent relationship followed by 10 years of stalking, as well as being the carer for a family member with a serious mental illness, I had a lot of other things already happening for me. And so at times I actually had to take time out from work
for those carer responsibilities.
For caring responsibilities, for my own health and wellbeing. So what was the sort of pattern that I had with this individual was that when he might have a period of time between roles, I still had to make up the shortfall of his income. But when it came to when I needed to take a break because of various reasons, I still had to make up the shortfall for myself. He didn't do the same in reverse. It wasn't a true partnership.
So, Miss Oddie, this sort of very personal and unique story that you're telling has a frame that is something that we are now sadly hearing all too often as victim survivors are putting their story on the record. And I think importantly, such a eloquent person with a degree and clearly a smart woman. The question is always responsibility placed on you. Oh, why did she get out? How did she not understand? These sorts of questions keep coming forward, which is profoundly problematic in their own way. But I think it takes me to the evidence you gave in your opening statement, which is this is a problem that's happening to people regardless of age, gender, ethnicity, socioeconomic status. And you really make the point that there is a huge intersectional complexity about people who find themselves in this situation. Now, when that complexity meets a financial institution as the whole thing comes to a head, could you take us through what happens at that point? Because the financial abuse has occurred and there is a point where it needs to be resolved. So what was the interaction then that occurred, and can you speak to the NDA situation?
Absolutely. So just to sort of clarify how it ended up being a $50,000 joint loan with ME Bank and $20,000 in a loan just in my name with the Commonwealth Bank. Well, it wasn't that those loans were paying out for a specific item. They were debt consolidation, because within that 6.5 years, smaller loans, credit cards snowballed, banks inappropriately offering upping the limit, and because of all the pressure he was placing to have his lifestyle needs met and the threats and coercion he placed around that, it sort of just this whole snowball into where it ended up being there. So basically, when it got to the point where I had actually then moved from working at Centrelink into the superannuation sector. So this wasn't me having no financial literacy. This was not me not knowing how to budget. I was actually supporting clients around these factors. This was the fact that at the time, and this he would probably argue, I actually was saying to him, we need to get on top of this. We're paying money into a black pit. We need to consolidate this. And so even though he didn't want to put his name to anything, the only way we could get that is with his financial circumstances being included.
So finally he agrees to this
agrees to the joint.
With ME Bank.
Yeah,
joint
absolutely.
loan.
And when it got to him actually, because that was applied for in 2015 and it was granted, a year later he walks out, and I then speak to him about creating a sort of a plan around how he could contribute, and he absolutely refused. I asked him nicely, verbally, in person, then ultimately via email. My dad implored him nicely, and he just wrote the most vile, abusive things in response.
Did the bank get involved then?
Not with him, but as soon as the relationship ended, I contacted them to say that there needed to be different things put in place, given that it was a joint loan, to make both of us accountable to the repayments. Yeah. And what they responded to me was that as far as they were concerned, as long as they were getting the repayments, they didn't care where it was from. And as had been the dynamic throughout that entire relationship, the repayments were coming from my bank account. And I said, well, can't you take 50% from his as well? Because he had an account with ME's too. And they said, well, not unless he agrees. I said, he's not going to do that. And to go from having a two-income household to just me with this debt and everything around that, it placed me in a position immediately of financial hardship. And I spoke to them about that. And right from the beginning of that post-separation period, I let them know that the dynamic that I'd been experiencing was an abuse dynamic, and how much stress this was causing me, and how it had led to the miscarriage of my child, and all these things. And whilst they were empathetic, they were limited by the processes they had in place, which were not specifically to respond to people who'd experienced financial abuse, more just broadly to financial hardship. So it was not fit for purpose.
So hardship and abuse are two different tracks that require very different responses. Is that that's embedded in your evidence to us? Is that what you want the committee to take away?
Absolutely. Look, you can experience hardship as a result of abuse, but to understand the context of why someone might be experiencing these forms of hardship and in an abuse dynamic, it has to be looked a bit differently to hardship without abuse being factored in, because there is fear, there's the level of risk that you're in, and the coercion. And like, for me, when I look at the fact that it took me 3 years of conversations, which I felt like I was having the same conversation over and over again, because I'm like, I can't understand how I can sign a legal document with your institution that makes us both responsible for this, yet only I am having to do something about it. When would you hold him accountable for this? Oh, if you stopped paying any repayments. And I said, but if I do that, that'll affect my credit rating. And then they came back to me and said, well, you could declare bankruptcy. I was working in the finance sector and you can't be a declared bankrupt, and that would mean I would have lost my job. So any solution they put to me was not a solution. And ultimately it took me actually going and getting legal advice And when I say legal advice, it was from a law student at the Community Legal Centre, because the paradox we find in this country is if you're earning an income and don't qualify for legal aid, but you're not on an income high enough to have a private lawyer, you get very, very limited legal assistance. And it's a gap that many people find themselves in. And the advice I was given was that basically, because I'd actually received a legal demand letter from a legal service from him because he was trying to go after my superannuation under family law to get a cut of that, was that he could walk out from this situation with not only having to not pay a cent on this debt, but because of the level in my super balance, because I'd been working since 18 and him only being in the country at that stage for about 8 years, he would have come out with a cut of my super and no responsibility on the debt. So I was told, if you wait 2 years till he can't make a claim on your assets, you can then actually apply under a civil law against him. But by that stage, he'd already left the country. So during this whole period of time, I'm still having to make these repayments. I'm working multiple jobs. I've set up my own consulting business. I'm working all hours, day and night, just to make ends meet. And then, as I said, there were times where I was having to literally choose between eating and paying this debt.
Can I ask one more question and then I'll go to you, Deputy Chair? Yep. So one of the... you've described a diabolical situation there, and I can't even fathom the depth of your grief of the trauma of losing a child. We need to make some changes, recommendations for changes that capture and prevent the sorts of problems that you're talking about, because these are constructed by the way documents are constructed, agreements are made, contracts are made. You make two important recommendations. One is that this being joint and severally liable has no clear boundaries around it for when a separation occurs. And this is sort of evidence we've been hearing in other places. If if you were to go into a loan now with another partner, would it assist you if there was a product that made a very clear delineation between this is a joint loan, partner one are responsible for 50% of the loan, you partner two are responsible for 50% of the loan, and we would pursue you in that manner if your relationship were to break down, or 70% and 30%, as might be agreed by the relative partners depending on their income and capacity to pay. Would such a product have made a difference to you, Miss Oddie, in the journey that you've just described?
Absolutely. Because when we look at, here in Australia and also globally, relationships, whether they be intimate partner relationships, business relationships, other types of relationships, the statistics show that often these things are likely to not last more than they do. And so we need to actually be designing products around that rather than waiting with the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. Because the fact is, when you're throwing this joint and several liability clause at people when the crisis is happening, it's too late. If you can be having that proactive conversation with someone at the application stage, it also gives the opportunity to do some risk assessment and identify if there is potential abuse factors in place, and to maybe then refer someone out to supports.
Like the question there, though, would be,
yeah,
a financial service is not a social service,
exactly,
right? At what point of intervention and protection do people move freely in the community, right? So there's a very contested question about, I'm going for a financial product, do I have to pass a social test that may or may not be effective in determining these things? So I understand why you wish that had occurred, and I'm sure that we all wish it could work that way, but I, for the life of me, cannot see that would be able to be implemented broadly. There might be a standout bank that says, hey, we're the ones who do this. They might have a very special product they could create to make sure that happens, and the market might decide that they want to go that way. But at this point of time, I think that would be difficult. But the product itself, an offering that deals with the reality of relationship breakdown of all different kinds, as you point out,
Yes.
is currently not the case, is it?
Absolutely. And the suggestion, to come back to what you were just describing there, is that actually there is a way to do this, because let's just say hypothetically, as you do when you're applying for a credit card or a loan or a mortgage, you have to provide full disclosure of your financial circumstances and any other debts and your income. So let's just say hypothetically I've got 60% of the income and assets and the other party has 40. But we're saying that when we're doing the application, that we would suggest that we're happy to do a 50-50 split in the case of that relationship disintegrating. This is where the bank or other type of financial institution could come back and say, well, actually, on the basis of how we've assessed your income and assets and capacity to meet repayment, we would actually suggest that we could grant it on a 60-40.
To align with your current situation. You also indicate that that there needs to be a minimum set of expectations across the sector. And we have taken evidence that variable processes are in place and that larger banks seem to have more capacity to have at least the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff than the smaller banks. So I think that's an important point. You've got two banks, ME and Commonwealth Bank, and if time allows, I'll come back to get some more evidence on the Commonwealth Bank because we've discussed ME. I'm going to go to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Uddy, for everything you're saying. We really like to hear that you're doing well, and you're a great citizen as well. I mean, you've been responsible, you've behaved ethically, you've done all the right things by your obligations. And I just wanted to ask that about this financial construct issue, because it still seems to be, we're in 2024, unfortunately many elements of what's happened to you are quite common to a lot of other people, women in particular. I understand you made some points about financial institutions being, more responsive. The Combank's got some good protocols. But in terms of the construction, joint and severally liable, your experience here would be that, essentially you are liable because you're a responsible citizen, because you're an ethical person, because you're a good person. And then in this case, and in so many other cases, the rat bag escapes all liability. And that doesn't seem to... The financial institution pursues you because they know you're good for it, and you end up owning the entire liability. Why can't we have a system where, the assumption would be, and I'd be interested in your reflections on this, the basic assumption rather than joint and severally liable would be like a simple divorce kind of proceeding or a separation proceeding where it was just 50-50 liable to start off with. So you had, the assumption would be one party has 50, one party has 50, and then the financial institution pursues both to recover those, rather than the situation where you end up wholly liable for everything because you're a decent and responsible person.
I completely agree. And I think that should be the fundamental starting point, because when an institution will not release funds in whatever capacity unless they're doing it on the assessment of two individuals, and you're signing what is a legal contract, then those two individuals need to be held accountable at the other end of this when there is a separation. The current circumstance where, like what I've experienced and so many others, it's not okay. And perpetrators of abuse in particular are very skilled in weaponising these sort of loopholes. And so ultimately we need to change that contract law to equip financial institutions to be able to better support victim survivors of abuse when things do come to that crisis stage.
No, I think this is essential. And, while we still have an assumption now in 2024 that, it rewards bad behaviour, if we immediately assumed, and had a neutral position, there will be other complications of that assumption, but the assumption will be better for partnerships and better for domestic situations, better for all kinds of problems. And it would have assisted you to know immediately that you're half liable. Your life would have improved measurably and you would have played your half, and they could have pursued their recovery action against the perpetrator in this case.
Absolutely, because even though in my case that $70,000 was largely brought about as a result of his actions and that cumulative snowball effect, but the thing is, I would have been, in terms of when I approached particularly ME around the joint loan, around that 50,000, if they could have said to me, look, we'll split it 50-50 of whatever the balance was at that moment in time, I could have accepted that at that point. But unfortunately, they weren't prepared to do that. And ultimately, what they did too is when it finally took, after 3 years, for them actually to investigate and escalate it to the customer relations team, they took on a role of investigating whether the abuse had actually even happened, which was so inappropriate. And so I've tabled some additional documents with you today just because I wanted to actually show you the differences in responses that I got. So,
how did they do that? Just while you're on this, how did they investigate how this happened? Like, what form did that take?
So
These are bank investigators, is it? Or?
This is the customer relations team who, after 3 years of having multiple contacts to them in distress, they've decided that they'll have a look at it. And so they've gone back through and listened to phone calls and so some quotes in here, for example. So at the start they're saying, you claimed you are the victim of domestic violence and you experienced verbal, emotional and psychological abuse and on 2 occasions physical abuse. Well, it was actually a lot more than 2 occasions. So
this is years in. You've been telling them this for years.
Years.
Yeah.
And so then if I go, this is the top document here,
Yes.
the one that's dated 31st of May 2019. We have reviewed the calls and emails from when your application was submitted to gain an understanding. You called the ME call centre and advised you were no, go forward down here. He's not the culprit, it's me really in regard to accumulating the debt. And all these bits and pieces that you'll see through here, the thing is, and where they've also incorrectly made a statement, the conversations you had with our staff were for the most part made when you were at work and apparently without your partner in attendance, during which time you presented as fully aware of the loan process. How could they even know that? Like, the fact was, a lot of the communication whilst I was in the relationship, he was in the room and making sure I was saying what he wanted me to say. Like, there's just so much that they are going through here, trying to basically pull apart that I even experienced this. And
But can I just ask you at this point, because this is vital what you're saying. So while they're doing all this, you're paying the bills,
Yes.
and he's not paying a cent.
not paying a cent.
I mean, this is incredible. So in the end, you're also being investigated as well, but you're the only one paying off this money.
Absolutely. And
I mean, so they know that he's not paying a cent. There's no joint and severally liable concept being enacted here. You are wholly their breadbasket from their perspective.
Yes.
You are the only one paying the bills, and they are still going through all of this with you because and they know that he's obviously not paying a cent and he's disappeared. Even from their fiscal metrics, he's a disaster, but you're still getting all this.
And not only about this joint debt, but a credit card in his own name when he left Australia. They were actually, their debt collectors, calling me about his personal credit card to chase that up.
And this is incredible.
And I had at least 10 phone calls from these debt collectors, and I told them each time.
Did you raise that with the bank? Did you tell them your debt collectors are chasing me? Or?
Yes, and I
What did
made
they do
them
about that?
aware that, like, they already knew this situation was happening, and I'm like, why am I having debt collectors ringing about his credit card debt? It is very triggering for me every time I have to speak about this to your bank, and I'm getting very little support. I've told you that he's moved back to his home country, and I gave all the information I had. So I was being hounded about that. I'm not being supported for the debt I'm repaying. And I get then finally after 3 years, and they look into this, I get this letter which is victim blaming, it's gaslighting me, it's accusing me essentially that I didn't even go through abuse. It was not a role that was appropriate for them to play. This letter, this first letter, actually made me feel so suicidal because I thought finally they were going to help me. And then I got this. And I chose not to sign this. This is the one that has the requirement to sign an NDA to actually be thoroughly insulted and abused in the letter, and then say, but if you want this help, you'll have to sign the non-disclosure agreement. And I took that moment, I spoke to my dad, who is the most he's got such great common sense. And I said, Dad, I can't sign this because I feel like not only had my key ask when I was going through the process with ME was not just to get support for me, but for them to actually change their internal processes for all their current and future clients. And I asked, because I knew, because working in the finance sector at the time, that they were lagging behind what other banks were doing. And I was saying they need to train their staff around financial abuse. So I said, look, I'm going to go back to them. I'm not going to accept this. I'm going to raise my concerns about this letter and say that, and I was potentially taking the chance of them fully removing that offer from me, and to have them reduce my debt by $10,000 at that point, it was huge for me because that's over a year's worth of repayments and interest. But I took that risk because the principle for me that I'd said to them, this is not a situation that is just me being affected, and I want you to make change for all your customers. So I wanted to hold them accountable to that. So thank God I got then escalated to their manager, and I'm going to name her because she was incredible, Teresa Tennant, and she listened to me and my concerns, and then they came back with the second letter from the 7th of June 2019, which, as you can read, does not go into any details about the history of calls or trying to investigate abuse. It acknowledges the distress they've caused me, which I think apologies are really important when you've caused harm to someone. They've actually increased their offer amount, and most importantly, I told the bank and this woman, Teresa, why it was not appropriate for me to sign a non-disclosure agreement. And she came back to me in that conversation and said, look, well, we don't want every customer thinking that they're going to get this exact response. And I said, but that's not going to happen. I said, you have to look at things on a case-by-case basis, but you can't be scared off from actually supporting people. And it's actually beneficial for you as an institution for people to know that victim survivors are getting support. But making someone sign off a non-disclosure agreement is echoing perpetrator behaviours and controlling behaviours, and you just can't do that in these situations. So I stood my ground and they came back with this much better offer. But then I want to compare that to the response I got from Commonwealth Bank. So I don't know if there's something you want to ask first before we get into that one.
No, I'd love you to compare it. I just say again, we find you an amazing person. We've said this to other people who've done, you've struggled through this. It is unbelievable to us as a committee that you, the honest citizen, the proper person dealing with the banks, openly and paying all the bills, are being treated this way consistently for years. When clearly they have the evidence in front of them to understand that you are doing the right thing at all points, including paying their bills. So it is scandalous, and until you get to this point, and I commend this manager for at least making an attempt, it's the least they could do, to be candid, the very least they could do, and it's still not enough in my book. We do want to understand what the Commonwealth Bank did as well, and we do want to not see this happen again, because these people need to wake up. Right, they're treating you, the responsible person, so badly for so long. This isn't normal and it isn't acceptable. So, you can be rest assured you've got supporters here.
It's a perpetration of continued abuse of a person in a vulnerable position.
For no reason. Of the person doing the right thing, paying the bills for them.
Existentially.
If you disappeared and didn't pay the bills, you'd have no problems. But you're here right, fronting these financial institutions, begging them, telling them what's going on and doing all the hard work. I just find it incredible. So please tell us about the CommBank. That would be a good thing for us to understand as well.
Well, I initially didn't think that I would be able to get any support relating to the financial abuse with the Commonwealth Bank personal loan because it was just solely in my name. But the 50 with ME and the 20,000 with Commonwealth Bank, it all snowballed from the same things as just how it was divided in those two separate places. But I self-selected, I guess, the fact that I wouldn't be eligible. And I think for anyone maybe who's watching this, and particularly victim survivors who maybe are doing this themselves, don't speak to your financial institution because you just don't know what you'd be eligible for. And the irony of this, because of the public advocacy I do, is I was actually, when the Commonwealth Bank introduced their Next Chapter initiative, they got me on board to help with different things that they were doing to promote that. And here I am knowing all about this and speaking out on behalf of it, and but thinking, oh no, I can't get any help from this. It's really great that other people can, but I got through to 2021. I was just recovering from breaking my leg in multiple places, coming out of the horrific 2020 that we all had with COVID. I'd relocated back to the country, and I'd just started a new role for the police assistance line, which very honestly, pretty much almost minimum wage sort of role, but it's money coming in, money to pay the bills, and also doing my consulting work. So I'm working full-time, I'm running my consulting business, I'm trying to do everything I can, but I'm still got, at this stage, the debt repayments to ME, even though they had reduced it, but I've still got a balance to pay.
Did they reduce it to 25,000?
Yes. So,
and then they took 10,000, or was the 10,000 the amount that reduced it to 25?
10 reduced it to 25.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think from recollection, at the point my perpetrator walked out on me in 2016, it was still at around 45,000.
Right.
So I'd been incrementally chipping away at it. But yeah, at 2021, I still had a balance paying on that. So I think I was paying sort of around 250 to 300 on that, and then also about 100 to 200 a week on the Commonwealth Bank loan. So on a low income...
It was a huge chunk.
It's a huge chunk, and then paying... I essentially had nothing left over. And so there was this month, I remember not being able to afford to buy tampons and just feeling so humiliated, thinking, how can I be in this situation? And just feeling like there has to be an end to this. I just can't go on like this. So I just thought, you know what, I'm going to call... I know I'm not going to get any further assistance from ME, and I had accepted that. But I thought, you know what, I'm just going to have a conversation with Commonwealth Bank, which is what I did, and was absolutely blown away. I directly rang the Next Chapter team as opposed to their general call centre customer service number, and found that the level of empathy, knowledge and compassion from that first moment of response was incredible. I didn't have to go into depth about what I'd been going. I just had to say that I'd been experiencing financial abuse and that this has caused me this hardship situation. The operator I spoke to then said, look, I'm really sorry you've had to experience this. You've been a customer of ours since you're a child. You do not need to provide us with any verification documents. We know all your transactions. Let me just follow this up with a few things and I'll get back to you. But basically, I believe what you're telling me. Really sorry that you've had to experience that. Let's see what we can do to support you. And I think it was less than a week later, comes back to me with a phone call, and I'm thinking, my expectation level was extremely low. I'm thinking maybe that they were going to put my payments on hold for a month or two, and that maybe the interest wouldn't keep accruing or something like that. Something, not that he would come back and say, had a chat with my team leader and we've decided we're going to actually completely waive the remainder of your debt, which was just under $10,000 at that point. And honestly, I had to have a seat because I wasn't expecting that, and it was life-changing. And it was so different to how I'd been treated by ME, to not be feeling like they're doing a police investigation that I've experienced this. They've just operated from a position of belief, and in the work I do as a senior family violence practitioner, that's the starting point of how you treat victim survivors.
And they absolutely had access to all your banking records to quickly ascertain that you were telling the truth as well. This is the thing that is extraordinary from my point of view. And I think I said at the last hearing, I've taken evidence in this committee and other situations where loans were refused because it was declared by a bank manager that some applicant for a loan was eating too many steak dinners out. The scrutiny that is now applied to all of our information and our purchases, everything is known. All of your interactions are known. And one would think that ME Bank would have had access to all of that information as well, yet made a very, very different determination. And this goes to your recommendation that there needs to be a minimum standard of response across the entire sector that's not dependent on the size of the bank, but on the integrity of the sector.
Absolutely. I wrote something down when I was on the flight this morning just to this point. Addressing customer vulnerability factors shouldn't be a nice to have, it's a must have. This should not be a point of competition between financial services. The type of response that the Commonwealth Bank offers with the Next Chapter initiative should be the benchmark for the minimum industry standard. The Royal Commission into the banking and finance sector demonstrated that these institutions have a long way to regain community confidence and trust. So the examples such as what CBA and some of the other banks are slowly getting on board a bit more, we need it's like we talk about a postcode lottery of services when it comes to other types of community sector stuff. It shouldn't be determined on what area you live or which bank you bank with or whatever financial product. When it comes to factors such as this, these are what every customer of every financial institution should have these things offered to them.
Agree.
Okay. Could I just... It's just sort of rested on me today, given your evidence, and looking at the letter that you've provided us. Some people won't see it, but there's like 4 pages, and the tone is, you claim, you assert.
Very accusatory.
Very, very formal, very legalistic. Having been a teacher, I think of some of the great people who, were kids, weren't so good at school. I've gone on to see them become incredibly successful business people and employ people, but their literacy levels would have meant that they would have floundered with a letter like this. It would have been unbelievably intimidating and distressing. It was your evidence that, having received this letter, you were in a situation where you were so emotionally vulnerable that there was suicide ideation. Is that your evidence, Ms Oddie?
Absolutely.
Well, first of all, can I, congratulate you on making your way through that terrible time of challenge. But it does strike me that there may well be people who never got the second letter because this first letter actually had that impact of devastating them, literally, where they just couldn't go on. And that is profoundly disturbing for me as a woman in Australia in the 2020s to think that the weaponisation of processes from our big financial institutions, which are fundamental to us living a good life, could actually have a real and material impact on a person not being able to make it to the next day.
Absolutely. And it's an issue that's not just confined to the finance sector. As I said, I've worked across a range of sectors, and if I think back to when I used to work at Centrelink, and I had a period of time located at a remote Indigenous community, Maningrida in Arnhem Land, and there's this fear of the bureaucratic document. The local community members would not even open the envelope. They would go to the mail bag, they would come into the office and they would present the unopened letter to you, and then you would open and communicate the contents back in plain English rather than bureaucratic legalese.
And this is a significant problem that we need to deal with in terms of literacy. It's been very clarifying having your evidence. You've spoken very, very clearly. There's a few things you seem to be wanting us to make recommendations on. I think we've heard that the creation of products that apportion at the point of engagement relative weights to people's capacity to pay, but not arbitrarily, that becomes a consideration point, because you might have women who are on maternity leave who might at that time not have the capacity to pay but do want to contribute. So we're going to need some flexibility there for, the situations. But in principle, that joint and several liability as a term is insufficient to meet the complexity of modern relationships, and there needs to be some redress to that. Is that a fair representation of your recommendation?
Absolutely.
Okay. That there is a minimum standard that must be enabled and entrenched across the sector in terms of response to people who are seeking support, not just for financial hardship, which is a particular set, but financial hardship that is embedded in the context of financial abuse.
100%.
And to add to this, just changes to the contractual terms of these arrangements is what you mentioned earlier. And I would characterise, I just want to understand if you agree, that the basic assumptions of these contracts don't benefit the person doing the wrong thing, provable by the financial institution inside the contractual arrangement, and punish the person who's available.
Exactly, and I'd go even further than that. It's in the financial institution's best interest to change this contract law, because when you think about their enforcement of debt and the amount of particularly victim survivors of financial abuse who would go into default or bankruptcy circumstances, they will find that their recovery rate on their debts is much greater if they do change this contract law.
You'd have to think so.
Yeah. You've also brought to our attention the role of non-disclosure agreements, which certainly have a place, but I think you've characterised how emotionally impacting it is to be further silenced when silencing is a tool of coercive control in relationships. So your recommendation is that a settlement that is reached should not be then confined to just the bank and the individual by an NDA.
Absolutely, because it's not like we're all subject to different privacy and confidentiality agreements. I mean, I am in my workplace in relation to that, and that is entirely appropriate when it comes to me not disclosing around my organisational processes and client information. However, when it comes to something between myself and the organisation that I have a product with, and what I wish to do with that as the consumer, I should be able to do what I want. Them as the institution, of course they should be subject to privacy and confidentiality and not disclose this publicly, but as the consumer, I should have a right to do with my information what I want to do with it.
You also talk about the period between when a married couple separates, and I'm assuming you're talking about a de facto separation as
yes.
well, that any further debts or assets accrued during the formal separation period are not included in the final division of assets. How might such a situation be triggered and verified? Have you given any thought to that?
I guess why I included that one in, it's not something I've specifically in my lived experience dealt with, but it was something that was communicated to me more broadly in the work that I do, that when, let's just say today's your point of separation with the person, and this doesn't necessarily have to be in a financial abuse situation, but it obviously becomes more highlighted in those circumstances, that particularly if you're married and you can't go through a divorce process finalised for a year or so, let's just say you get an inheritance within the next 12 months, or if the other party goes and racks up a huge amount of debt, but you're not formalising your final settlement until then all of that either that person financially benefits, say, from the inheritance, or you then get lumped with this new debt. So there needs to be that capture of point of time of actual separation date. What was the financial circumstances at that moment? So anything that happens in that sort of twilight zone is not going to impact either party.
So there's an interim contractual moment
yes,
that you are required to advise the bank of at the point of separation so that they can then apply the agreed division of responsibilities or declare the assets at that particular moment, and that becomes an immovable number.
yes.
Okay. These are very important recommendations, and the fact that you've got lived experience of others and you've brought them here today, I think has really filled out the evidence in a very, very helpful way for the committee. So, Ms Oddie, thank you for your visit and your exceptional efforts to get here today. Thank you for your evidence. Thank you for your submission. And thank you for the courage that you've shown and the witness that you are to other people experiencing violence, financial abuse and domestic violence, that there is a get out of jail day. It took you, I think, 1 year, 2 days from the 17th of July to actually get that final letter from Commonwealth Bank. So the journey continues for you, and I wish you every success in your endeavours going forward.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
So, he may not be known. I think we give him an opportunity to
Thank you.
talk about whether this was just a standard process that he had to implement. I think we go to this one and say, Thank you. I now welcome Ms Janine Rees. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you.
Yes.
For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Janine Lorraine Rees, and I'm a lived experience victim survivor of domestic, family and sexual violence, including financial abuse and family court abuse.
So, Ms Rees, you've been sitting in here for part of the evidence of Miss Oddie, and I'm sure on behalf of the committee I just want to thank you for bringing such important personal testimony and the emotional cost that is for you to do that today. And we acknowledge that you're doing that not just for yourself but in service of other people. That's usually where the courage comes from, that you do it for others as well. Now, Ms Rees, the Secretary has advised me that you do have a number of documents to which you want to refer, and we will not see them. Now, that will impact to some degree the kind of questions we can ask. You've seen our interaction with the documents that Ms Oddie provided.
I can hand them up to you now and just speak to them because I'm very familiar with everything that's in there.
Yes, yes. Well, look, that would be probably helpful for us to actually talk with you about the evidence that you're going to give. So the Secretariat, if they can support us by getting copies of those documents now, that would probably be very helpful at this point of time. You'll get them back.
Okay.
As soon as they've photocopied them, you'll get them back.
Great.
And can I just ask you to be careful with names, because we try to give other people their fair due respect.
Okay.
Like we don't need to know some names, and we'll think about what would go on the public record, what we might black out or called redact, just so that we don't put you in a difficult situation and other people as well. All right. So with that, I hope that's helpful for you.
Yes.
Great. Well, I understand, Ms Rees, that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Janine Lorraine Rees. I'm a lived experience survivor of domestic, family and sexual violence and family court abuse. And I wanted to represent all the women that I've met since I've been going through this torture.
So can I just ask you to give those documents to the Secretariat? We do have some members of the public present. You are allowed to come into the room. This is a public hearing. You can take a seat and listen in for a little while if you wish. This is the Corporations and Financial Services Committee, and we are inquiring into family financial abuse. Ms Rees, do you have an opening statement? And I invite you to make that now.
I do. Firstly, I would like to pay my respects to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, to elders past and present. I'm grateful to live on beautiful Turrbal and Yagara land in Meanjin. I acknowledge over 65,000 years of awe-inspiring culture and that sovereignty was never ceded. I am so grateful to have this opportunity to speak here today at the highest level. Since I began advocating as a survivor, I've spoken with literally hundreds of women, and the patterns of intimate partner and post-separation abuse and financial abuse are the same. I hope I can do justice to the many who have entrusted their stories to me, seeking help that just isn't there. I'm a survivor of coercive control, enduring 30 years of intimate partner sexual, physical, emotional and financial abuse. Psychological and emotional and financial abuse, and 6.5 years now of post-separation and ongoing systems abuse. On December 1st, 2020, my 3 teenage children and I were made homeless and financially devastated due to continued post-separation financial abuse and the weaponisation of the family law system. I advocate for support and connect with victim survivors of domestic, family and sexual violence and family court abuse through Victim Survivor Voice. I established the How Dare She social media campaign to educate the public, end victim blaming and focus on perpetrator accountability. I hold a Bachelor of Teaching and have taught both primary and secondary students over many decades. I have completed training with Partners in Prevention to support my work over the past decade, advocating for respectful relationships education in schools, gender equity, and creating strength-based, individualised programs that empower our youth. I have written and facilitated positive relationships workshops for adolescents through my education consulting business, Sparked, and supported parents and students struggling to navigate a one-size-fits-all education system. I co-created a Master Builders award-winning small business with my ex-partner that focused on building new homes and renovations from around 2000 to 2018. In 2009, I initiated a successful yearly fundraiser that ran for a decade called the Cure Cancer Lunch, raising much-needed funds for research in memory of my father. In 2022, I ran in the federal election as Australian Progressives candidate for the seat of Ryan to raise awareness of the importance of listening to victim survivors' stories about the debilitating long-term harm caused by coercive control, post-separation and systems abuse. Through this platform, I highlighted how systems are failing victim survivors and how the community, government and business sectors can collaborate towards gender equality and the eradication of gender-based violence. I am a co-founder of the Independent Collective of Survivors, ICOS, and co-wrote the Victim Survivor Statement on page 8 of the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children. With ICOS, I advocated for the establishment of a National Victim Survivor Advisory Panel to monitor and evaluate the National Plan, which received $1 million in government funding and is currently operational through the Domestic, Family and Sexual Violence Commission. I am most proud of my role as mum to 3 amazing children, now 21, 19 and nearly 16. I'm one of the lucky family court mums who had the joy and the pleasure to watch them grow and blossom into amazing human beings. Many mums have had that joy stripped from them as punishment for leaving. I was made homeless and financially decimated by financial abuse 3.5 years ago. I was forced to start from scratch at age 51. My ex-partner and I started with nothing and built a small business and renovated numerous homes and had 3 beautiful children. I wanted what everyone wants, a safe and happy home and a family of my own. To the outside world, I had that, but behind closed doors, I had always lived with abuse. After children were born, the abuse and control continually increased to the point I was unable to function in the last few years. Since we were made homeless, I've lost count of how many submissions I've written. I wrote a submission for the inquiry into the judicial impartiality, to sexual violence, family law submissions, and I just submitted another one to the family violence orders in the family court inquiry. And to be brutally honest, like most survivors I know, I've lost hope. There truly is very little practical housing, legal, financial or police help out there. There are inquiry after inquiry, and it seems most recommendations are shelved. Meanwhile, women and children are being murdered or court-ordered back into contact with our perpetrators and into homelessness and financial decimation. The most dangerous place for women and children is in our own homes. Leaving coercively controlling men unleashes fury, revenge debt, smear campaigns, orchestrated homelessness, legal abuse, the weaponisation of children through the family court, and too often murder. Men's violence is a national crisis. Financial abuse is just one tactic of the perpetrator to oppress, own, control, and harm their victims. I am one voice in a sea of women and children living this nightmare. I do not take this opportunity lightly to use my voice and share what was perpetrated against my children and I. By the end of my time with you, I would like you to understand the plight of mothers in the family court and the many systems that fail us, including banks. The Chief Justice has stated that 90% of family court cases are victims of domestic violence. What is happening in the Federal Circuit and Family Court of Australia is profit-driven, and it's court-ordered financial abuse. When our perpetrators file in the family court, we do not have a choice but to engage. We have fought hard to escape, to seek safety, to gain protection orders, and to protect our children from abuse. It's a bit like being diagnosed and treated in a public hospital by well-trained, experienced medical teams to then be ordered to go through a private hospital where you have to pay and go through the diagnosis process all over again, and this time by staff that are not medically trained. It's ludicrous. So once you gain protection through state protection orders, and in our case, the perpetrator files in the family court to regain access. And in speaking with all of the mums that I know, the family court immediately overrules the protection order. So, and that's usually at the very first hearing that contact is returned to the abusive parent. So the family court is untenable. The attitude of the intimate partner terrorist is, how dare she? How dare she leave me? How dare she not do as she's told? I endured 30 years of intimate partner terrorism. I was 18 when we met. It wasn't until he threatened our lives, driving dangerously at the top of a sheer cliff, that I finally found the strength to escape the relationship. In that moment, I thought he was going to drive us all off the edge. He laughed at me when I was terrified. People who haven't experienced coercive control cannot imagine the purposeful, premeditated sabotage and sadistic enjoyment that perpetrators manufacture. These are not men with anger management problems. My perpetrator didn't harm people outside of the family. These men harm for pleasure, and this is also the hardest part for us to come to terms with. Because this is a man that we fell in love with. We are groomed as a pedophile grooms a child and their families. Perpetrators also groom the system. When I did finally escape in 2018, I found there were absolutely no practical supports for us once we left. I started the referral roundabout, and the response was there was no help. My children and I were failed by Queensland Police, and our lives were destroyed by the family law system. My children were forced back into the custody of the man we'd escaped. Recovery will be a lifelong process. We are all still enduring the fallout of the financial abuse. Community legal centres don't have funding for family law, and you have a few meetings where handouts are given to you. And in the traumatised state that you're in, it's hard to retain information, and the effects of trauma on the brain are well known now, and our the thinking part of our brain just shuts down because we're in survival mode. I engaged a lawyer very quickly after separation because I knew he'd started running up debt. The day that I left, he said, "You're not getting this house." And I knew that that was his plan. The lawyer I engaged, family lawyer, said this was an easy case. There's a house and a business, 2 cars, and that's about it. That it should all be over within 6 months. And I trusted the justice system, but I found out I was very wrong. So once we separated, he removed my name from our business bank account, so it was a line of credit, and I was the guarantor for that line of credit, and our family home was the collateral for that line of credit. He changed PINs on the accounts, so I no longer had any access to our money, joint money. When I went to police, they said there was nothing they could do about financial abuse. One police officer said, if I was a business partner, I'd have options maybe, but because we were married, there was nothing that they could do. So I had no rights at all to my own business, and then I had no rights to my own home. I just basically had no rights whatsoever. Over the next 18 months, my perpetrator started turning away business. So he started, the clients we had lined up, he just started to ignore them till they went away. He turned away business. He'd say he couldn't take anything on. And over that next 18 months, he wound the business down, so a successful business. In that time, he stopped paying ATO requirements, so PAYG and GST requirements, and incurring an ATO debt. He didn't seek to make any payments towards it or to negotiate the interest being accrued. So over the 18 months post-separation, the ATO debt grew to around $300,000. And I think the whole plan was to make us homeless and to financially decimate me. So when I left, he said, "You're not getting this house." Then when he moved out, maybe 3 months later, he stopped paying anything towards the mortgage, so the mortgage fell to me. I put the mortgage on a mortgage holiday with the bank. So unfortunately, Suncorp Bank had very limited domestic violence policies then. They didn't understand what was happening. I was getting phone calls every 2 weeks from Suncorp Bank asking me when I was making, what payments I could make. So I was trying to separate financially quickly, and he just would not have any part of that, though he'd engaged a lawyer like 2 weeks after we'd separated. So what happened was he dragged out settlement for 3 years, like it ended up being. And over that 18 months, he used the line of credit like his personal ATM. So I kept saying to the bank that I had no access to the account, I couldn't see what he was doing. Because the account was in our company name and he was the director of the company, he removed me from the account as a authorised person. So I could not do anything at all with that account. And that's a huge problem for women in family small businesses. And I've connected with quite a few women who've had similar horrific stories of the small business being used as a weapon. So the ATO is used as part of the small business weaponry. So the line of credit had a $100,000 limit, and he ran that limit up to the ceiling, and then he just let that sit as well. So that then accrued another $10,000 in interest after, as he just left everything sit and did nothing about it. So I couldn't do anything with Suncorp Bank. Like, I couldn't get any information out of Suncorp Bank. They were constantly seeking that I start repaying the mortgage, or, well, actually the advice that Suncorp had given me was that it looks like I will have to sell the house, and if I start making mortgage repayments, all that money paid towards the mortgage will be not wasted, but I'll be paying that for no reason. And that was my lawyer's advice too. Don't pay the mortgage, the arrears will be paid out of the sale of the house. But I kept explaining to everybody that I wanted to keep the house. I wanted to retain our house for my children and me. I had left the workforce when my first child was born, so I missed 10 years of superannuation working in our small business. I went back to part-time teaching when my youngest was in kindergarten, so 2 days a week for a few years and then 3 days a week. But the last 2 years of the marriage I was experiencing constant abuse, and I just worked as a supply teacher when I could, as the PTSD was, I didn't realise I had PTSD, but that's what I was experiencing. Sorry, just checking through my notes. So as this was all happening, I'm getting conflicting advice from the bank not to pay mortgage repayments, but the mortgage was accruing and he was not paying anything towards it. My lawyer's saying this will be an easy settlement, it shouldn't take long, but I knew in my gut that he wasn't going to negotiate or be fair. So I was seeking a 50-50 settlement from the start. The business and the house equity were quite similar. So he had taken me completely out of the business, and he'd taken unilateral control of the business and wound it down over 18 months. So he basically took it out of the asset pool, and after that 18 months he was ready to negotiate property settlement once he'd destroyed half of the asset pool. Yes, but he then wouldn't agree to anything other than all of his debts being paid out. So sell the house and all of his debts being paid out of that, which left pretty much nothing. Soon after separation, my perpetrator had convinced my family that I was hearing voices and imagining things. And as he was still the next of kin, he had me sectioned in the Royal Brisbane Psych Ward. I now know this is common perpetrator behaviour. I was drugged against my will and traumatised in a packed ward of both men and women. It took me 3 days to explain the coercive control and abuse he had inflicted, and that this was more of the same. He then used his family and friends to contact and threaten me with abuse once I'd cut all contact with him. I was painted as crazy, vindictive, and lying for financial gain were some of the comments that I heard. The onus has always been on the victim to defend herself and protect her children, and we are begging the Australian government to end this national crisis. Victims should not have to flee our homes, our lives, and hide in refuges. We want the perpetrator removed from the home, and accountability and intervention for the perpetrators. Men who harm their children and their children's mother are not good fathers. Children are always victims in their own right. Nothing will change until men who choose to abuse, financially or otherwise, are held accountable by society. This includes being held to account by their parents, siblings, mates, bosses and co-workers who often enable them, as happened in our case. One of his friends who had lived with us said he would know if he was abusive because he'd lived with us. So people see the facade and can't understand what's happening, what they're doing to us. So in my case, the perpetrator utilised the schools, our bank, real estate, our accountant. He lied to the police. I had trouble with Centrelink because it was difficult to get any Centrelink payments because we were still married. Child support, I was getting $10 a day for a while because he was self-employed. He was earning $40,000 a year on paper. So currently the systems charged with protecting us are harming us further. And the systems are behaving in a patriarchal and coercively controlling way. Government funding has not been reaching victims or stopping violence against women. Family court judges are ordering financial abuse. So in this system, because we can't afford legal representation, we go in, we just have no support. There's no legal funding. It's very rare to get legal aid. I think 5% get legal aid. I had a house as an asset, but I couldn't access any of that. I was working full-time as a teacher, but all that money was going towards living, and partly paying lawyers as I could. So I had to self-represent. But I realised, like, from the very first hearing, his barrister read out an account of sexual assault, and the judge crossed his arms and started laughing along with the barrister. And this setup really quite reminds me of a court.
Well, I hope that you're not feeling too traumatised by being here today, because the evidence that you put on the record, sadly, is something we actually have heard from a number of participants who've sent materials to us. Thank you for providing us with documentation. It is very personal and very particular, so we will receive these confidentially. But I'm going to thank you for your evidence and your testimony so far, and for your courage in coming forward and telling the story. And you've obviously done a lot of work in trying to set up systems to assist other women. I'm going to go to the Deputy Chair now for a series of questions, if you're up to that, Ms Rees.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms Rees, and thank you to the Chair for giving me the call. Thank you for your documents as well. I think the Chair is right. All these family court documents, these legal documents take a long time to read, so we won't examine these at the moment and ask you questions about that. But believe me, as a local member, for 15 years or more, I've come across these situations regularly. I believe everything you say, and we understand the system, which is not part of our inquiry in the family court, is substantially deficient and responsible for many of the problems that occur, and is blind to a lot of the things. But today we want to focus on that financial side, especially how the court can be blind to the financial abuse, because I think you're absolutely right about that as well. But also these financial institutions, Suncorp you've mentioned, I wouldn't mind going straight to that. And sorry to be granular, but I think these granular things you've raised are so ghastly, they might fall into the scope of things we can get changed, and that's what we're trying to do to support so people don't have this. This PIN number issue, I'm sure the Chair's ears pricked up, and with me as well. In an account where you're being held liable for this by that institution, they can see that he's changed the PIN number. They know. You've told them many times. They say, yes, you're locked out. Why is it, from their point of view, that you're liable for the actions of that account if you are unable to access it? What do they tell you about this?
I fought for 2 years with Suncorp to get any response.
What do you mean by response?
They just kept saying that because he's the sole director and the bank account was in the company name, so the line of credit was in the company name, because I wasn't a director of the company, I couldn't have any access to the account.
Well, why are you being asked to be liable for the bills then in that situation?
Exactly.
Well, no, but why? And legally, what's their position on that?
I don't know. I had no legal support.
But they are asking you at this point to pay back the proceeds of that account. What's going on with that account?
So in May of 2019, there was a default notice issued to for payment of the arrears of the mortgage or the whole mortgage, and then the $110,000 he'd run up in the business account.
To you?
Both of us. So we were
You got it as well?
50, yeah. I get...
And you've been telling them for years you can't get in and you're not responsible for this account?
Yes.
And they would not respond to you on this?
They couldn't give me any information about the account, but I knew how much was outstanding. And I kept explaining to them that this was part of the financial abuse, that he had said, you're not getting this house. He'd also then said to me, well, the bank will take the house, which they then issued a notice to reclaim their money and sell that, or for us to sell the house to pay.
But again, in these years, you're doing the right thing by telling them about this, but they are what, not responding? They are responding willfully ignorant. Tell us what's happening here.
I felt like a child. Like I felt like there was an enormous power imbalance. It was a male person ringing me fortnightly. First of all, I had a female, and then it changed to another person. So there was probably 3 people that I spoke with.
What were they saying to you at this period?
I was asking them for time for the settlement to happen, like the property settlement through the court.
Explaining you've been locked out of the account.
Yes.
Over and over.
Well, I didn't know until I went into the bank. Well, I knew the PINs had been changed, and then I went into the bank to try to access the account to see what was happening. And the bank manager said that he had come in and with paperwork and removed my name as a authorised person on the account. And that there was
can
nothing.
I just get a clarification here on one matter? Were you ever a director?
No.
Of the company?
No.
Right.
Knowingly or unknowingly? Sometimes people are put on...
No. When we set up the company, first of all, he was a sole trader.
Yep.
And then...
you got some advice that the tax would be minimised if you established it as a company.
As a company.
You agreed with the advice from the accountant. You established a company of which he was the only director.
And the accountant we had at the time, who was through the master builders, had said, you know, if he's the director of the company, the house goes in your name and the house will be safe. So he was a good accountant, but when it came to ever having to put the house in my name, that just didn't happen. So.
But this facility, the 100,000 facility, why are you liable for that 100,000 facility if you're unable to access it?
Was it attached to the directorship or was it attached to the house?
So it was attached. He was the director of the company, and the actual line of credit account was in the company name and the family trust. So it was all in his name.
But then when you're alerting to them that you're locked out, surely something triggers and they're able to then, from that moment on, realise that's part of a problem. But they didn't acknowledge or understand or respond or...
No, and this was 2018. So
all the warnings and all the, and one party here saying there's a huge problem. They don't...
Yes.
Was there any care or that you were locked out or...?
No, not for 2 years. It took me 2 years, and I got my local member, Kate Jones, involved. And then suddenly Suncorp put me in touch with the vulnerable persons team, and there was a massive change in 2020, but it was too little too late by then.
2 years later. You had to get your local member involved.
So by that time, he'd run up $300,000 in ATO debt and $110 on the line of credit. And on this line of credit, which was supposed to be used for the business, if there was overdraft.
So that was your trading balance, basically.
My words are gone.
You used it as an overdraft.
Yes, but he was then using it for, he went on a cruise and paid for that out of the line of credit. He was using it for all of his living costs. It was blatantly obvious that it was financial abuse.
And what did Suncorp do about that in the end after Kate Jones had been in touch?
So once we were in family court, he'd filed in the family court by then.
Right.
So once he'd closed the business, 18 months, he'd taken the business out of the pool. He then wanted to negotiate. They then offered the exact same settlement that my lawyer had offered sort of a year and a half prior, except now there was all this debt to go into the property pool. So, and I heard Kathy saying before, that point of separation, and I hear this from so many women, after you leave, it's revenge debt. It's about revenge and punishment. He said to me, if the bank doesn't take the house, the ATO will. Like, these were all premeditated.
Strategically planned.
Yeah.
But was it the position of the financial institution at this point they couldn't do anything, or they had no options, or they just weren't even engaged?
No. And he had started a smear campaign with family and friends and community that I was the one that was no good with money, that I'd caused problems for the business.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I mean just the financial
I think
institution.
he groomed the bank as well.
And you felt they were impacted by that?
I think so. I think he was
think
saying he wanted
being...
to sell the house.
Yeah.
I think the bank had that as a discriminatory belief that we've separated, she can't keep the house, it's got to be sold. So I think
they were listening to his side as well and making decisions based on that.
Yes.
Versus situation, and then fiscally that punished you in the end.
Very much so. And I was saying I can't, I'm saying to the family court, I can't do anything with the house because I don't know how much of the house will be mine in the settlement, what will happen, how much debt there is. I don't know what's coming. So the bank didn't have any financial information about me either. So there was no way for me to take on the house or, yes.
So what was the status of the mortgage? Did you have a single mortgage that you jointly were responsible for?
Yes, and both owners on the title of the house.
Right.
We had bought our first house and mortgaged with Suncorp in 1994. So we'd been customers
and
of
you
the bank.
transferred through a few different places. So you ended up at the place that you were.
Yeah.
At the time of separation, what was the level of debt in the mortgage?
It was about 850,000, and the house was worth about 1.5. And we were both working at times, most of the time, and the debt on top of that became the ATO debt and the 110,000. So it was like 910,000. When we went to family court, the judge asked me to refinance in my sole name with Suncorp. Suncorp was saying, well, we don't know your financial position and we can't, it's not a refinance, it's a more of a buyout.
Were they aware it was a family court matter?
Yes, family court didn't happen until 2019.
So
from
aware.
2018 to end of 2019, I was trying to get a property settlement so that there was information for the bank.
But didn't you say the judge said do this or that? So the court, but the bank wasn't. They wanted to start again, kind of thing. Not really understand this was a family settlement situation.
No, I don't think anyone understood what was going on.
These guys don't understand what's going on here.
Well,
no, this sounds just like willful ignorance in so many ways from you trying to tell them about all this.
Yeah, that's how I felt.
You don't have anybody to speak to that's really actually assimilating that this is a breakdown situation and this, and then enact protocols to deal with that and cope with that.
I kept saying it's financial abuse and this is part of the...
And what happened? What response did you get to that when you told them it was financial abuse?
He was polite. Besides giving me bad advice, he would give me another 2 weeks to have more information.
2 weeks to get some more info.
So it just kept going.
But no, did you observe any other response or any other protocols? Or
No, that they were saying it's likely that the house will have to be sold to pay out the mortgage or the arrears. So there was 80,000 in arrears by the end of that time that he wasn't paying mortgage. But I was not paying the mortgage for a while because I was being told the house has got to sell by everyone. And in that stage, you're in survival mode. Like I wasn't working because I'm going from DV organisation to police to magistrates court to get a protection order. It's a full-time job escaping.
But Ms. Rees, I just want to ask you a question because it's just I'm hearing you very loud and clear. I just want to understand it a little bit better because your evidence is quite important, and all of the work you've done to survive and get your life back on track, we can assimilate. Just in relation to Suncorp and the actions here, you spent significant time and energy communicating that this was a very difficult, complex, personal, abusive, all the things that you've told us. And I need to understand your evidence about them. They were non-responsive, or they were uncaring, or they didn't seem equipped to cope, or they didn't have any response to deal with what is a pretty difficult situation that you continually and regularly advise them of.
I had a mix of responses, and there were different people at different stages. They were understanding or not understanding. They were polite and sorry that you're going through this, but the bank has to do this, or the bank can't, due to financial regulations, this is what we have to do. Or
Did they have any practical suggestion or solution from their bank's
not
point of view?
until the MP got involved.
Yeah. 2 years later.
2 years later.
2
yes.
years later.
Yeah, it took
They
2
didn't
years.
help you in any way until 2 years
And
later.
I had started, I was teaching as a supply teacher when I could, so I could fit in all the other escaping items that you need to take care of, as well as 3 children. And I was trying to get help legally. So I had a lawyer, and then I couldn't afford her. So it's a roundabout, and you're in survival mode. And I probably wasn't explaining things clearly. I was in tears most times on the phone. There was one day, I think I was on the phone for an hour to one of the Suncorp representatives, and they just kept stating, it felt very much like being in court. They just kept stating that there was nothing they could do. They were sorry, but this is what has to happen. So I managed to get them to hold off on foreclosure, basically, until there was a financial settlement. But he was holding up the financial settlement. So that's what I kept trying to, had to explain to the bank every 2 weeks, or sometimes a week.
So you would definitely recommend to us that process should be improved by financial institutions. You shouldn't have to go through years of agony on the phone to explain that you have a breakdown situation.
Yes.
It must be common that you could, if you were designing a process to deal with a person like yourself, you wouldn't do that, would you?
No, I should have been immediately referred to the vulnerable persons team, but I wasn't.
Why do you think you weren't? I mean,
I don't know. I really don't know, and I didn't know there was one.
and they never offered that.
They did when the MP got
Yeah, but
involved.
2 years after you've been contacting them.
Yeah, yes, there was 2 years of torture, and when I started repaying the interest-only portion of, or as much as I could from my teaching salary towards the mortgage, I'd begged them to put it to a interest-only mortgage for a while so that I could manage that. They wouldn't do that. They just would not do anything that was in any way helpful for me to stay in the house. I felt I was just discriminated against. When the MP got involved and I spoke to the vulnerable persons team member, I said to her, I can't refinance because he's not negotiating a settlement. He wants all of his debts paid out. But I said to her, what would I need to earn to be able to keep the house myself? And she said around $120,000. And I said, well, that is what I would be earning if I was able to keep working full-time. So I'd gone back to 6-month full-time work. Then COVID took hold. And I was trying to build up my financial, credibility. But I had all of these debts in my name from him, so my credit rating was destroyed. So any accounts in the business that had my name on it were left in debt, and it seemed that anything that was in his sole name were paid out. So there was credit history issues. I had 3 children, so there's no way that a 51-year-old was going to get a mortgage. But the loans person at Suncorp I was speaking to was saying, well, the loan to value ratio says that it's a viable option.
Technically, you were eligible
Yes.
to get a loan
Yes,
for
technically.
to remain in your own home.
Yes,
but
but-
you were not assisted in that process.
Not in any
But there were
way.
complicating factors as well, such as COVID and
Yes.
not being in a full-time job at at the
Well, I
time?
was in
You're
a
on
full-time
contract.
job for 6 months.
Yep, but it was a contract, not an ongoing
Yes,
position.
yeah.
Right.
And, you know, the house was then sold through court order because I couldn't refinance the house in my name. But I did get a letter from a broker to say that I reached the amount of money on my income that was needed to refinance everything, even including his debt that he'd created. The judge in the first hearing said I needed to refinance all. So he made a property settlement in the first hearing, basically, gave me his debt out of the business that he was seeking 100% ownership of. In the financial statements, he said, you know, that 100% of the debt from the business is his share. So even though he was seeking to keep the business that had closed down, I was ordered to refinance the whole amount of money into my name. When I got the refinance capacity with a broker, the judge said that I had to refinance with Suncorp, so I had no choice in which bank to refinance. Like, Suncorp is written into the court orders. And then, you know, there was no way I could refinance. So there was just barrier after barrier. It was as though it was predetermined that I was not keeping the house. In another order, the judge said that the house would be ordered to sell, all of the debts would be paid out, including his business debt, and then we were left to fight about the ATO debt, which I ended up having to, it came out of the asset pool. The judge ordered that the leftover, I think it was $500,000, was to be held in his solicitor's trust fund, so my ex-partner's solicitor's trust, to be invested in whatever way the lawyer saw fit until there'd been a determination. So once the house was sold, all that money was
in that trust fund,
and I had no access to money for bond, rent. So we were ordered into immediate. When I explained to the judge, tried to explain the errors that had been made, he became extremely aggravated, and then he actually hung up the hearing, and he ordered us into immediate vacant possession. So he ordered my children and I into immediate eviction from my own home, like that I'm joint owner of. Mm-hmm. So we'd started packing because I knew he was he was seeking the order.
By this time, the property was already sold, and the $500,000 was sitting in the trust fund. So you no longer owned the home; it had been sold to somebody who was waiting to purchase.
To the perpetrator's friend. So
right.
the buyer was written into the court order. The price, I had tried to buy my own house. So when the house was ordered to sell, I tried to put in. I wrote a contract to buy my own house for the specified amount. 1.65 million
yes.
was the valuation amount.
Did you have sole custody of the children, or was it a joint custody?
They were returned to 50-50 custody.
Right, as part of the family court
As part of the family court
before
hearings.
that, you had a
Before that, they were living with me. They had been seeing him, but as the stalking and abuse escalated, they stopped seeing him, and that was blamed on me as well. So there was no accountability at all ever taken by our perpetrator that his actions have resulted in so much harm. So we were given immediate vacant possession. So my children and I are taking our possessions out over the boundary line.
Well, the friend's ready to move into the house, who purchased it for 1.65 million.
It sat vacant for 6 months. So this was a few weeks before Christmas. My daughter's 18th was coming up. So that was a big catalyst for the push to get us out. He had told her she won't be having her 18th there. So it sat vacant for 6 weeks until the new owner took possession.
Yeah.
So that was Christmas period. And in that time, we lived with my sister in her study, like the four of us. I slept in the dining room and my children slept in the study for 5 months, which is on the other side of town. So
And this $500,000 there, what happened to that?
That's exactly my
What
question
happened
too.
to, yeah, well,
Deputy.
we've got the same line of thinking here. What,
So Suncorp had realised their errors by then, and they paid for, once I found a rental,
what were their errors? Sorry, I just want to understand that.
they were asked to provide a letter to the court stating whether I could refinance. They didn't do that by the date that
Why
they were
not?
supposed to. I don't know why they wouldn't put anything in writing. So then the judge wrote an order that they have to provide to Suncorp Bank, and then they put in writing that they weren't going to continue with the foreclosure. They would hold off until after settlement. So, the bank wasn't now pushing for the sale of the house. They were going to wait to see what happened with the settlement, whether there could be
Whether you'd have sufficient equity to put with
Yes.
your employment as a teacher to actually be able to purchase your own
Yes.
home. And
Yeah.
that moment was missed because of an error by Suncorp.
But no, the family court judge decisions made that
Impacted it
happen.
as
Yeah.
well.
Yes.
Right. So the 500,000 gets to a point where that has to be settled. What happened then?
So then we went to court in May of 2021. We were supposed to go to trial, so that cost me $50,000. So I got $50,000 out of the $500,000 to pay for lawyers. And
So
on
at this
that,
point, he's taking you to there's no split. Nobody can agree on a split, even of the
the
remaining.
judge had ordered a conciliation conference after the house
And that
had
was
sold.
collapsed. That didn't
And nothing
succeed.
happened. We had two. The first one, he hadn't provided his financial disclosure. He hadn't done any of his tax returns or the business tax returns. So
For how many years?
5 years of outstanding tax returns.
This is evidence that we'd heard previously as well.
Yeah.
Yep. That's a tactic. Yeah.
Refused to do it. Ran up the ATO debt. Wanted to keep the business because then once we were divorced, he did his tax returns and got a $45,000 business tax refund. But when the $500,000 sat, we went to trial. So we got to trial, and on the morning of trial, the judge said, so I had a barrister and a lawyer. On the morning of trial, the judge said, you had both better, just work this out, otherwise we'll go to trial and you won't like my decision. You probably won't like my decisions. Actually, I'm sorry, at the start of that hearing, the other party said, we're willing to negotiate now. So after 3 years and running up nearly $500,000 worth of debt, nearly killing me, I ended up, I can't even explain the PTSD of being thrown out of your own house with the threat of the sheriff and police coming to remove you, and living in a one room and moving every week for 5 months. So by that stage, I had been tortured for 3 and a bit years, and they said, we'll negotiate. So then there was like a shuttle settlement negotiation. My lawyer and barrister sort of played good cop and bad cop throughout the day. If we go to trial, we've got a judge who's clearly biased, making terrible decisions. You could end up losing the children, so it's best to get away from this judge. And I was terrified of trial. I really couldn't imagine sitting and listening to, I was torn to shreds in the affidavits. Like the comments were horrendous. So I was terrified of trial. And by the end of that day, they'd negotiated that I would get, I got $20,000 out of that $500,000. And that basically paid, I also had a $22,000 personal tax debt from the business. So I really ended up with zero. And out of that $500,000, I ended up consenting to him paying out the ATO because I was just broken. And I was terrified of him taking sole custody of the children, because that's what he had threatened all the way through, for the children to live with him. So they used the children to terrify me.
With nothing, but you did have your 3 children.
Yeah.
From a starting position where there was enough equity and enough assets for everybody to have a fantastic outcome.
Yeah.
With all the children having, financially well-being looked after, your well-being looked after, his well-being looked after. Our system degraded it to a point where there's nothing by deliberate motivation. Look, we can't fix the family court system because technically the courts are an equal and operative branch of power. Yes. So we can't do anything about that today. That's the way our system is constructed.
I think his lawyer, they are dragging the proceedings out.
We understand. But we look, the judicial branch is separate from our branch. Yep. And we can't fix it, although we certainly have views about it, and we certainly have views in the construction of the law. Just in relation to the construction of the law, we've heard some evidence this morning about contracts. I mean, here, if we had a basic assumption from the beginning that it was 50-50, if we rewrote the basic joint and severally liable option to be rewritten, or the assumptions of the court and the law to say everything was 50-50, and then you can renegotiate from there, that would have put you in a much better position the whole way through, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Would you agree with that in contract, if we had some amendments to contract laws and tried to rewrite these financial assumptions?
Definitely.
Instead of this joint and severally liable, it didn't really work out well for you, did it?
No. And like the accountant that had suggested the line of credit was a friend of his. So that was bad advice from the accountant to have the house open.
But many of these things, the government can't regulate human behaviour or mistakes or errors. We can't. There's no way for us to do that.
No.
But when we get to there's a common situation where people want to break up nowadays. It's going to be forever. Doesn't matter what kind of relationship we've got. The basic assumptions of the financial institutions, the court, and the law and the ATO, they're all wrong, aren't they? They're sort of you're left. Yeah. So the person who is doing the unethical thing, locking you out of accounts and running up debts, is unrecognised in our system.
Absolutely. There's no accountability whatsoever. And even to go, I had a DVO that said he wasn't to commit domestic violence, or financial abuse is part of domestic violence. When I went to police and said he's running up debt, he's doing, he's lying to the court, there's nothing. Police said, sorry, there's nothing we can do.
But the behaviour's coming about in all these situations because the incentives are for them to do that because of their revenge. But if there was no incentive, if it was 50-50, and then if he ran up debt, it's all his, financially speaking, there would be no incentive to behave that way.
That would change everything.
We need to rewrite the basic premises.
That would change everything, and that would have changed everything in my case. And I had no control over what he was doing, but I was being made responsible for it.
And with no support from any financial institution as well at this time until you reach out to your local member.
Yeah, yes.
The other, I think, important point is the directorship of a company with an unpaid wife labouring away. I'm assuming you did accounts and the books and managed jobs and assisted and ran materials backwards and forwards in the way that many small businesses operate. And it's been very successful for many families over a long period of time. I come from an Irish migrant background, and that's exactly, and they were both in it, and it went well, thank God.
Yeah.
But if it falls apart, when there is a debt associated with a business where there is the voluntary labour of the partner, we seem to have a very, very sticky situation that is common in our economy but not being controlled for or given proper consideration in terms of the debt arrangements. You talked about the line of credit, but you also indicated other accounts that were in joint names. Were they personal accounts or were they business accounts?
All other accounts were joint accounts. But the main account was the business account that I couldn't access, so I could still access.
But prior to the day the PINs were changed and he took you off that account, you had access, you had full access to that account.
Yeah.
So in essence, you were acting as a co-director. You simply weren't nominally or legally a co-director.
And I was very involved, I initiated the setup of the company, and very involved with clients, like marketing. So I was fully involved until I had 2 young kids by then.
And were you paid an income by that business during that
Yes.
period?
Yeah. So
Into your own personal account?
drawings, well, it was into a joint account, but I paid income tax on the money that I
Drew down.
supposedly used. But towards the end of the relationship, so I had set up all of our banking, all of our bills to be paid in, separate accounts for each. So I was sort of the person who looked after all of that until maybe we got a bookkeeper when my middle daughter was 2, but I still kept very much involved with the business.
Okay.
But then maybe...
I think a lot of small business owners would be very familiar with the sort of structure that you're talking about, and dare I say that the banks that service those small business owners would also be very familiar with the structures that you're talking about, and they have clear observation of that. Now, there are very strict guidelines about amounts that might be overdrawn or paid that will impact people's credit reference, and they're very swiftly acted upon. Yet this complex situation seems to be in everybody's view, but completely ignored.
Yeah.
And that,
just how
I
it
think, is a concern. Okay. So, and as I think the Chair's made very clear, there are limits to what we can do. I don't want to further your disappointment in what can be done, and we will make recommendations that we will endeavour to make as practical, as productive, and well, I don't know how to say, red tapey. There's a regulatory burden on people. We want to make sure that the banks can loan to great businesses and to people of endeavour, but mindful of the reality that when things go badly, there needs to be protection in place and prevention of abuse of those structures that they, if I can put it, are jointly and severally reliable for enabling.
Yes.
So we'll do what we can. Can I thank you, Ms Rees, for your evidence, and wish you well in the future.
You. Can I add one more thing about with the banking sector and the financial sector, with the housing sector? Because I'm now in the housing crisis, the rental crisis, that's, the bank had said to me they can't put a customer in a worse situation. And I was saying, what worse situation could there be than homeless? The bank said, we can't put you in a worse financial position. I said, there's no worse position than being homeless and never being able to buy a home again when prices have jumped so astronomically. And we're on 6 monthly leases. Like every mother I know, the leases are now...
With 3 children.
With 3 children, yeah. And so you're still in survival mode because you don't have any safe housing. You don't have stability to rebuild and we're doing much better than we were, but, we should have had our own home. There's no reason why any of that should have happened. It was all revenge.
Yeah, it was at the moment of separation, a critical failure point occurred that allowed the erosion of the wealth that you'd accrued.
Absolutely.
With material impact now on you for many, many years.
And a royal commission into the family court driving all of this pain would show exactly how often this is happening. It's the norm. It's not the exception.
Thank you once again, Ms Rees. The committee will suspend and return at 11:20.
Thank you.
We'll resume. I now welcome representatives from ANZ. I understand information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Catherine Alice Bray, and I'm here on behalf of ANZ Bank, where I am Managing Director in the retail business.
Evelyn Marie Halls, OAM, and I am the Customer Fairness Advisor at ANZ.
Thank you very much. I now invite you to make a short statement. At the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite my colleagues to ask questions.
Great,
Thank you.
I'll do so. Thank you.
Mrs. Bray.
Thank you again for the opportunity to appear before you today. Financial abuse is a critical issue for our society. We acknowledge the harm it's causing to many Australians and welcome the committee's work in examining this issue. As the committee's heard, including this morning, financial abuse disproportionately hurts women, forming part of the sad prevalence of domestic and family violence through our community. It's an issue that demands a coordinated response from all levels of government, the business sector, and community groups. While ANZ is taking steps on financial abuse, we stand ready to do more, including with the assistance of this committee's work. Although it can be difficult to identify, financial abuse presents itself to ANZ in different ways. Our customers may be victim survivors. They may equally be perpetrators. Victim survivors can be partners or ex-partners of a perpetrator. They can also be parents, family members, or have a different relationship. Our customers may tell us about abuse, but they may not. The types of abuse that we see include misuse of power of attorney, threatening messages or communications, coercion to become co-borrower or guarantor, and perpetrators incurring liability in another's name and not paying a joint debt. We become aware of these situations in different ways. Our frontline staff are trained to identify signs of domestic violence and financial abuse, and we analyse transaction data to identify abuse indicators, such as payment values, behavioural patterns, and the content of payment descriptions.
Sorry to interrupt
please.
you just there, Ms. Bray.
Yes.
If there's any way that somebody could send your opening statement to us in hard copy, that would be quite helpful for
Very
the
glad
next
to.
phase. Is it possible that that could happen now, or would they be able to copy yours when you're finished? Because it's just, there's some quite important detail there that I'd like to interrogate.
Yes, we can definitely do that. I can give a nod to
Okay,
colleagues
so
who can.
the Secretariat might liaise with the gentleman with the orange lanyard
The orange lanyard, that's the one.
to get us a hard copy of your opening statement. Thank
Sure,
you. Please
gladly.
continue, Mrs.
You're
Bray.
happy for me to continue?
Yes, thank
Great.
you.
When we identify financial abuse, we take various steps. These include, first and foremost, support for victim survivor customers, handling interactions with perpetrators, and where appropriate, referring matters to authorities, including AUSTRAC and the police. How we respond to a case requires careful consideration of its individual circumstances. For example, changing a joint account so that all holders need to approve transactions could notify an abuser that a victim survivor has sought help. This could make the abuse worse. In other circumstances, the law may make it harder for us to help. An example of this is trying to split a joint mortgage. Even more difficult, victim survivors may not know or accept that they are being abused and ask us to do things that are not objectively in their best interest. If we decline, we are realistic that a customer may simply go elsewhere and the abuse, sadly, may follow them. While this complexity can be challenging, we continue to look for ways to help our customers. We acknowledge that digital financial products can offer new ways for financial abuse to occur. The flexibility and perceived privacy of these products can aid financial abuse. Digital banking, though, can also help us identify harm and offers new ways that customers can ask for support. For example, our app's message feature gives customers a way to contact us that may be more discreet than a phone call or visiting a branch. And last year, we launched a pilot AI tool within that feature to help us identify interactions with indicators of abuse. We also recognise that good product design plays a role in stopping people using banking services to hurt others. We've considered customer safety as we've developed our new ANZ Plus products. This has included requiring applicants for a joint mortgage to each have their own ANZ Plus bank account and app. We also changed our terms and conditions last year to make clear that we do not tolerate financial abuse. We look forward to working with the committee to explore what more can be done to help our customers and the community. Thank you, and Evelyn and I very much welcome any questions you have.
Well, thank you very much for being here today. Thank you for your comprehensive submission, number 95. I'll work my way through some of the recommendations there that you've alluded to in your opening statement. I want to give you the opportunity before we dive into this, though, to give a response to some of the testimony that I know that you overheard while you were waiting to come forward as witnesses.
Yes.
So Ms Rees was describing a reality, I think, that's sadly all too familiar to members of Parliament, where people are desperate, they get to us, and we try to activate chains of response that help them in their time of need. What's your view about some of the issues that were raised there by Ms Rees, knowing that it's an all too common experience?
Sure. The first thing to say was I think we heard two extremely powerful testimonials this morning, one of which we missed a bit of in transit, but nonetheless we feel very fortunate to have heard directly from those witnesses. It underscored a few points for me, and Evelyn, I'm sure, will have additions to this. One is that customers need and deserve to be dealt with in very challenging circumstances in what are extremely complex cases, and the second one in particular, by very much on a case-by-case basis by specialists. And I think that is rather fundamental to the care model that customers should expect to have within financial institutions. The other takeaway...
Is it fair to say that in neither of those cases we saw that? Or did you hear the evidence about the Commonwealth
Yes,
Bank?
I did, absolutely.
Which was remarkable in terms of quite a different response to the same customer in essentially perhaps a less threatening
Yes,
moment.
And I think that's right, that there are addressable ways, this is mirrored in our own model, to have a combination of both frontline support, trained individuals, who might come in first contact with a customer, but equally the availability of deep specialist teams. Whether those specialist teams, by the way, and again this came up in Cathy Oddy's testimony, whether those specialist teams occur in the context of hardship, but also in non-hardship cases, because this is not all credit related, right? So it's about having specialist teams within the hardship area as well as specialist teams outside. And that reflects the model that we have in place, by the way, at ANZ, where we have a specialist team of 33 colleagues within our what we call Customer Connect, so essentially our hardship area, the area of the bank that deals with customers in financial difficulty. We equally have an extra care hub of 11 colleagues and specialists who deal with the particularly complex and often enduring cases, as well as providing guidance into our frontline teams who may be dealing with customers real time in these situations. So I think there's a big takeaway for me from this morning's discussions in terms of care model. I think clearly there was some really interesting thinking about product design as well. Now, we've certainly, as I mentioned up front, built safety as a consideration into the design and delivery of our new products. We call that ANZ Plus, where, as I mentioned, you have to have separate underlying accounts in order to invite one another to open a shared joint account. The same is true of the joint home loan. There are also a whole number of safeguards built into the application process, including, for example, selfie ID as biometric, as a biometric as part of multi-factor authentication to make sure a customer is actually present when they're accepting an application or engaging with an application. So there are a lot of safety measures built in there. I think this question, though, that warrants additional consideration is the split home loan, and we certainly heard about that in both examples, I think. Yeah, Evelyn, sorry.
Yeah, I think if I could just add to that, sadly we're very familiar with these kinds of cases. Certainly in my role, these are the really complex, difficult cases that I do see fairly frequently. And before I came to ANZ, I was lead ombudsman for banking at AFCA, so I also saw those kind of scenarios arising across the industry. And it is what our staff deal with day to day as well. So it just does show some of the real complexity and the challenging nature of these kinds of situations. I think what it also highlights for me is some of the challenges in the relationships between different regulatory regimes, which are very often put in place for really good consumer protection purposes, and yet it's the intersection between them which can unintentionally produce sometimes undesirable outcomes for consumers. And I'm thinking particularly in terms of the family court orders and how that then ties into refinancing and responsible lending obligations. I'm thinking of privacy, which limits the sharing of information when that can perhaps be helpful. And I'm also thinking of these questions around joint and several liability and split loans, I think are really, really complex because, Chair, I think as you alluded to earlier, we actually know that the non-adoption of a 50-50 presumption was put in place primarily to actually ensure that settlements of property could consider adequately all contributions to a relationship, including non-financial contributions. So I think it's how in these times of increasing complexity and seeing how these systems can sometimes be weaponised by perpetrators, how do we perhaps align them better and deal into the intersection points to prevent some of these adverse outcomes ensuing?
Can I ask you about that just for a second? Because I think you're right, and I hear your observations, but a couple of quick questions about this. You said sometimes, but my perception of this over 20 years and formerly as a Member of Parliament before that, this is commonplace in many ways, right? It happens all the time. It's regularised. It must be your experience.
So I think certainly the difficulties of the family court engagement with refinancing and property settlements, that is definitely something that is very, very common and presents a source of difficulty not just in the context of financial abuse but more generally in terms of separation.
So, but it is common is what you're saying.
It is common, and I think in some ways it's almost inherent. There are some inherent difficulties in that.
Yes.
But again, I think there are.
But then why, I guess from a financial institution perspective, why aren't the financial institutions saying to us, government, maybe you might want to defend yourselves, we need to fix this because it's more common. You know, you've got your specialists, you've got your care models, these are all valid responses, we need them, they're essential, they should have been in place always. But patching it up at this end is depressing for all of us and the wrong approach. The system design needs work. I know, your corporations, not you personally, are interested in bottom lines and profits, and I'm all for it. If your bank doesn't make money, you're in serious trouble. When you've got your savings and life savings with them, many people don't appreciate that. You don't want to bank with a bank that makes a loss because you won't have many savings left. But the thing is, why can't we get you guys to tell us, and the courts, that this, why don't you write to the courts and say, this is financial abuse in our opinion. Why don't you tell us more about this so we can fix it? You're part of this. It's not only your responsibility, but where is your financial aggressiveness on this stuff? Given a lot of your customers, this is going to be increasingly common.
And I think that's something we're really keen to lean into. Certainly in the recent discussions with Flexibility that Catherine Fitzpatrick is leading, and we had some really great workshops recently through the ABA, with Catherine. And actually one of the key call-outs coming out of that was to take forward that engagement piece with the family court and see if we can, come to an outcome where it just works better. So, and as I said before, I think in some ways the system is not, or particularly, not necessarily, it's not, the system is not misintentioned, but it's been designed with parallel streams which each seek to achieve a positive outcome, but which are cutting across each other in ways that have perhaps a negative outcome, as you say, a significant number of cases.
But it does seem a system design flaw, and look, I'm conscious I'm speaking with three prominent women, and I'm not a feminist, or I've never been one, you all might be, but very pro-women all the same. It just seems the system's been designed with a blind spot in mind about this, in particular in relation to women. And it's so common and so depressing and so regular. As a financial institution, can't we get stronger action from you guys about fixing it? Because it's there, you know it's there. You're dealing with it. Your representatives are picking up the phone every day and you're hearing it. And it's true, and it's happening over and over. And the system has not been purpose-built to understand that. And we all know it. Privacy, joint and severally liable, rewarding bad behaviour. We're hearing the same themes over. We all know it. It's well established. It's been the purpose of many inquiries. So we're hearing another one about financially. What can we really do? And you've got some things here in your submission, but, we can change the Privacy Act. We can recommend it. We can do these things. What is really going to tip the scales in terms of recognition that is low-hanging fruit for us to get this moving?
Get change.
So I think in some of those areas it just requires greater flexibility. Those systems, as you say, are not inherently dysfunctional, but they require greater flexibility to work better together.
How do we do that?
Well, I mean,
these are big questions, but these are really, let's go to the heart of this.
No, I mean, if we look at, the family court, I think what we often see is that the family court will, and in one sense their job is to reach a view as to the property settlement outcome. Often the family court orders that you see will distribute the property and then do that on the assumption that very often the home will go to the primary carer, but that will be on the basis that the loan is refinanced. When, it's often clear, if you looked at it at that point, that responsible lending obligations would not allow a bank to refinance in those circumstances. And very often then the only fallback...
And is that why they're not refinanced? Because of the obligations we put on you? Is that really the truth?
Yes.
That's so...
Because, it's because...
An important piece of evidence that I don't think I've read in a single submission.
It's because under responsible lending, the bank has to look again at whether the sole borrower...
The black and white.
Whether they can... And again, that's for a very good reason, because it's not in anyone's interest to be put into a loan that they can't afford in the long term.
But one good reason, but it may not assimilate other good reasons to have other considerations.
Exactly my point. That's exactly right.
I hear your point, Lane. That's a very important point, like the Chair said. And we're already conscious of it, so you're not being essentially brave. But I don't want to put it all on you in this inquiry. But that's important. So then, if the government and the laws were regulated so that could be, you could then take into account the reality of these situations where even some of the people we've heard from, they are in a position to refinance but can't be under the current obligation rules.
Sorry, what could we do so they might be in a position to refinance? And I would say that when we try to assist our customers in this position, we really try to explore every possibility so they can refinance and they can stay in the home. So, for example, we'll look at extending the term of the loan, so thereby reducing the fortnightly repayment so it may be more achievable.
It's just discretionary, those actions, aren't they? You're not assisted by the system, it's just discretionary.
We look at what we can do within the confines of the system, because there's a point at which the concern is you would be stepping outside responsible lending and giving a loan that people can't afford if the numbers just, if you just cannot make the numbers work. I think there are potential solutions that could be explored. For example, sometimes, as we heard in I think some of the testimonies, sometimes it's a matter of finding a way through that interim period while the woman gets back on her feet and then maybe able to return to full-time work, but the responsible lending obligation requires us to look at that point in time.
A moment in time.
Correct. And if we can't see in that moment in time on the information, then that's very difficult to prove.
So a recommendation might be that responsible lending laws would need to, in the circumstances of a family breakdown and potential refinancing to maintain a home for a family, that responsible lending would need to take into account the future earning capacity over the next 5 years in terms of a recorrection of the moment in time assessment?
Yeah,
would that provide sufficient flexibility? I mean, I'm just,
I know,
I'm just
exactly,
speaking as we are talking.
Exactly.
What would a mechanism of such a type, like if we're talking about product by design, this is essentially, if we think of the regulation as a product, its design intent is noble, right? We don't have regulation for no purpose. It's designed to correct malfeasance of a particular sort. Yet it's creating an unintended outcome. What is the corrective to the now clear and obvious unintended outcome for primarily women and children becoming homeless as an extended form of financial abuse?
So I think looking at that side of the equation, the flexibility there, is certainly one avenue. The other thing potentially you could look at is in the family court orders at the moment, it's usually refinance or house is sold. And you do wonder if there's maybe some kind of interim position, some kind of shared equity, is there some middle ground that, again, could be used to actually address the reality?
Can I ask a question for our colleague? The Chair hasn't had a chance to look at it. Senator Pratt, who's a good thinker. She's asking, what about a temporary refinance? Some sort of temporary mechanism, refinance for the court to sort of allow for the separation and things to move on. And then, that's the kind of thing you're talking about, some kind of interim.
And likewise, or is there some, in the same way we have first home buyers, is there some kind of, again, just support fallback that can be used to tide people through? Because, and as we see day to day as well, the rental housing market is such, and we heard this morning, that that doesn't provide a better outcome. We see, we've had customers tell us, I will end up paying more in rent than I'm currently paying under the mortgage. But because we're only required under responsibility to look at whether they can afford the mortgage, that kind of consideration doesn't really come into play.
Can I ask you frankly, I'd love to get your frank evidence on this, why can't the system see, even with all the rules and regulations, that there are people behaving badly in financial terms and recognise it and stop it on the way through? Because people locking people out of accounts, what are the real barriers here? Why do they get away with so much of this? Is it why? Because you see it all the time, the same patterns over and over.
I think it's really interesting. It's a good question. It's really interesting. I think there is increased awareness. I think even just in family violence, there's increased awareness, and now we're seeing that move through to financial abuse. So there's partly an evolutionary part here, but I think also some of the complexity comes about because it's the very systems that are designed to protect that allow abuse. Like, systems work well when they are used well by good people, but equally they can work badly when they're used to ill effect. And I'll give you a couple of examples. One example is the account authorities, where if there's a separation, often the immediate action is to make the accounts two to sign so that a partner can't drain the funds, right? But equally, if it's two to sign, a partner can also weaponise that to prevent the victim getting... So it's the same. Likewise with, powers of attorney. Powers of attorney are in place for very, very good reasons to help people who don't have capacity and have someone act on their behalf.
But that's like, we've got a question here about this, and we've been thinking about this in your recommendation, so that's a good point. And I agree with you, there's a balance, but the balance seems out of whack one way, in a sense, on the rules. What about, like fraud powers? A bank has recovery over credit card fraud. It's one of the things we've noted. And why can't you have a quasi-recovery power under? You can conditionalise it. It can't be universal, obviously, but we could rebalance fiscally. So the bank could say, well, yeah, you didn't have the right to lock out that account and drain that account. We're reversing that.
And again, those are situations. I was dealing with one yesterday on the phone. Exactly that situation. And those are scenarios where we do look very closely at what has happened. And there are occasions where we will take that action. But I think, speaking generally, banks are quite reluctant to do that where transfers have been made in accordance with authorities, because even, if you say, has a crime been committed, we're not the judge, the jury. We don't always have all the information to actually make a firm view as to, yes, you know, that was against.
Sure, but in a lot of
that's
situations you
difficult.
may have the information.
Yeah,
and I know you're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm not being critical, but here there will be bodies of evidence, and like some people have been reporting these things for years. It's like then something occurs. There's a basis to reverse the decision, like you would on a credit card transaction.
And I think
you've got huge
yeah.
teams that look at those credit card things and go, "Well, that's an offshore transaction. This is clearly fraud.
Yeah.
We know this is
Yeah.
I'm saying there must be improvements in
Yeah.
this to allow you guys to have more flexibility in this
I think
situation.
certainly what you say about providing greater comfort to enable banks to take those actions is important, because it is quite challenging, because you will also get the complaint from the person where you've moved the funds, and again it becomes kind of sometimes a bit of a he said she said situation. But also I think actually some of the advancements with technology that we've been applying in the fraud and scam space, you know, we're sort of in those early days of seeing how they can actually be applied to better identify financial abuse, and that is really exciting. It's harder because, for example, in scams and fraud, one of the triggers is the money's going to an unknown account, a new payee. Whereas here, often the money's going to accounts where there's been transactions. So there's aspects that make it more difficult, but equally, and Kath mentioned some of the biometrics as well, where we can see if someone who is not you is using your device and using your app. So I think, you know, this is very early days, but the ability to actually identify through technology is hugely exciting.
You, in your opening statement, talked about some of the matters I think we just traversed there, which is identifying abuse indicators, such as payment values, behavioural patterns and the content of payment descriptions, and I want to come to that. But before we get too far past the evidence that we're receiving before, in the same way that you said the family court could either refinance or sell, one of the responses you can have when you see things going wrong is to send messages and require 2 signatures, which could lead to more coercive and abusive behaviour. Isn't it another option there to actually say, when there is any dispute about it, to split the money immediately and require that while anything is in dispute, that there would be a distribution of funds that accords with the previous practice? So there might be 70% of it is used for a business account and it continues to operate that, and 30% is used as a personal account. Like the capacity to intervene where there is a trigger. And almost then to take it out of your hands, to have somebody who can do the he said, she said dimensions of that is not the entity that is in a financial relationship. You are providing a particular product, they are seeking a particular service, there is a moment of contest. What does a proper resolution look like? Is it now reached a point where the banking sector itself has to have some ombudsman within itself to kind of go, I know a good solution for this, given what we can see of what's going on in this transaction is, at this point of contest now, where clearly there's a problem in the relationship, we are going to require you to separate these funds. 70% goes to you, 30% goes to you, 50-50, 60, it doesn't matter, but there's some clear previous pattern established that provides some clarity at the moment of contest.
I think part of the difficulty is that ultimately, for family law purposes, all those assets will be treated as joint. And so until that decision is made about relative contribution and relative economic need going forward.
But we know that's been weaponised and been dragged out for 3, 4, 5 years.
I think what I'm saying is we don't know whether 50-50 is right or 30-70 is right. And just because that may be, for example, where partners may have come into a relationship on a certain basis, if then, for example, the woman's been out of the workforce...
It may well have changed.
So how you make that call, I think, is difficult. I think we've heard from others...
Do we care about that? Because we've got a system which doesn't understand what's occurring. So isn't a safer basic assumption in any situation of this kind of a model 50-50, everyone can understand when they go into the contractual arrangements, that will be the assumption, either way. And isn't that a better starting point for the system than all this other specialised individual? I understand I'm a very individualistic supporter of policy my whole life, but the system is not recognising and can't possibly cope with this. So isn't a safer starting point for all of this a 50-50 split?
Possibly. I mean, I think that's the complexity.
A starting point. It doesn't have to be the end point.
Yeah. And it's hard. I think that's why kind of the previous approach has been in some ways to freeze the funds until it can be determined, because we also know that if you have your hands on the funds, right, then you can disperse them and they won't be able to be recovered at the time at which the family court might then decide that no, it wasn't 50-50, it was 80-20.
Yep.
So it's hard.
Yes.
I think...
But Australia has solved many
for
hard problems. We've faced challenges.
Yeah.
And just because it's in the hard basket doesn't mean it doesn't deserve a bit of a wash and a hang out on the line to dry, and let's get it fixed.
Yeah. And I think certainly some of the suggestions we've heard about expediting these outcomes so that they're not lengthy, that you can actually get to that final position much more quickly. I think, that's certainly very important as well.
Our colleague Senator Pratt is joining us by video conference. She has been listening intently all morning, and as the Deputy Chair's indicated, she's a very deep thinker. I'm sure we'll have some very interesting questions. Over to you, Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I think I'm online twice, so I'm just going to hang up one of them.
No, you sound good here.
We can hear you. We can hear you and see you. All good here.
Can I ask, please, sorry, I'm now lacking sound at my end. Just let me just try and work out how to turn that on.
We can hear you perfectly, so you can go
Okay.
ahead.
I just needed to turn my speaker up now. I've hung up the phone. Can I ask, you spoke before about two streams of regulation or approaches that you're accountable for that sometimes create complexity in resolving these issues. Can you tell us what those two streams are?
Oh, so I think we were speaking to the family court system and also the responsible lending obligations.
Okay. Are there any other, in terms of regulation, we honed in previously on how to better deal with that point of separation. In order to meet obligations, how could banks be empowered through regulation to more quickly assist in the separation of assets in a fair way, or even temporarily park that so that the family court's got that to take into account in a more transparent way? Like, it could be even a snapshot of records that you can apply to the bank to say this is the point at which we're notifying you of the separation, or one party does that privately, so that those kinds of actions.
I think certainly
Ms Halls.
whenever we're notified, we take action immediately to see what we can do in terms of making sure that the position is preserved, and particularly also engaging with the customer to see what it is that will be most helpful to them in that situation. Because as we know, different solutions or different approaches can be more desirable depending on the particular threats and the particular situation that's in place. I think with the broader issue in terms of separation, I think what is really important, and as I say, we've already started pursuing this with the ABA, is to make sure that these discussions and these resolutions and these solutions are explored in conjunction with the financial services industry and the court system and others who may be engaged, so that we're developing solutions that are effective from all those different perspectives and those different objectives.
Mm-hmm.
So in the context of responsible lending and needing to implement responsible lending at the point of separation, that seems to be a barrier to the separation itself, which means in effect you can't move on to assess someone's own lending capacity. What could we do to get through that mucky period in the middle?
So I think some of the suggestions that have been put forward by the committee and by others are certainly worth exploring, which are around things like, how do you recognise that what the position is at that moment in time may not be reflective of the position going forward? You may actually be seeing someone at their most challenging, most vulnerable position.
Well, the position at the time is the point of separation. It doesn't look to the future. The position at the time has all the complexity of sexually transmitted debt inside it, all of those kinds of things. So it then becomes a barrier to the separation.
It does.
Itself.
And you know, responsible lending is there for good reason. So, but it's that intersection of the two regimes, and I think we would certainly be very interested in exploring where that flexibility, because it's just that pieces around, you know, the edge. It's where that flexibility can be introduced for the cases where it's required to make sure that the application of what is a law which is made with very good purpose doesn't produce a different outcome in those scenarios. And as I say, we do work very much within the confines of the law, so there's lots of different things we can do, and we can try, and we can you know, do our best to make sure that where it is possible to provide or to find a sustainable way for the customer to maintain that loan and to keep the house, and we do that. But I think just because, as you've identified, sometimes that is at their most vulnerable position and maybe at their weakest financial point, sometimes, you know, that is very difficult to find an outcome. So it's about finding, I think, measures that help guide through that most difficult period until you can kind of come out the other side, and make sure that you don't suffer a negative outcome because of that timing, in a sense.
Well, but it might still involve the realisation that actually you will need to sell the house and you will need to downsize or change things, but the point in time to do that is not right then and there at the point of separation. Those things will be easier to do if someone's got the right to move to an interest-only mortgage that has the that enables the finances then to be separated, to then be looked at after. I guess we can't necessarily presume the long-term outcome, but the creation of stability in the steps that you go through will enable you to arrive at that point in a safer way and protect people's equity that they've developed. It will, for example, enable them to sell their own house rather than have the bank sell it for them, because it all becomes too messy for the house, for the parties to keep making the repayments. So inevitably the house gets sold without, in a way that facilitates, for example, financial abuse, as we've heard. What banks could go away and do that? What are the barriers to doing that, and how might government and regulation assist?
So I think it is about developing those flexibility of outcomes, because what we frequently see from experience is the family court outcome is quite binary. You know, it's either refinance or it's... And again, that kind of comes, I think, partly from the family court is there to resolve the situation and to provide a solution that can be implemented and it's done. But I think perhaps what we're starting to see or to understand is that kind of... And that was the objective. People... The theory is you want a resolution, you want a settlement so you can both walk away and understand what the position is. Yeah. But now we're seeing that actually that is not always helpful, because it's not a one and done moment. It's something that does continue, and the effects of the relationship or the abuse or whatever it might be is actually continuing on. So then in some ways the solution and the outcome that's provided also has to continue on for some period until you know, you actually are on your feet again. So it's building in that flexibility, and whether that's through regulation, whether that's through engagement with the family court, whether that's through different kinds of products with, you know, perhaps support. I think, as in the first home buyers, is there a role here for that tiding over? And it's not forever, it's literally just for that period. So I think, as the Deputy Chair mentioned, you don't lose the equity that you've worked hard for and that you have built up during that period. So I think those are the kind of solutions to create a spectrum of possibilities rather than that kind of binary outcome.
Okay, so if we were to look specifically to some kind of park on deferral of responsible lending until these things are sorted out, what are the risks to the parties and what are the risks to the bank in that context?
And that's why I think we talk about flexibility rather than necessarily a deferral, because the risk is you defer and then down the line the customer can't afford the loan, they've lost equity, they've paid more interest, and so they've ended up in a worse position. That's clearly the risk. And I think the risk there is more to the customer. I mean, the risk to the bank is largely around being non-compliant with regulation, which is obviously something that we're very keen to be compliant with. To be frank, often the bank will have security, so the risk there is less. But it's really the customer, and it's that difficulty of, I think you mentioned, Senator Pratt, you don't know at a point in time whether it's going to go well or whether it's going to go badly. And so making decisions as to ability to pay a loan based on forecasting is obviously a lot more difficult than making it based on information from the current day. But there's, likewise, as we've talked about, there's other benefits to doing that, and that's where maybe we need to think a little bit more broadly.
But it might well be that the intention could be explicitly to sell the house because you can't meet it, but you still need that time to find a house, work out, have this time and space to do a reasonable property settlement without that pressure of needing to refinance in order to separate. So to what extent would we park responsible lending to provide that window of time? And it might well be, we accept that there might be a period of arrears that the bank is going to, recapture later on, but that's kind of, it has to be built in and work out how the liability is going to be shared at that point in time.
So I think it's always going to be a balance, and maybe part of it is about having those more nuanced conversations at the time to actually work through the different scenarios and the different range of outcomes. It's also not going to be the same outcome for everybody because obviously everyone's in a different position. So there may be people more on one side of the spectrum as compared to the other. So I think it is having those conversations, getting that information out and helping, mould a solution for those individual circumstances and those particular customers that is actually going to be effective in allowing them to move forward, in a stronger financial position and recover that financial well-being.
Okay, are you at the point where you can suggest what role government needs to play in creating the space for that conversation so that a difficult situation will automatically pivot to making that giving consideration to those issues before, as you try to resolve the responsible lending question?
So I think these are probably early days in us all having these conversations. I think they're amazing conversations. It's something that certainly as an industry, I think we need to work together with government and with the family court system and perhaps others to actually engage in some more specific design. I think what these conversations have helped identify is some of the issues and some of the possibilities, but in terms of actually designing things that could work appropriately with the mechanics of each of those systems, I think that's where we really need that kind of cross-system engagement to have those conversations.
And
what
this will be the last
tools?
Question, Senator Pratt.
Yes, thank you. What about tools from the banks that enable you, for example, to get a snapshot of your financial situation that banks can say, okay, here's your toolkit for separation. and this is what you should try and find as evidence of your expenditure in your bank accounts, etc., so that we can support you to do that.
Do you want to talk to that, Catherine, some of the tools we have?
Yeah. It's an interesting thought and question. Again, it I think manifests in the context of some very specific circumstances that are very much case by case, but clearly we do, and so it does, and that's why these cases, by the way, are case managed through the life cycle by the same individual, because they are complex, they're quite multifaceted, and they take time and consideration of individual circumstances. But certainly the guidance that the bank can offer through, sort of dynamic statement of position or living statement of position is a really important part of this, I think.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One of the concerns that have been raised is the variability from bank to bank in terms of the kind of care that a customer might get.
Yes.
And, product variation and competition is a good thing, and there is a degree of variability. Have we reached a point where there are some minimum standards that now need to be established with regard to managing financially vulnerable individuals, whether it's a hardship situation or not a hardship situation, but of the kind that we've been talking about, an abuse situation?
Yeah, I think it's a really important question. What I would say, honestly, it's all very well from the vantage point of being a larger bank to say that there's nothing inherently impeding us moving forward and employing our own standards of care that we think are good and reasonable as we've done. I think there's a lot of variability across the banking sector in terms of the scale and capacity of different organisations, and I think that is probably what we see manifest.
Well, we're very early days, aren't we, Ms. Bray? We're quite early days in terms of really this becoming a public conversation.
I think we are early days, and I think this, committee's work is a really good representation of this, actually. I think the dialogue across community, the understanding of the issue of financial abuse, the normalisation of discussing it, the courage of witnesses actually coming and talking about their circumstances, I think that is a fairly new phenomenon. And it's fair to say, even in our own work, when we talk about, use of data and AI, we're encouraged by the start, but we're really just scratching the surface. Some of these things that we are at early stages, as Evelyn mentioned, we've learned enormously from the journey we've been on in that space in the frauds and scams context, and a lot of the intelligence, capability, tooling, technology is helping us expedite as we think about detection of financial abuse. But I think it is a very fair reflection that it's early days and different organisations based on their capacity are at different stages of evolving their model.
So at the moment, people who are in vulnerable situations would be probably getting better support if they were with a larger bank than if they were just with a smaller bank.
I wouldn't like to offer that universally, and I would also underscore that this is not an area in which any of us seek to compete.
I'm very glad to hear that.
Inherently a very collaborative space, so
that kind of tempers the other thing, because if this becomes a point of competition, it does lead to innovation. That's the positive side of it, right? But if it becomes a point of competition, those with the least resources are perhaps not unable to respond, and that has its own competitive power. Yeah. So we need to attend to this, I think, structurally and systematically is where we are.
Yes, and I think it's worth kind of remembering the role that the code plays in the way that we deal with vulnerable customers. The ABA has laid out guidelines. We work to a common definition. So I think these are some of the areas in which there is strong collaboration across the banking sector, irrespective of the nature of the organisation, its scale, its capacity, and so on. So we're not totally absent, I don't think, guidelines in this space.
Can I ask how many customers ANZ has?
We have 6 million retail customers.
And
if I may, there's probably about 5+ million of those that I would characterise as being active with us.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you've got some passive bankers there.
Yes.
What proportionality or consideration was given in establishing the 33 and 11 model of responders? So 33 for hardship, 11 for the special management.
So-
Are you just sort of growing that team with the market as you're getting a sense of how it's shaping, or is it, this is how many million we've got? For each of those, we think that the care model requires us to have an allocation of 5 people or 2 people or 0.1 of a person. Like, what's the model?
So if I step back a little bit, we're aware of about 1,300 customers year to date at ANZ who have suffered financial abuse. I would have to say up front that probably this is an area that we all recognise continues to be underreported across community and within the banks, and equally that we have some work to do on the completeness of our data internally. But nonetheless, that is the population of customers that we're talking about. 735, so just over half of those, present through a hardship route. They are in financial difficulty, and we know that financial difficulty has a setting of family and domestic violence and or financial abuse. And that those customers are cared for by that team of 33 specialists who form part of a much larger community of colleagues who look after financial difficulty more broadly. There is then a slightly smaller number of cases, 600 odd, where there is not an explicit credit or lending dynamic, but where we know customers are experiencing financial abuse and where we have specialist care to support them. In terms of your question...
Just before we jump off
Sorry,
that,
please.
Could I just go to the 600?
Yeah. 624 is the number,
Thank
excuse
you.
me.
One of the pieces of evidence that we've been hearing, we've been particularly talking about partnership here, partner abuse.
Yes.
We have also heard, and you referred to a power of attorney or, inheritance impatience. You also state in your opening statement, even more difficult, for victim survivors may not know or accept that they are being abused and ask us to do things that are not objectively in their best interest. That I'm making an assumption, I'm just seeking your confirmation, that would fold in quite a fair number of elder abuse.
Yes, absolutely.
Into the 624. That is the case.
Yes, that is the case.
Okay.
Yeah, and that dynamic. Sorry, and I'll go back again. But that dynamic of customers not acknowledging or accepting the abuse, I think, is particularly prevalent in an elder context, where, in fact, they may absolutely know that they're being abused, but they may have a high reliance on that family member for their everyday care.
So the power dynamic is operating in a way.
The power dynamic is very, very challenging, and their willingness, for reasons we understand, their willingness to jeopardise that is low, and effectively, therefore, they kind of put up with it.
And when you identify this, there is no referral pathway to have some common arbiter look at whether this is a just and reasonable circumstance. It's people's money, it's their privacy. They're allowed to do what they want. What are your obligations with regard to that?
So there are circumstances in which we report to external agencies, including in the, elder safeguarding agencies, to the police, to AUSTRAC if we think there's kind of criminal financial crime activity, fraud, for example. So there are situations in which we do report. There are many situations, and I think you've heard in previous submissions and through the course of the discussions, there are situations in which we are limited by the absence of customer consent in sharing, unless, of course, there's a situation where we see and recognise that there is imminent, specifically physical harm, not financial harm.
If you can take on notice any thoughts around remediation that we might be able to assist with enabling with regard to that.
Yeah, happy to.
and any other matters as well.
Yes.
We're coming to the end of our time. I've got a couple lines, 3 more lines of questioning. One really, and you might need to take this on notice, is about family trusts. As our first witness said this morning, there's often a conception about socioeconomic vulnerability to financial abuse. But I would say if you didn't have enough money to buy a big gun and you only had a small gun, you might be able to do, still do damage, but less damage. When you've got a lot of money, you can buy a whole armoury. So the thought that people of high wealth are not perpetrating abuse and that structures are not being established, I think is just got to be called for what it is.
Completely
I'm particularly
agree with that.
mindful, that's great, and I'm hoping you might be able to give me some evidence on this. I'm particularly mindful of women and also siblings in large family trust situations. And I'm aware that there could be also some cultural variations on this, where we've got I think the Deputy Chair raised this as an issue of multiple partners, multiple people, intergenerational purchase of a mortgage on an expensive property. I'm very keen to understand the nature and shape of family or of financial abuse that is occurring within the trust structure and within complex loan structures that relate to high wealth individuals. Because it strikes me as horrendous for women, and I'm thinking about, great communities that I visit in Western New South Wales all of the time, regional, rural communities, huge assets, locked up in family trusts, break down, there's no record of payment to a wife who's trying to flee, 30 years of life invested in the farm but can't get access to a trust. I'm very, very keen to get some of that out from behind nothing happens in this level of socioeconomic, because there are women there who are suffering. I know it, and I know that there are also siblings who are suffering in that context, and I want to try and get some evidence around that. So that's my plea to you, if you can do that. That's more complex than we're going to have time. You also have given us a number of recommendations. The first one goes to privacy, the second goes to the National Credit Code. You've talked about improved pathways for reporting, the National Register for Powers of Attorney. Do you want to add anything or speak to those briefly before we conclude here today?
I think the power of attorney landscape is a really interesting one. Overwhelmingly, that is a very positive, constructive construct that serves its purpose. We also see clearly the ways in which that is abused. We've actually have a pilot running, so again it's at the early stage, to detect signs of abuse within power of attorney, and it is certainly generating meaningful numbers of referrals into our extra care teams, some of which of course end up being benign or false positives, but it is an area that we are absolutely pursuing a number of use cases within that pilot and extending it. So we think that's a really important area, and clearly part of harmonisation part of the solution there is national harmonisation there, including the availability of a register, so we can actually see when power of attorneys are, current and in place, because we know there is often activity
somewhere else. In the same way that you can't see powers of attorney, it's been pointed out to us on our site visit to the Westpac Resolution Centre, that banks cannot see what's happening in other bank accounts, nor can they interact with other banks over these matters. So there could be flight capital immediately upon being drawn to your attention at ANZ. Somebody could withdraw and immediately put it into Westpac or ME Bank or Defence Bank, or
And I think
is there a corrective that's
sorry.
needed in that space?
Yes, I think there is something there. As we have followed with great interest the comparison with fraud and scams that has come up in a number of occasions through this committee. And there are, of course, ways in which they are very similar, not least, of course, in the impact that they have.
Well, banks move money between each other all of the time.
But, you know, fraud and scams, we have much more clear, codified ability to recover, to intervene, and so on, that we lack in this situation.
And is that what we need? Do we need a codified capacity
where I
enable
was
for you?
going really was where you would, that ability to share information and have genuinely a tight collaborative system, as we do in all areas of financial crime, if I can...
but not domestic,
not
financial.
With the exception of this area.
And is that just a historical artefact and a blind spot in our national consciousness about forms of abuse that we have been so accepting of that we just didn't even think to do something about them?
Yeah, probably, as we talked earlier, I think this is sort of in its relatively earlier stages. But, I mean, I mentioned, I think in my...
Can I just ask you something about that?
Please,
just for a moment? Because I think that's a very important question from the Chair when I hear your answer. I just want to unpack that for a second. It also is the case, let's be very blunt, when we strip away all the human misery and the toll and everything, it's still in the direct financial interests of your business and the other businesses to do that as well.
To do...
To the Chair's question, share...
Oh, to information share.
And you will actually be fiscally better off if you did that as well, in the long run. It's not heavy-handed regulation.
Yes. That's probably a fair...
Well, everyone we get witness from, they're all the hard-working paying customers, all the people that come through here, right? If I could just make that observation.
All the dodgy ones have fled from their debts and from the Senate.
And from
the ones that you are drilling down to get the money, and it's your legal right to do that. But these people, the victims, are the ones paying the bills.
Yes, that's right. And I think part of the point here is that when we identify perpetrators of financial abuse and we have an ability to, block their payments, send them warning letters, ultimately we can and do exit customers for this reason.
But we've heard that before, but there's not too many of those that get exited, right? Like in truth, right? You don't exit too many people from your business.
No, that's fair. We've exited 5
so that's not a solution.
This year.
Yeah.
I'm
just putting there, we've heard evidence about that. It's very small numbers about exiting. Right?
If I may, though, the point is if we do exit, or even if we send warning letters, chances are, I don't think we're so naive to imagine that's a signal that the abuse has stopped. In all probability, it's moving from ANZ rails to someone else's rails. And I think, again, this is where information sharing in the context of money laundering, there is a blacklist. And so...
And there's a reason you've got a blacklist, because you're better off. Sharing that information makes your institutions better off.
Yes.
Now, even you take the big 4, if you just share the information about this, you'd solve a lot of financial abuse in your systems.
Yes.
A lot of trouble would disappear.
Yes.
And you would all be better off.
Yeah.
Your allocation of resources to up the top of the cliff rather than at the bottom might be a better bottom line is really, I think, quite clear. So you've spoken briefly to a power of attorney.
Yep.
I think your descriptions of the credit code response and Privacy Act are echoed in other submissions as well.
Certainly.
We do know about the content of pay descriptions because we have heard evidence about that in other contexts. And it was quite shocking, I think, for the committee to see the salacious and hateful and aggressive texts that were being sent on the last platform that a perpetrator of abuse could find to actually intimidate, to continue to intimidate a former partner. So that one you've got some technical response to now, and you've just indicated in your evidence 5 people in the last year have been exited from your bank. You talk, though, in your analysis of transaction data, and you referred to AI assisting you, to identify abuse indicators such as payment values and behavioural patterns.
Yes.
What are you referring to in those two? And that will be my last question.
Yes, sure. So in addition to looking at the payment descriptions that we screen against a profanity list and in other ways, it is also just looking at payment patterns. So if I'm persistently harassing you by sending you tiny, you may have seen this as you were at the Westpac Response Centre.
A cent at a time instead of...
Cent at a time, repeat it. That is almost a sort of digital payments version of harassment or stalking or however you want to describe it.
So that's the payment values.
Those are some of the behavioural, that's one example of some of the behavioural patterns that we look for. Certainly that is part of what informs warning letters and can inform ultimate exits. Yeah.
So behavioural patterns that we might see with regard to gambling, like money's going out for gambling, gambling, different sorts of addictions that might become prevalent. Do you respond to any of that currently?
Yes, absolutely. There's active monitoring and management of those transactions. We can see those very clearly, and as you may know, we're not the only ones. I think there is an ability to switch on and off those sorts of transactions, whether that's online gambling, overseas, self-directed.
But you can't override that at a bank level.
No, we can't.
Because that's a personal choice.
It's a really difficult one, right? Because it's still people's money, and that's the question.
Absolutely.
It's a really clear, it's a really tough line, and it's a policy line, right? Where do you step in?
That's right. And there's the freedom. And
correct,
a very important principle that underpins democracy. So we need to be careful in this space. But
legal goods and services, etc.
Patterns can indicate that. Yeah. That would be important.
And we have, and I think, Cass was probably getting to it, we have had, for example, on credit cards, that once you get to a certain limit on the credit card account or within cooey of the limit, you then can't make further gambling transactions. So there are little things like that we can do where appropriate. But again, it's where you set those policy settings, I think, is a broader discussion.
If you were to create a product where there was anticipation that there could be a breakup, you've got a large debt, for example, for a mortgage, you've got a pattern of behaviour in terms of payment, you see where the money's coming from, you see people's salaries going in and out. If you were able to see that with other banks, have a bit more visibility, that might give you an even clearer picture of exactly what is going on, who's putting what where, etc. On top of that, if it were part of the agreement with the bank that if you reach a point where a separation is to occur, that you are required to identify that immediately to the bank, would that then give you a trigger point at which you would go, we are treating this mortgage in a very different way now because we have been notified by one of the partners that there is a pending dispute about further payment of this. This is a large debt. We are now an interested party in a very different way, and we will seek, I don't know, by regulation, some particular powers to interact with that loan in a very different way than if that's not identified. And some people go, well, we had a great romance, it was a wonderful life for a while, it didn't work out, and amicably disperse, and no problem. But if you're finding that that's not working, you can go to your bank and you can trigger this piece in the product that you've purchased that says, okay, if this happens, the bank is immediately going to go, something. I don't know what the something is, but there's some sort of a stop, there's some sort of a pause, there's some sort of engagement, there's something that occurs at that critical juncture that prevents the kind of abusive behaviour that now is on the record in terms of cleaning out bank accounts, delaying settlements, which people are getting instruction in how to do it on the internet.
So I think currently when people notify us, that is what happens. A lot of those measures are already taken. There is an awareness piece, I think, that is really important in making sure that communities are aware that that is something you can do, and that if you do separate, that is something where the bank can assist in that way. because I think in the same way we're starting to have these broader conversations around consent in a physical sense,
Yes.
we need to be having broader conversations, and it needs to happen before people enter into relationships. It needs to be at a younger age group. We need to grow up with the understanding that, you know, this is something we need to do to help empower ourselves. So soapbox moment over. But I do think that, you know, the financial aspect exists in the broader kind of social environment, and we really need to be increasing awareness as well, so that, you know, people are better placed to use some of the protections and the measures that do already exist.
Can I ask you to go away and think about what might need to be in place for women to have their own bank accounts? Because we do know that in some particular cohorts that doesn't even exist. They don't have it.
Yes.
You know, that what needs to happen around that? You know, just like you have, you know, Medicare. Do you have one basic account which is, you know, observable and that's got some money in it? I don't know. Is there a piece around that?
So it's a really important topic, I think, and certainly as part of our broader research, not just of our customer base, but across the community, it is concerning the number of women in particular who don't have accounts and whose level of financial confidence, let's say, and competence probably is low. So I think financial education, literacy,
Access, engagement on an ongoing basis
really,
rather
really
than a general
important.
community thing.
It's a
I
really
mean, good
yeah.
start. Bring it down.
Yeah.
And the other one I wanted to ask you about was directorships.
Yes.
Directorships in a single name versus collateral offset in a mortgage in joint names. This seems to be a very problematic area.
Yes.
It's so complex. I think that we know that this intermingling of, and we've heard, particularly in small business, right, this intermingling of business and personal accounts.
It's good for security for the bank.
And there's lots of reasons why, but it's interesting because, you know, we hear that, or we know that, for example, being a director in a business that you're involved with in some ways gives you more rights and more power. We also know that people can misuse directorships and sign vulnerable people up to become directors. So it's another one of these things where the same, the exact same mechanism and system can be used for good or for ill.
And I don't think the register's fully functioning yet either for directorship. So
yeah, and I think as well how, you know, it goes back to your point around as well structuring, like companies and trusts and how all that fits together. You then have, you know, the tax system playing into that and why people do that. You have asset protection. You have a lot of different purposes, again, kind of...
Which can be benign or
Correct,
absolutely
exactly right.
beneficial.
Exactly
so
right.
this is, like, we need to be really careful about what we do here. In solving one ill, we do not want to create more.
Yes, that's right.
Right? But so that is why, can I ask you to go away? I know that you've looked at the evidence from the comments that you've made. Go away thinking about the issues that the committee is struggling with. We do not want to make recommendations that create more red tape for the sake of it. We're not interested in recommending things that are not effective and that impede the proper flow of capital in the market and between individuals who make joint arrangements and honour those. But sadly, we're seeing too many people who think, I'll just go as far as I can get away with. Ethics has jettisoned the pursuit of the holy dollar, and it's not just in individuals. There are some companies that have betrayed a little bit of that as well. So greed is not good. Gordon Gekko does not get to live, I think. We need to make sure that we move in a way that protects against greed, against the elderly, against intimate partners, siblings, family, business partners. We just need some protections, clearly, because there's exploitation being reported on a too frequent basis.
Yes.
So anything you can assist us with further, we would certainly appreciate it, Mrs. Bray and Ms. Halls.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you.
That concludes this session. Responses on notice, if possible, could be provided by the 4th of September. That would be great. I now welcome patient representatives from the Insurance Council of Australia. Thank you for waiting for us. I hope that you were able to listen in to the evidence we've received, and I hope, like me, you consider it was worth taking. Thank you. Now, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Certainly. I'm Kylie McFarlane. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Insurance Council of Australia.
And Alex Pearce, Director of Climate and Social Policy at the Insurance Council of Australia.
I now invite you to make an opening statement, and at the conclusion of that, we will have some questions. And can I thank you also for your submission number 35?
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, thank you for the opportunity to appear before the Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services today. We recognise that financial abuse carries significant short-term and long-term impacts on victim survivors, and we thank the committee for standing up this inquiry, which offers an important opportunity to take both a holistic approach in identifying systemic abuse across financial services, as well as to build on industry and government efforts, which are already underway to tackle the challenges that financial abuse presents. It is a critical time to be having this national conversation, and I also want to acknowledge the important voices of victim survivors whose testimony during these hearings have played a vital role in shining a light on the rise of financial abuse. By way of background, the Insurance Council is the national body of the general insurance industry in Australia, and we represent around 90% of private sector general insurers. Australia's general insurance industry provides protection for 41 million homes, buildings and vehicles against unexpected events, generates gross written income of $66 billion per annum, and on average pays out $159 million in claims each working day. The Insurance Council understands the critical role of general insurance in the Australian economy in assisting individuals, small businesses and communities to be more resilient by providing financial protection from accidents, damage and unexpected events. Our members are acutely aware of the harm that can be caused by the misuse of general insurance policies for financial abuse, including across home building, home contents, car and pet insurance policies. Together with our members, the Insurance Council is looking at what more we can do by the general insurance industry to advance a national plan to end violence against women, and in light of the recommendations made by the Centre for Women's Economic Security, designed to disrupt Paper 2, focused on general insurance. We recognise that the general insurance industry has a role to play in not only identifying customers experiencing violence and financial abuse and responding appropriately, but also in designing products and services that are safe from misuse. Our submission makes the following key points. In 2020, over 632,100 men and women in Australia experienced financial abuse, including in general insurance. As we've heard, that has an economic cost of about $5.2 billion and has a direct cost to financial abuse victims of $5.7 billion. Financial abuse, often part of coercive control, is often hidden. It progressively intensifies, and it can have significant short and long-term impacts. Perpetrators take away the financial independence of an individual and may misuse insurance products to limit victim survivor access to information. They might cancel policies or interfere with the claims process, leaving victim survivors without an economic safety net and with damaged or irreparable assets. The hidden nature of financial abuse presents unique challenges for insurers. Unlike a customer's relationship with a bank, where there is access to customers' daily transactions, insurers typically only interact with the customer during an unexpected event or once a year at policy renewal. This means insurers often do not detect a customer's vulnerability until a claim is made. However, inroads have been made across the industry to better prevent, identify and support customers impacted by financial abuse. For example, three of Australia's largest insurers, Suncorp, Allianz and NRMA, a division of IAG, have implemented conduct of other clauses in their product disclosure statements. These clauses offer the flexibility to pay out a claim that would otherwise have been denied due to malicious damage caused by the perpetrator. 11 insurers have also introduced quick exit buttons, enabling a safer browser history for experience for at-risk customers, and we expect more insurers to follow suit. We recognise that there is a good first step, but more can be done to support customers experiencing domestic and family violence and financial abuse. The ICA continues to work closely with our members on how they can continue to support customers and is strongly urging those insurers who have more to do to prioritise this issue within their business to do so. For example, through financial inclusion action plans, updating policies and processes, updating terms and conditions, and introducing conduct of other clauses, and sharing best practice across the industry. The General Insurance Code of Practice also sets the minimum standard of service and conduct code subscribers must meet in their dealing with customers. The Code and the ICA's accompanying family violence guidance, released in 2021, aim to go beyond the legislative requirements set out in the Insurance Contracts Act and the design and distribution obligations to improve consumer outcomes, including those experiencing family violence. The 2022 Code has a section specific to supporting customers experiencing vulnerability and plays an important role in setting best practice standards. Catherine Fitzpatrick and the Centre for Women's Economic Safety Designed to Disrupt paper on general insurance highlighted the positive real-world impact of the Code and its supporting guidance, which is informed by experts and lived experience. Nevertheless, we understand that this is a first step that needs to be built upon, and the current review of the 2020 General Insurance Code of Practice is an important opportunity to consider further protections. Our submission to this review includes suggestions to explicitly recognise financial abuse as a type of family violence. We also recognise that supporting guidance to the Code include a statement encouraging general insurers to consider how the design of their products and processes can be improved for greater customer inclusion. Regarding regulation, our submission calls for the Australian Government to work with state and territory governments to adopt a uniform definition of family violence. Currently, the lack of uniform national definition creates barriers. A standard definition would work to ensure a more consistent approach for victim survivors and the collection of more useful and comparable data. Our submission also considers the role of the Privacy Act and the Insurance Contracts Act, and we welcome the opportunity to engage further on potential reforms. When considering reforms, the ICA urges policymakers and regulators to consider and prioritise the implications for victim survivors when addressing legislative change to ensure that law reforms do not have unintended consequences. Again, we appreciate the contribution, the ability to contribute to this parliamentary inquiry, and we welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms McFarlane. I note that you're joined today by Ms Pearce as well. Is there anything you wanted to add at this stage?
Nothing further. Thank you, Chair.
Wonderful. Thank you very, very much. There's so much in your submission, and it was a very comprehensive opening statement. If there's any way you could send that to the committee, they'll print it off and put it in front of us, and we can interrogate a little in the course of the time that we have. That would be helpful if they haven't got it already. Send it now if possible. Could I just go to one tiny phrase that probably isn't the most important to you in what you've said today, but I think it just gives sort of a visual and an understanding to people who might not experience financial abuse. You referred to browser history and some action that you've taken around browser history. Why is that such an important thing, and why was it sufficient import that you would note it in your opening statement to the Senate here today, or to the committee today? Ms McFarlane.
Thank you. So the quick exit buttons are vitally important for victim survivors to feel supported, but also to feel protected. Where this might work is where a victim survivor is online, they're in the insurer's website, they're either looking at insurance availability or they're potentially making a claim or requesting information, and the perpetrator comes into the room or standing over their shoulder, whatever that is, in that level of intimidation, they're able to press that quick exit button and get out of the website straight away. And the browser history is then erased. What that allows not to happen is for a level of harassment, if you like, where the perpetrator can actually search the victim survivor's online history and identify what they've been doing. It's an important first step in protecting a customer when they're on our members' digital platforms.
We might ask our financial institutions if they have such a similar quick exit, what do you call it, a quick exit button or capacity embedded in their systems. We might also ask the providers of consumer credit outside the banks, particularly those that are making credit available at point of sale, which I note could be the couch, what procedures they have in terms of identifying sort of coercion or giving people an option to quickly exit. Because that's the first I think we've heard of it, and it is quite telling that, you know, in the privacy perhaps of their own home, that there are people today who are so frightened of what's happening that they need to be able to quickly exit a sign and have no history of engaging in a site for their own physical protection.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And if you think about general insurance, unlike a bank, for example, where you can see your balance and you can transact with your bank every day, people will typically only engage with their insurer at the point that they are standing up a policy or making a claim. And if you're in a situation where you're vulnerable, you want to be protected in those two circumstances. And for the majority of people these days, they're doing that online. They're browsing different insurers' sites to get premium quotes to identify who they want to take that insurance out with, or they're making a claim due to the damage to an asset within their ownership. And both of those events needs to be protected online.
Thank you very much. You, in your submission, you speak to the 2020 General Insurance Code of Practice. It's a voluntary commitment to follow the standards of the code, is that correct?
So the code is a voluntary commitment. However, if you've signed up to the code and if you're a member of the ICA, then you are a subscriber to the code and you are expected to comply with the code.
Now, are there any insurance companies that continue to sit outside the code? If they're a member of the Insurance Council, they have to be a subscriber to the code. Yes, but my understanding is there are a couple that sit outside, and I just want to put on the record, if you have that information, which insurance companies still exist outside the code?
I don't have that information. I would have to take it on notice.
If you could provide that, we'll just confirm, because, you know, it can change from time to time. I don't want to sort of badmouth anyone, but clearly there are, for people listening, there are some insurance companies that are not signed up and do not operate this code before we talk about it. Now, those who are signed up, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the majority of insurance companies are signed up to the code. Is that correct?
That's exactly right.
The vast majority.
The vast majority. So we have 55 members. All of those members are subscribers to the code, and they represent the majority of the general insurance market in Australia.
Right. Now, you've put in Part 9 of the code. What does that do, and how has it delivered different outcomes than those that it would have existed prior to the adoption of the code?
Yes, so Part 9, which is the supporting customers experiencing vulnerability of the code, contains commitments for code subscribers to have internal policies and training to understand how to best support customers experiencing vulnerability, including those affected by family violence. So what this does is it raises the standard above what is required from a legislative or regulatory perspective and sets an expectation that our members will be considering vulnerability, financial abuse and family violence as a subset of that, and ensuring that they have the internal policies and processes to deal with that issue, and that they're training their people on how to affect that policy and process and to support customers who may be in need of assistance.
And prior to the code being adopted, was it sort of was it a sort of patchwork of people doing this or not doing this, or was there a thought leader What is the change in practice as of 2020?
I'll have to take on notice the version of the code of conduct code of practice that was in play prior to 2020. It predates my experience. However, the code of practice is reviewed regularly. So, for example, it's under review now. And as circumstance changes in both the context that we operate in and the experience of insurers and consumers, the code iterates. It's a living document, which is why it's so important to be reviewed and why the review is currently in place. And consumer vulnerability is an important part of the focus of insurers, and consumer vulnerability can happen in instances of family violence and financial abuse, but it can also happen at the point of extreme weather events, for example, or in other instances like disablement or other areas of vulnerability. So the code is there to provide a mechanism to set a minimum standard, but to also, and the ICA is there to then encourage our members to both adopt the code as subscribers, but then also to recognise best practice and lift their ability to identify and resolve issues where vulnerability exists.
How many cases of failure to respond to vulnerability has the ICA looked at in recent years?
With regards, so the ICA doesn't collect that data and doesn't take a policing mechanism on the code. That is the role of the Code Governance Committee. Our role is to encourage our members to adopt the code, to achieve best practice, and we do that through engagement and education.
So the Code Governance Committee, where does it sit in your organisation?
It doesn't sit in our organisation. It is an independent organisation.
And how is that funded?
It's funded through a levy to members, which is paid annually. Do you seek their data and insight to guide your practice? So the Code Governance Committee certainly collects data from our members to guide their policing and monitoring of the code. In the areas of domestic and family violence specifically, we have collected data previously, and this was in conjunction with Catherine Fitzpatrick's work on the Design to Disrupt report. However, we don't systemically at this time collect data on financial abuse or family and domestic violence. And it's certainly an area. Data is an important element of our ability to respond and consider the impact of matters affecting general insurance. And this is certainly an area that we hope to improve upon in the future.
So can I just indicate perhaps right now to the Secretariat that we will seek some information from the Code Governance Committee to get a sense of the data around financial abuse, vulnerability, intersection, who's been doing a great job and who has been coming to their attention for not doing such a great job, because the system's only as strong as the weakest link. Can I go to individual versus system response? So this code of supporting customers experiencing vulnerability, is it commonly orchestrated and applied across the sector, whether they're a large insurance company or a small insurance company? What standards of vulnerability response are required, and is it just varying from company to company?
Certainly. So the code, as I mentioned before, through Part 9 outlines the minimum standard required in supporting customers experiencing vulnerability. And we will see a difference of approach across insurers. Remembering also too that the membership of the general insurance industry is quite broad. It can include large home and contents and motor insurers, all the way through to travel insurers or private indemnity insurers, pet insurers, for example. So the way in which they respond to that minimum standard and what's required in their organisation is going to be unique to each organisation. However, we know that part of this is about having internal policies and processes, and that is an expectation of the code. 50 of our 55 members currently have an externally available family violence policy. Our members are looking at different ways in which they can uplift their identification and response to family and violence. So this is including a few things. So, for example, 11 of our insurers have introduced the quick exit buttons. 3 of our insurers, our largest insurers, Suncorp, IAG and QBE, have introduced code of conduct of others clauses. And this is an important clause when it comes to malicious damage. And we are continuing to work with our members on lifting that best practice as well.
Okay.
Now that might be, sorry.
So no, it's great, Ms McFarlane, thank you for your evidence. So critically, the awareness is there. The code states about supporting customers experiencing vulnerability. We're not clear about if there have been any actions taken with regard to failure to respond to that code. But we do know that of the 55 companies that are members of the Insurance Council of Australia, only three at this time have activated a conduct of others clause. Is that what you described it as, a clause?
That's right, the
Okay.
conduct of others clause.
So can I just put on the record for people, citizens, that I would expect most of them would be shocked like me, that if this can be done by 3 of the 55, given the scale of community outrage at domestic violence and abuse, it's inexplicable to me why every other member of the Insurance Council of Australia has not followed the ethical action of Suncorp, IAG and QBE. So let's just be clear about what the conduct of others clause is and let the Australian people know why, QBE, IAG and Suncorp might deserve their attention immediately, and why they should have a bit of a think about where else they might be investing. So, investing their insurance money. So, what is the conduct of others? What does this actually practically mean?
Certainly. And firstly, what I would say to Chair is we recognise there's a great deal more to be done in the area of family violence and financial abuse. And having 3 of our members introduce the conduct of others clause is the start, and we expect our other members to follow suit. The release of the Design to Disrupt report this year and our engagement with Catherine Fitzpatrick as well has helped to inform our members on what actions they can take, and the conduct of others clause is one of those. So conduct of others, this is where an insurance product may in fact exclude malicious damage. And a conduct of others clause allows the insurer to look at the malicious damage in the instance where the perpetrator has been the one undertaking that malicious damage, and they can look through that, and despite the malicious damage exclusion, can actually affect a positive outcome for the insured, for the victim survivor, to receive a payment for the damage to that asset.
Okay, so you're being exceedingly clear in your language for all of your colleagues, but for the ordinary person who might be listening in or pick this story up in a paper or on a social media post, what we're talking about is a situation where a financial or a domestic abuser who might be using financial coercion or abuse actually willfully damages the property in which they're residing with their partner. So perhaps they might have finished with the partner and they decide to hit the wall, or they might hit the wall as an indicator of threat to the partner, but they've hit the wall, they've broken property, they've smashed things up in a fit of rage, inexplicable to me, but that's what's occurred. And in that moment, QBE, Suncorp and IAG are going to say, despite the fact that this person was on the insurance policy with you, we are going to treat this as a malicious act and we will assist you, the partner remaining, often the woman with children, we will assist you to restore your property because you have suffered an attack. That's
right.
what it is, isn't it?
Yes. So it may not be that they're living together. And I must correct the record. I'm sorry, it's Allianz, not QBE.
Okay. So Suncorp, IAG and Allianz.
Apologies for that.
Well, it's all right. QBE just got some good advertising, but they might want to do something about it now.
Look, and that your example is right. By the way, they don't need to be living with the victim survivor to cause malicious damage. That can happen in a number of different circumstances, and it doesn't need to be the home or contents either. It could be the motor vehicle.
So can you give us a couple of examples so we understand exactly what it is that Allianz, IAG and Suncorp are responding to in terms of aberrant and abhorrent community behaviour by perpetrators of physical domestic violence?
Yeah, absolutely. So the first might be a good example. There's one you gave. Somebody becomes angry. They decide to break assets. They might, as you say, put holes in the wall. They might destroy the contents within the home. They might steal the contents of the home, leaving the victim survivor in a situation where they are financially vulnerable because those assets now need to be repaired or replaced. Under a malicious damage exclusion, typically an insurer may not pay out on that scenario, but under a conduct of others clause, the insurer will look through to who caused the malicious damage and support the victim survivor through the payment of that claim through that financial assistance. Another example might be a perpetrator is in the car that is potentially jointly owned by both parties and will crash that vehicle. And again, if it's done maliciously, that may cause the exclusion to be triggered, but with the conduct of others clause, the insurer may look through that to identify that this was in fact the perpetration of abuse. Another example of where perpetrators may actually use general insurance products against a victim survivor, and this is not necessarily always malicious damage, but they may, if they're joint owners of the policy, they may actually change the policy or cancel the policy without the victim survivor knowing, and then destroy the asset, leaving the victim exposed.
It's unbelievably shocking to hear how malicious some individuals are. But I think what we're starting to get to here is a very clear link between the physical violence and the financial violence that is associated with it. It's not just financial abuse, it is a form of violence that is weaponised. It's much more active and less passive than, abuse is a bad thing, but violence gives the sense of the impetus, the action a bit of it. So how many occasions, can I ask you, Ms McFarland, have Suncorp, IAG and Allianz looked through to see the conduct of others and paid out in these circumstances, and for how long have they been operating this way?
Chair, I'll need to take that on notice as I don't have that data at hand.
How recent or long-toothed is this practice?
It's relatively recent, so I think the Design to Disrupt report put forward a number of recommendations. This was one of those, and a number of our members have responded at this time to those recommendations and included the conduct of other clause.
And I guess it's instructive to all of us as members of a society where somebody brags about such behaviour that ultimately their behaviour will cost all of us through our insurance premiums if this continues. So there's a financial impost on all of us, not just an individual trapped in this situation, if financial abuse occurs.
Yep, this is exactly right. So financial abuse can add to the cost of doing business. It adds to clearly the financial vulnerability of the victim survivor, but also through all of our premiums is reflected as those costs rise.
When, given the leadership role that you have, Ms McFarlane, at the Insurance Council of Australia, when do you believe you will have all 55 members on board with the supporting of customers experiencing vulnerability through this conduct of others clause?
We are working with them. We don't have a time frame in place at this point in time because it does come down to the individual insurer, their business, so the insurance that they're actually offering, and the opportunity to lean into this. So we're engaging with all of them. We are doing that to inspire best practice. We do that through education, and we also do that through the General Insurance Code of Practice, but also a document that we'll be releasing later this year, which is called the Financial Inclusion Blueprint, which will again speak to uplifting the practices surrounding vulnerability, including financial abuse and family violence. We know that a number of our members have financial inclusion action plans, and again, this gives them the opportunity to go above and beyond what is set out in regulation and legislation and the code to how they will respond to vulnerability. And we encourage our members to look at the FIAP and determine whether it's appropriate for their business to introduce that mechanism, but also to always be aware of what best practice looks like and how their organisation can move towards it.
Do you have a rating system within the ICA about those who are, really leading the way, so that when Australians are making a choice about who they engage with, they can have, like a red light, orange, green, sort of indicator of your members of who's really the best, who's the best at the moment?
No, we don't.
So while you're doing all this work and you do have insights into it, there is nowhere for Australians to go to see who really are the best insurers.
Well, the best insurers is obviously a broad concept. Our insurers all have very specific areas of insurance. So again, not all of our insurers are home and contents and motor insurers. Many of them run quite unique lines of insurance around professional indemnity, liability, pet insurance, travel insurance, etc.
So carving out those ones and coming to the areas where you've given the experiences, which is vehicles and home, is there a hierarchy that anybody could find anywhere to see who has the best policies in terms of responding to this reality of potential financial violence?
Not at this point in time, and not without speaking to each of those individual insurers to request that information from them.
Okay. You mentioned in your evidence that you've been engaging with the safety by design work of Catherine Fitzpatrick, and that this conduct of others was one of the items that was given some consideration. What are the other items that were advanced?
Yep, so the other areas that the Flequity research looked at was changes to terms and conditions of insurance to provide or to state that this type of conduct was unacceptable, and we've had insurers already put that in place. So that's an important statement that is saying that these insurers who have already done this, and we expect more insurers to do so, are stating that they don't see this as acceptable behaviour on behalf of consumers and community.
Who are those? Who are those companies? We want to give praise and opportunity for recognition of those who have already got those T's and C's in. Who are
Sorry,
they?
I don't have the 11 insurers' name on hand, but I'm certainly happy to provide that on notice.
And there are 11 of the 55. Is that what you said?
That's right.
And are those insurers, just from memory, not to press you on detail, but are they predominantly in the house and contents and motor vehicle area?
I would have to take that on notice,
Okay.
Chair.
All right, thank you. Anything else from the work apart from conduct of others, terms and conditions?
Certainly the area that the work looked at was about uplifting the general insurer's psyche on this issue. So I think it's been a really important piece of work. We continue to engage with Catherine on that work. She has spoken to our members about the report. She has engaged with members separately on the report around how they can respond. And we're continuing to use Catherine to support our engagement and education with members and uplifting response on this critical issue.
Thank you. We've heard evidence so far about intimate partners and the challenges there. We've also had some significant concerns about inheritance impatience and the power of attorney. Do you have anything with regard to elder abuse in the financial space that relates to insurance that the committee should take note of?
We don't have anything at this point in time other than to say nefarious acts by a perpetrator don't always just happen with an intimate partner. They can happen with their elders, their parents as well. As we look at this issue of vulnerability and financial abuse, whether it's intimate partner violence or whether it's parental or elder abuse, we need to consider all auspices of financial abuse and family violence.
Is it fair to say that partner abuse and the cultural changes that you need to drive are, sort of front of mind at the moment, and that further down the track, elder abuse might then capture your imagination from an insurance point of view? Is it sort of ranked back a little?
Look, I would have to speak to my individual members on that topic and how they're dealing with it. Certainly, as we're looking at the issue, we're taking a broad definition of domestic and family violence. So that looks both at intimate partner, broader family and elder abuse, and the concept of vulnerability. So it does get captured in that broader definition of vulnerability and the elements thereof. Perhaps more front of mind at the moment is intimate partner issues, as they are typically the person who is on the insurance contract with the perpetrator.
Okay. You've indicated a desire for reform with regard to the Insurance Contract Act. Do you want to speak to that?
Certainly. I might hand over to Alex to answer that question.
Thank you. And this will be my last question. Thank you.
Apologies, Chair. I'm having issues with my internet. Would you mind repeating the question?
Sure. So in your submission, you talk about the reform of the Insurance Contract Act. And you note there you're not sure whether there should be express reference to joint and composite policies. So I just want to invite you to speak to your recommendations re reform of the Insurance Contract Act.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies for the internet troubles today. Yeah, that's right. We did call out that we're very much open to having a conversation around, in addition to speaking about our code, what room is there for uplift both with the Insurance Contracts Act, and we also touch on the Privacy Act as well. What Catherine Fitzpatrick's work clearly identified is that common systemic recurring issue is happening with regards to joint and composite policies. So as that's a hotspot for systemic abuse, there may be an opportunity for reform. One thing that we do want to make really clear, though, is that any kind of reform needs to avoid unintended consequences. And so, for example, we've made previous recommendations and we've been engaged in reforms previously that have had unintended consequences. We've seen that, for example, with the issuing of a cash settlement fact sheet. And the purpose of the cash settlement fact sheet was to ensure that the insureds had enough information to make an informed decision as to whether to accept a cash settlement. But it became clear that this requirement had the potential to actually heighten problems of domestic and family violence. And so we then, as the Insurance Council, engaged with our members and with ASIC, and we were granted relief that there were certain notifications that would not be required because they could heighten the risk of family violence. So very open to having an engagement around reform, but also want to make sure, as my colleague remarked in her opening statement, that we need to think about what those consequences would be for victim survivors.
Are you aware of anyone doing research about how insurance that you cover is being weaponised? Are there any academics looking at this?
So the work that we cite, and that you're very familiar with, of course, is that work that was produced by Fleckwoody and Catherine Fitzpatrick, and we think that's a really excellent blueprint of research. And in that, I think it really clearly lays out the 4 kind of buckets of issues. The first bucket being around better identifying and responding to financial vulnerability. The second being what we've touched on a lot today, which is improving product design. The third being around how do we better uplift practice within each financial services sector, but then across the industry at large. And then finally, what role for working with government on regulatory reform. And then, Chair, within each of those buckets, there are absolutely specialists that have produced individual work and engaged with both insurers and consumer advocates to flesh out those challenges in more detail. So, for example, the Financial Rights Legal Centre has done work on this issue previously too. So we're very happy to provide on notice to you both those additional experts that we've engaged with previously, as well as some really insightful case studies, some of which are included in our submission, that add a bit more colour to those 4 key areas.
I'd also add that one of our members, Allianz, has actually partnered with the Gender Violence Research Network at UNSW. And in fact, their research showed that there was no typical customer experience of family violence. And this is certainly consistent with the feedback we've had from members as well.
Thank you. Just in terms of your coverage, where does life insurance fit?
Life insurance sits outside of the general insurance industry, and it is represented by CALI as their peak body.
Just wanted to be clear about that. Thank you very much. There are a number of questions that we've put to you there. One of the things that we know from other fields of endeavour is, particularly for cybercrime, that one of the ways in which cybercrime is counteracted is by getting people who were, hackers, to get in and attempt to hack the system to see points of vulnerability. Do you have the advantage, overseeing the industry, to have the equivalent of hackers, individuals who have gamed the system, or individuals whose thoughts, expertise is about how systems can be hacked? Do you have any individuals like that who are assessing and testing the practical reality of what happens with the insurance products that you create?
Certainly not at this stage at an industry body level. We have relied significantly on the design disrupt work, which does bring into it lived experience. And it's an important point that you make. Any system is only as good as the individuals that can hack through it.
And usually it's good people who design them, Ms McFarlane, often with a confirmation bias that these systems will be used by good people. And I think that's what we're constantly running up against, that systems designed by good people for good people operate well for good people. The problem is the bad people who are operating these systems are using the systems in malign ways with clear intent to inflict harm on others. And I want to be with the good people, but sometimes we need a few of the bad people to show us what's going wrong. And I don't know that systems testing is a design feature of of much in this space, and that gives me great concern. So if you have any insights into that, or if you become aware of any sort of testing or clear points of failure and how they were discerned, the committee, I would say certainly I am of interest in that. I have interest in that.
Certainly, thank you. And, you know, these are nefarious actors, unfortunately, and who would have ever thought that general insurance product could be used for financial abuse and family violence? But where we have individuals seeking to create havoc and harassment and create malicious damage, we are now staring into a circumstance where we are having to think about our products and services in a way that protects the most vulnerable in our community from those acts.
And we can use a lot of words, but, you know, I think in children's parlance, you know, there's the goodies and the baddies, and we ignore the baddies at our peril. We need to actually deal with the fact that there will be people of malign intent. Thank you very much, Ms McFarlane. Appreciate your evidence today. That concludes this session. I thank witnesses for appearing, and if you could respond to questions on notice, which perhaps have been delivered here on the run, you'll get those from the Secretariat, but there may be written ones as well. Responses to questions on notice should be provided by the 4th of September, and the committee will suspend now until 2:20. Thank you.
Chair, may I just indulge you for one moment? There is
Yes.
just one other item we wanted to give you more detail on. So in terms of the terms and conditions, it's 4 insurers that have pledged to amend their terms and conditions, and those are QBE, Suncorp, IAG and Hollard.
And what was the last one?
Hollard.
Thank you very much. So we've got gold stars for those who are doing the good job, and hopefully encouragement to others for others to join them. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
This concludes this session. We'll return at 2:20. Correct. Yeah. Thanks. The committee will now resume. I welcome representatives from Afterpay, Zip and Latitude Financial Services, along with the Australian Finance Industry Association. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? We might start with you, Mr. Michael Sadat.
My name is Michael Sadat. I'm the International Head of Public Policy for Block, the parent company of Afterpay.
Thank you. Ms Girdwood.
My name is Claire Girdwood. I'm the Global Customer Service Leader of Afterpay.
Thank you. Mr Peter Gray. Do we have Mr Gray with us? We might come back. Mr Chris Patrick. We have representatives of Zip visually. Can you hear us at Zip? Great. So I'm asking if you could put your name and the capacity in which you appear today on the public record. We might ask you first, Mr Gray. We can't hear you. I can just see that your lips are moving, I think. My glasses are good enough to see that, but I can't hear any voice. Still no sound? Technical assistance is being provided? I feel like I'm calling a race here. Just for the record, the tech guy gets to wear a T-shirt. While that technical challenge is being met, I'll go along to the other witnesses who we have. Mr Mark Brudnell, is that correct? Or
That's correct, Chair. Mark Brudnell, Chief Risk Officer, Latitude Financial Services.
Thank you. Ms Cassie Bryce?
Yeah, my name is Cassie Bryce. I'm the General Manager of Customer Care for Latitude Financial Services.
Thank you. And Ms Diane Tate?
Diane Tate, the CEO of the Australian Finance Industry Association.
Thank you very much. Now we have two tech guys. I don't know if the other one's wearing a T-shirt, but he's got a nice jacket. I look, yeah, T-shirt and jacket. We've got two techs on it. Are they? Have they been able to solve the problem? Have we got an update at this end? Have we got them on board yet?
Just proceed until they sort out
the alternative is by phone, yeah. So the request from broadcasting is for you to disconnect and reconnect. We'll come back to you hopefully very shortly, but we're going to proceed with the opening statements. Can I go in reverse order now? I'll go first to you, Ms Tate, for the opening statement.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I am the CEO of the Australian Finance Industry Association, as I just introduced. We are the peak body that represents the entire finance industry. So that covers banks, finance companies, motor and equipment finance, fleet, car rental and fintechs. Financial abuse is a significant community issue, and unfortunately it often is a subset of family and domestic violence. Also, unfortunately, there seems to be an increased risk of financial abuse around times of major crisis. So, for example, natural disasters or economic downturns, which place additional pressure on individuals. AFI and our members welcome the committee's inquiry into this challenging issue. Our members recognise that their customers encounter changes in their personal and financial circumstances that can cause them to experience financial difficulties, including customers who experience financial abuse. Often different products and customer experiences require different and adapted responses from financial firms. So we recognise that the finance sector has a key role to play in supporting customers when they need it most. We also recognise that the sooner appropriate support is in place for customers who are experiencing financial difficulties, whether that's contributed to by financial abuse. Usually the more options are available and better outcomes can be achieved. I thought I would just highlight 3 areas of focus for AFIA and members. Firstly, codes of practice. Second is our industry level work and responses. And then third is cross-sector responses. Firstly, our codes of practice. Just for the committee's benefit, we have a number of codes of practice that we've developed with our members. Our online small business lenders code, our car rental code, insurance premium funding code, and our buy now, pay later code. We work with our members to develop codes of practice that meet industry standards, develop better practices, lift those practices, and also respond to community and customer concerns. Our codes contain provisions on financial difficulty and vulnerability, including customers experiencing financial abuse. As noted in our submission, AFIA is also working on a new AFIA Finance Industry Code of Practice, which will cover all of our members who are providing services to consumers and small businesses. And this code will also include provisions in relation to supporting customers experiencing financial difficulties, vulnerabilities, and financial abuse. We are also giving additional attention to customers experiencing these difficulties and working with our members on some industry guidance to support our code work. And that guidance is on customers experiencing family and domestic violence or financial abuse. Secondly, our industry level work. We've been doing some work most recently following the report released by the Financial Counselling Australia organisation late last year. That report was called the Rank the Banks and Other Lenders report, which identified some areas where they had seen where things hadn't been handled as best as possible in terms of dealing with customers experiencing financial difficulties and financial hardship. So we've been working with that organisation to see what improvements can be made, and then separately with our members and a couple of non-members as well to make sure that the entire sector lifts in that area. A couple of other things we're doing. Just last week, we had a workshop with AFCA, the Disputes Resolution Scheme, to make sure that the experience that they were seeing in terms of complaints and disputes built into our understanding of how we need to respond to financial hardship, but also perhaps the underlying causes of financial difficulties for customers, which can be vulnerabilities, mental health and so forth, as well as, unfortunately, family and domestic violence and financial abuse. We've also got an upcoming workshop with Uniting Care at the end of this month where our members will be doing some deep work in relation to dealing with customers with vulnerability and making sure that their programs are adapted and responded to those learnings. And then the third area, and lastly, I'm also the chair of the Finance Industry Council of Australia, known as FICA. Late in June, we issued a statement from that organisation which covers 9 peak bodies within the financial sector. We issued a statement which is supporting cross-sector commitment to working on financial abuse. That's a first of its kind for FICA to do, so some really important work in relation to that commitment. The next thing now is actioning it. Look, it's vitally important that financial products are not misused and abused by perpetrators, and that we as a sector continue to build on our work in relation to our industry standards and code work, our industry responses, both at an institutional level and at an industry level, and making sure that we understand better the experience of victims so that we can continue to adapt our programs. But I might stop there and happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Ms Tate. I get the sense that there's a lot more information that we'll be able to get from you as we progress. And I expect that the witnesses who are appearing with you, from whom we do not have submissions, but I appreciate the fact that you have come in response to the committee calling you to be here today to provide a particular perspective. I'll come back with further questions for you in a moment, Ms Tate. Could we just confirm that Zip can not only hear us but can actually talk to us?
Yes, can you hear us now?
We can. So would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yes, apologies for earlier. It's Peter Gray. I'm the CEO of ANZ Australia and New Zealand for Zipco.
And beside you? is
Chris Patrick, Chief Operating Officer for ANZ at SID.
Thank you very much indeed. In the first instance, can I go to Latitude, just to get a sense of the scale of loans that you have out in the Australian community? I picked up an article, a little dated now, back to 2016, but it goes back to when Latitude Financial Services, which was the former GE Money, picked Alec Baldwin for the national advertising campaign. There's discussion in this article about Latitude having 1.7 million customers, just under 2,000 staff, and a loan book of 6.5 billion, which represented, at that time in 2016, about 6% of the national personal lending market. What's the current situation, Mr. Brudnell?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So 2 million customer accounts, 1.4 million, give or take, active customers. Loan balances or receivables similar to what you read out, and market share differs by product. In personal loans, it's slightly higher than what you quoted. In credit cards, it's slightly lower than what you quoted, but broadly consistent.
Okay, so personal loans, roughly still about 6%?
I think it's a little bit above that, Chair, but I'll come back to you with the specifics on notice.
Okay, thank you. And credit card, if you could provide that on notice, that would be also helpful. That's a pretty significant chunk of the population that you're engaged with. I don't know about other lenders, but I remember when my family was young and we were looking at purchasing things, sometimes it was really good to be able to go into Harvey Norman and get a loan and go ahead and get that, day and night couch that was going to accommodate grandma on a visit. So often people are interacting through entities. Who are the major entities in Australia through whom you provide personal finance?
Our cards are distributed via most of the major retailers in Australia, so likes of Harvey Norman, JB Hi-Fi, etc. So the bulk have been at one point in time or are currently served by Latitude's credit card products, principally the Latitude Go MasterCard and the Latitude Gem Visa.
Okay. And what's the average level of loan, and how long do people pay these loans out for?
Yep, so loan terms vary by type of product, so by category of product, or by the particular category of goods. So there is no typical, it varies on an ongoing basis depending on the offer. It can be anywhere from 12 months through to 60 months. The type of tenure that you'd likely be more familiar with those longer tenure duration, and they're generally 48 to 60 months. So they're the ones that have, if you're seeking to finance your couch, washing machine and fridge, where the average financed amount would generally be a higher value, they'll generally be a longer duration.
Okay. And what is the average interest rate that people would be paying on such a loan?
Well, they're paying, on those terms, they're paying zero interest for the life of the product. If they're making scheme purchases, then they attract an interest rate, or everyday purchases. But the promotional rate is 0% for the life of the plan.
So they pay absolutely no additional fees?
No, they pay fees. They pay a monthly account keeping fee.
Of how much?
Of $10.95 per month for the life of the loan. And then, of course, there's avoidable fees such as a late fee, for example.
Okay, and how much is a late fee if you missed your $10.95?
I believe it's $45.
Did you just say $45?
Yes, I believe so. Let me double check that. It's either 35 or 45.
So if you miss 10, you'll be charged the $10.95 plus the late fee of $45?
No, it's capped. So you'll only be charged once or twice. So it's capped rather than it being ongoing. Right.
So if I was late every single month of the 60 months, I would only be charged maximum twice, $45?
Yes, over a finite period, yes.
Right. Okay. You might want to provide on notice some details with regard to that. If I can go to the others now, just to kind of get the lay of the land across the sector, can I go to Mr. Sadat, or is it Ms. Girdwood who's speaking for you?
I'm happy to start,
Thank
Senator.
you. So essentially, where is your share? If you can, who do you provide your loans through, and what's your market share?
Thank you, Senator. So Afterpay has one product. It's a pay-in for buy now, pay later product. It's the only product we have in the market, and we currently have about 3.5 million active consumers using the product. The product is distributed directly to consumers through our app or our website. We don't distribute our product through other channels, so customers have to come to us directly to apply for the product. And that's broadly the way we do it.
And the terms?
So every purchase is 4 instalments. Newer customers are required to make their first instalment payment upfront. So on a $200 purchase, we require that first $50 to be paid at the time of the transaction. And if the customer doesn't have that $50, then we wouldn't approve the transaction. And then the subsequent instalments are due every 2 weeks. So that makes it a 6-week duration. For customers who have an established track record with us, the first instalment isn't due upfront, it's due in 2 weeks' time. And so that becomes an 8-week purchase plan for that customer. And every purchase is exactly the same.
Okay, and in terms of fees, if somebody is late?
So there are no fees, there are no upfront or ongoing fees, but if a customer is late, we do charge a late fee. The late fees are capped at the lower of 25% of the purchase price or $68. So on a $100 purchase, the maximum late fees that can be charged are $25. On a $1,000 purchase, the maximum late fees that can be charged are $68. And once you reach the cap, there are no other fees or interest applicable.
And do you have any longer term loans or larger loans that you provide into the market?
No, that's the only product we have.
So how much is your loan book at the moment?
I couldn't tell you how much the loan book is. The average order value, I can take that on notice, Senator. The average order value with Afterpay is about $150, and the average amount that a customer has outstanding with us at any one time is around $300.
Okay, so, and how many did you say? You've got 3.5 million people engaged.
That's right.
So there could be quite a bit of money that's out there that's owed to you in the economy at any point of time.
That's true. All of it is, though, subject to those 6 to 8 week payment periods.
Okay. Can I go now to Zip? And same sort of question. The product that you have in the market, how many people you've got engaged and costs?
So we have 3 products in market. The combination of the 3 products, we have about 2.2 million active customers. The average balance outstanding is about $840. I think the purposes of the response to the most popular product would be our Zip Pay product, which is effectively an interest-free always product with a $10 per month subscription fee for each customer.
Okay. Now, how much is your market share, do you believe, and what's the total of it?
Yeah, I think, Chair, it depends on your measure of market share. I think we've all shared our active customer base. We probably have about $2.1 billion outstanding in terms of amounts owing per customer. So clearly we would have a higher penetration of market on that metric, but lower on active customers compared to some of the competitive peers.
Okay. So when it comes to what this inquiry is looking into financial abuse, there are some critical pieces of information there, and it's usually to do with the amount of money, not the number of customers, that's going to be the issue. I don't know if you've been listening to any of the evidence so far in this inquiry. Can I just get an indication from Zip first? Have you paid any attention to the evidence received so far?
A small interest, yes, we have been following.
Okay, so there's a little bit in the media. Can I encourage you to have a look at the evidence we've received? Because it's quite horrifying to understand how coercive some of the behaviours can be of partners, of people who are using the service that you are no doubt providing. I think that's the same situation for all of you. Mr. Sadat, have you been following with any interest the committees? Yeah.
We have been following, Senator, and we did respond to some questions that the committee asked us a little while ago.
Yeah. Do you have anything to say up front about what you've heard and how you think that applies to your business?
Certainly, Senator. I mean, as you said, the stories have been horrifying. The lengths to which some people are prepared to go to perpetuate financial abuse is very distressing. And certainly our product is not immune from what is happening in society more broadly. We're certainly very keen to learn as much as we can about best practices here and lean into how we can better support our customers. We think we do a pretty good job of supporting our customers, but we know there is more to be done, and we're certainly open to doing that.
So one of the issues is definitions of vulnerability, and I think Ms Tate's opening comments talked about different sorts of vulnerability. One of the things that we're hearing about is the standover tactics of people, shopping from their couch for a product, for example, getting debt after debt after debt across multiple platforms in their name while actually purchasing products and services for an abusive partner. I'm sure that you've considered these scenarios because people would have been in communication with you to tell you that that's actually happened to them. Could I ask each one of you to say what are your processes and procedures around the prevention of that system failure, system flaw? We'll start with perhaps Mr Gray.
We sort of tackle this in a number of ways. We have some inbuilt protections in terms of our product design that do sort of provide a level of protection when compared to some other financial services products. ZipPay has a very small initial limit that's granted to a customer. Accounts can be held in one name only. There's no joint accounts. Notifications provided to customers and account holders when an account is utilised either at a transaction or a repayment via SMS, email and push notifications.
So just
we have high-risk transactions.
Thank you. Just before you go on, is there any biometric test in there for you to confirm that the individual who is filling in the form on someone's phone is actually the person that you are transacting a contract with?
Yes. So at the point of application, the customer is required to go through a process which does involve some friction. Some of that involves credit checks, ID verifications, but also connections to third parties that would require credentials of a bank account or PayPal account to actually be utilised as part of that onboarding process.
Okay, so if that was a perfect system, you would never have vulnerable people being exploited, but I know that you do. So what are the failure points in what you've got currently established? Because this committee is looking at what we make recommendations about that don't put too much stickiness into the business model, allow people access to credit, but prevent the kind of extortion and intimidation that we know is happening with all of your products.
Yeah, we certainly don't think we have a perfect solution, and we're keen to always invest, listen and learn. I think like many businesses, if a partner has acquired someone else's credentials, banking passwords and that sort of information, there is challenges in terms of prevention upfront. In those instances, we have lots of triggers that might detect after the fact, but that is an area that we continue to invest in. So if a partner who has been intimate or, a shared household has access to someone else's suite of passwords and ability to do anything for them online, that is an area that continually, requires further thinking across the industry more broadly, all financial services products.
So you're at the front line of that there. What have you invested in changes to your systems to better regulate the entry point to make sure that the person who you are actually interacting with is the person who is declaring they're interacting with you?
Yeah, we continually invest and monitor. We obviously, as suggested, have not a perfect solution. We have low instances of reported situations as you're referring to, but we are aware it does happen, and we're continuing to try and identify better ways to prevent that scenario.
The Deputy Chair's got a question for you.
Just to add to the Chair's questions, thank you. She was asking about your failure points. You had you mentioned bank accounts, passwords. I mean, we've had a lot of evidence about that. I appreciate those. But in terms of your product offerings and the types of products we're here this afternoon, just particularly, I mean, can you just expand a bit on failure points there? Because, I mean, there will be some features. We'd be keen to understand them from your experiences. And they'd be different. We understand those banking failures and the regulatory regime there about passwords and PIN numbers and all that sort of stuff. But here there must be pressure being exerted over your products. I just want to understand some of your failure points because I thought it was a good question.
With regards to account opening?
Yeah, all of the above in terms of your product offerings and the use of your product offerings in some of these financial abuse situations.
So as I touched on, we believe that there's inbuilt design protections in terms of the product design, the small limits available, the friction required to sign up. They were just outlined in terms of, a reasonable protective layer in terms of having access to those credentials to be able to access the product. The credit checks obviously are also very useful in terms of understanding if there's been multiple attempts to create accounts in an individual's name with alternate providers, and that's obviously an indicator about these sorts of scenarios might be persisting. We're validating email addresses, bank account names and SMS on phones as part of the onboarding process. So we'll be taking steps to really try and understand the person who is applying is applying of their own free will and are in fact that identity. We do have blockers with regards to how our account can be used. We don't allow gambling, we don't allow cash withdrawals and some of these other instances that might be common features of this sort of abuse. So we have natural inbuilt protections also with regards to authorisation of transactions with SMS and push notifications requiring authorisation and notification should there be account activity. We're also monitoring accounts in real time for evidence of suspicious transactions that might freeze the account. There's also the ability for customers to freeze the account at any particular point in time. We've reviewed 14,500 accounts over the last year for suspicious activity, trying to identify if it's common fraud or if it's an instance, obviously fraud and ID takeover of the instance that we're referring to are interlinked.
So is it easier for you, like if someone changes the password or the PIN code and tries to take control of that, your financial product, is it easier for you to act in that case than a bank?
Oh, much easier. We have real-time monitoring that blocks accounts should a repayment be missed in the scenario that you're outlining. The account is locked. Obviously, as we touched on, we have much lower limits, so we're a lower target, given the fact that there's less available financial benefit for a product like ours. So the fact that the average outstanding balance is $500 or $600, compared to other products, is quite a differentiator.
So just to be clear, to $840, that's the maximum that you will loan?
No, for a first-time Zip Pay customer, the maximum limit is $1,000.
And for a multiple user? For a multiple user, once you've verified them once and they're in there?
Yes, so with our product, they would be approved for a limit and they can make multiple transactions under that $1,000 limit. Obviously on the basis that they've continued to maintain good repayment behaviour. If their repayment behaviour was not satisfactory, the account would be locked.
And the limit goes up to what level? The limit can be raised to what level? What's the ceiling?
The ceiling for the Zip Pay product is $1,500, but that doesn't happen automatically. The customer would need to apply at a point in time in the future where an additional review would be conducted. So we're looking at bank accounts to ensure customers can afford it and also their exposure to other credit providers. As part of our onboarding process, we're running credit checks to understand their exposure to ensure that we're only approving customers who it's responsible to do so that they can actually afford the repayments that they're signing up for.
Back to you, Deputy Chair.
So you have a better product offering, and then you don't have the regulatory complications. You can if you get a complaint from a customer about their account, you can immediately act.
That's correct.
Okay, and then
we also have a regulated product.
And then can you reverse through your bank or credit providers? Can you reverse transactions? Do you have much more flexibility over the transactions on the accounts, or are you stuck in that regard? If someone does access someone's account,
absolutely. we have that flexibility, and one of the remediation activities or support we can provide to victims once we're aware is waiving the debt or reversing transactions.
That's good. So of these 14.5 thousand accounts or whatever you've had issues with,
yes.
How many of those would involve circumstances like abuse or other situations? Do you have any data on that, or those like similar situations?
So,
you might want to take it on notice if you don't.
Yeah, we don't directly track specific instances of financial abuse. We do track vulnerable customers. We had about 978 customers requesting hardship that were identified as vulnerable. So
does vulnerable in this instance include financial abuse, or where they claim some partners abusing them financially, or would that be included in that definition?
Yes, it would. It would include homelessness, mental health issues, domestic violence, and financial abuse. So
do you know what domestic violence or financial abuse, what subset that would be? Do you have any? You might have to provide that on notice, but do you have any figures in relation to a breakdown?
No, we don't track that specific instance. I think one of our recommendations for ways that we might improve is to have a slightly different level of tracking all the way down to transaction monitoring. We're also conscious that financial abuse is probably underreported, and unauthorised transaction use might be a way that the customer might identify rather than disclosing they are a victim of financial abuse. So actually understanding the true number of the true impact is obviously an area of focus for us as well.
No, understood. And have you heard some of the evidence we've had from banks about their use of data, digital technologies and the like to monitor messaging between them on services and things like that? Do you have similar things or similar platforms where if there's some engagement through their accounts, or you said you monitor unusual transactions, does that include parameters for these sorts of financial abuse situations?
Yeah, we have the ability to track most interactions that we have with a customer in real time, and that would be an area that might identify a trigger. How we specifically identify, a financial abuse transaction is obviously an area to continue to improve on, and how it's different from another unauthorised transaction, or in some instances an authorised transaction if the credentials have been compromised.
I think in the example you're referring to, it would be messages with payment transfers. That wouldn't necessarily be relevant for our business. Customers aren't able to transfer funds between their accounts, and there's no sort of concept of messaging between account holders.
Yeah, no, understood. I was just checking there wasn't anything there. So so you've got are you ever limited by the Privacy Act in any of your work? I don't know if anyone else wants to comment on that. So in terms of sometimes when you get information and how you interact with customers about financial abuse?
Yes, we are subject to the Privacy Act and AUSTRAC regulations, and for a regulated credit product, ASIC and the NCCP. So multiple layers of regulation.
And does it inhibit you when you have, you said you don't really track financial abuse. I know you track it, but you don't measure it, if I understand your answer correctly. But so is that because of privacy limitations, or what is that about? Is it just a choice?
It's more a categorisation of vulnerable customers. Doesn't go down to the level of financial abuse, but understanding that's an area that I touched on, we can improve our identification and reporting at a transaction level to try and provide more granularity of what sits under vulnerable customers.
Okay, I don't know if anyone else has any restrictions from the Privacy Act they want to comment on in relation to some of these matters. I don't know if there's anyone else and the other witnesses. I know we've focused on you for a little bit here.
Mr.
Deputy Chair, I think, I was just going to add, Deputy Chair, that I think it's for us the challenge in tracking some of this, and we certainly have very similar processes to what Zip has described, is we don't ask our customers if they're experiencing financial abuse proactively. And that's because if a customer approaches us and says that they need help with their payments, or they're in a situation where they need financial hardship assistance, we don't focus on why they need the help. We're focused on getting them the right outcome. So we don't ask intrusive questions or probing questions about why they're in that situation. And to echo the comment from Mr. Gray, a lot of customers are reluctant to disclose that they might be a victim of financial abuse, and so that's not something that we're sort of wanting to press on. And therefore, the focus very much is making sure that we're delivering the right solution for that customer, and that could range from changing the payment terms or waiving the debt or anywhere in between, depending on what the customer's asking for and what they need.
So for your 3.5 million consumers at the moment, perhaps if you can go back and have a look at the figures over the last 3 or 4 years, how many people would you have waived the debt for?
That would be something I'd have to take on notice, Senator. I can tell you that the number of customers who are experiencing hardship, which includes customers in financial abuse, but would include a very diverse range of different customers, is about 0.5% of the total customers we have. And so for us, it's really making sure that all of our frontline staff are trained in identifying potential vulnerability, and that could be a diverse range of different vulnerabilities, and ensuring that they're able to provide the right solution for those customers when they're presenting with those situations.
So your frontline staff are not the people in a retail setting who are actually selling the product to an individual. Your frontline staff are the people who people would encounter if they have a problem. Is that correct?
That's right.
So that for me begs the question of what capacity do the frontline staff of the retail sector where this product is offered, what capacity do they have to advise you that they might consider there's a domestic abuse situation going on? Can they signal in any way? And I'm hesitant to ask that question, thinking what sort of vulnerability and what risk that places on them.
Yeah, it's not usually the case that we would receive reports of that from retailers. I guess retailers who might encounter a customer in that situation would normally direct the customer to approach Afterpay directly, so that Afterpay can assist that customer. We have relationships with retailers and we have relationships with customers, but the retailer-customer relationship is very much the sale of the product or service, and it doesn't relate to the provision of the buy now, pay later product. So
except it does. I mean, technically it doesn't, but the reality is if I just think about an elder abuse situation where you've got a young person who takes their, grandma, grandpa to the shop and they, want to purchase an item. What's the largest amount that people could use on buy now, pay later?
For some customers, it's all the way up to $3,000 with us.
Right. So I'm just trying to think of, well, let's just say $3,000 a piece of electronic equipment of some kind. At $3,000, you could easily spend $3,000. And grandma, grandpa have no need of the latest, woofer for the car or whatever. It's pretty clear, there's an incentive perhaps for the person at point of sale to sell it. There's an incentive for buy now, pay later to facilitate the sale. The victim is standing right there, signing up for buy now, pay later to buy a woofer for the grandchild, or the son or daughter, as it may be, because it seems to be quite common to that generation. What happens then?
So in that situation, Senator, the retailer would not know that the customer is going to be using Afterpay as a payment method. They're not involved in facilitating the application for Afterpay or anything like that. The customer will need to have already established an Afterpay account before they walked into the retailer. And when they go to pay, to the retailer, it will appear like any other payment that's digital. So the retailer won't necessarily know.
So grandma and grandpa don't have to be there. They just have to be organised prior to you going into the shop to use their money for your woofer if you're the grandchild.
Well, no, they would need the phone because the Afterpay, to be able to process an Afterpay transaction in a store, you've got the Afterpay card, it's a digital card that sits inside your phone's digital wallet, and you would need to authenticate that transaction like you would any other transaction where you're using your phone to make the payment.
So in that case, it probably would be obvious that it's grandma or grandpa using their phone, unless you've got all the pins.
Using their phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just wouldn't be obvious to the retailer what payment method is being used by the by the consumer.
Okay. So this, whether it was cash or something else coming out of a wallet, it's the same risk for the person who's selling the product. They don't know where the money's coming from.
That's right.
Right. And you don't know where the product is a mismatch for that particular person who has that loan with you. It's anything they want to purchase up to $3,000, which could be a laptop for their grandchild to help them be successful in the HSC, right? So there's a freedom dimension to this that matters as well.
Yeah, that's true. We do have, though, quite a lot of technology that sits behind this that monitors the kinds of transactions that people are looking to make. And from a fraud perspective, we try and identify higher risk transactions and we block those transactions. So some of that could be caught by the fraud monitoring that we do, but you're right, there will be instances where a transaction could be perfectly legitimate and it will not be apparent that, that there could be some kind of financial abuse going on.
Okay.
Senator, if I could just jump in here. You've got, I think your line of query here is really interesting, because I think what we're kind of discussing here is that it's not going to be one part of the economy that's going to be able to solve this. It's going to take a few different parts. So whether that's, financial services, business, government are the key stakeholders as well. As you've been talking, I've been reflecting on, the horrid fact that perpetrators of financial abuse are disgustingly innovative and will move things around. And, what might have been something that was observable in a bank branch where cash was more usable, the banking sector's done a lot of good work in terms of responding to financial abuse and family and domestic violence over the years. But it was always a challenge. What could a branch person do to intervene if they thought they could see something? And as you highlight, there's privacy issues, there's quite frankly physical safety issues and things like that to be thought through. And so I think the idea around what's the role of the retail person in a shop, we would need to think through, what's their own physical safety to intervene in a situation if they thought there was an issue here primarily, and then also what do you do about the person involved, their safety and the consequences afterwards if there was an intervention and the dynamic between a perpetrator and a victim. So this is a really sensitive and challenging issue that you're talking through this, with us today. And I think it is something we need to think through. I mean, first of all, we need to, I think, get a better handle on the instance of financial abuse. As my colleagues have said, often the response by the finance sector is to deal with the financial consequences of something. So whether it's through financial hardship or if it could be a fraud or a scam issue where it could come up, but we might not know the cause of that difficulty, and that being something related to family or domestic violence or financial abuse. So I think getting a better handle on the data that we might have is a really good idea. I note Mr. Gray's comment in that respect, but the public data we have is astonishingly significant. And the instance that we see doesn't match to that. So there's got to be a gap in our data and awareness there. So I think, first of all, what we can do is do better in terms of trying to understand customer experience as much as we can, get some data. I mean, as my colleague Mr. Sadat said, asking someone is uncomfortable. They don't want to talk about it, and often that's not the right thing. But where it is observable, whether it's physically or online, we should be prepared to make sure that in the right situations we refer people to the right services, and that will be specialised community services that can really help with that cause issue, while the finance sector does what we can to make sure we minimise the financial impact of this.
Thank you. The language choice about unauthorised transaction notification as opposed to financial abuse is an interesting one. That's the first time it's popped up in the evidence so far. Can I just indicate time's going to get the better of us? So the questions that I've asked, we'll replicate those so we get a common set of answers across the different products that are here. And there is considerable product differentiation between you all. I just want to be clear before I go to Latitude. With Afterpay, the buy now, pay later product, what's the largest amount of money that somebody's owed you that was racked up as a consequence of financial abuse? And how was that situation managed? Maybe Ms Girdwood, you might want to help out because you're here. I want to give you the chance to speak.
So I'll have to take that very specific question on notice, but what I can talk more broadly is about how our product is established. So with the maximum possible limit of being $3,000, that would have been, as a result, the total maximum position that a customer could have been in. Should a customer at any point signal to us that they are the victim of financial abuse or just more broadly suffering financial hardship, we always immediately pause their account to minimise further issue. And it's really important to note that when customers do reach out to us, 100% of the time our objective is to support them. We never decline requests for financial hardship. And then more generally, even if they don't contact us, should a customer fall overdue, we immediately pause their account to minimise the impact of minimise the impact of their situation.
Okay, because are there interest payments of any kind?
No, there is no interest ever on Afterpay. Late fees are capped, which Mrs. Zadat has already said.
25% and the $68, yep, okay.
Yeah.
Are there any interest fees on the Zip Pay product?
On the Zip Pay product, there's no interest. There's a $10 per month subscription fee, and there's a $5 late fee should a customer miss a repayment by 21 days, but that's capped at $5.
And on how many occasions can the late fee be charged?
Just once.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can I go now to Latitude? What is the largest amount of a loan that you provide?
Chair, I'll take that one. Just to be clear, our two product sets are not BNPL. They are personal loans and motor loans, number one, or credit cards, number two. So naturally, personal loans and motor loans may go up to a much higher dollar figure to finance a car, for example. So they do go up to several $100,000, but very rarely do they exceed $80,000 by and large for personal and motor loans. For credit cards, rarely do they exceed $20,000. And again, the bulk of those are actually below $10,000, but everything is subject to full suitability, capacity and credit assessment like you would for the big four banks or any others.
Okay, so I just want to talk you through a scenario. I am in a situation where I'm being coercively controlled. I have a decent income, my partner does not. I am under threat of life and limb if I do not get a loan. Yep. I go to the local car yard and negotiate a loan to the maximum that can be acquired. The credit checks all look good. And the car in this instance is purchased. It could be, a suite of goods for a house from Harvey Norman or Harvey Norman and JB Hi-Fi in some combination. So once that occurs, what happens if I'm beaten by my partner and I am unable to work and unable to pay?
Chair, I'll answer that in a second. It's a really important question. The loan is made direct to us, not via the car yard, for example. So the applicant would apply direct to Latitude. We would underwrite the loan and undertake a full unsuitability assessment and determine the loan meets the customer need. Of course, there are circumstances from time to time that are horrific, as you've described. So, for example, we would fraud assess and use facial biometrics to verify, generally speaking, around a third of applications coming through the door on a risk assessed basis. At the end of the day, though, we're assessing that I am who I say I am, but there's no way of us determining at that point of the application that the the victim isn't being put up by their abusive partner. We undertake, much similar to Zip and Afterpay's testimony, we would monitor the usage of that account and we would take proactive steps where unusual behaviour or activity on that account occurs. We would do a transaction block in the event of a transaction account or a credit card account. In the state of a personal loan, we really are dependent or reliant on the victim advising us that they are experiencing some form of hardship. In the example you cited, we would waive the debt in its entirety in the example you cited. But fundamentally, when funds have been used to purchase the car, for example, it would be reliant on the victim to notify us that they are experiencing hardship of some kind. In this case, obviously, domestic violence abuse, and we, in that instance, would waive the debt.
So I've got an $80,000 debt for a car. He's taken off in the car, writes off the car. I'm in hospital, unable to communicate with you. What's happening to the interest on that loan?
Well, generally speaking, we would make inquiries with the customer when the account becomes delinquent, so they miss one or more payments, and we would begin to make proactive inquiries. Generally, within about 15 days, we're able to ascertain what's occurring with the behaviour of the customer. In the situation you've described, we clearly wouldn't be able to make contact with the customer because they may be incapacitated in hospital, unable to take a call. But generally speaking, we will seek to engage directly with the customer to ascertain their particular financial circumstance, and our treatment will be in response to that accordingly.
Okay, so 15 days, I'm unable to be engaged because my injuries are so severe. What happens to the interest?
Well, it continues to
accrue.
In the case of a credit card. For a personal loan, the interest is more than likely going to be a fixed amount, so it's the missed payment we will be seeking to recover. And that missed payment recovery attempt will be made through a whole host of channels. It may be via SMS, it may be via direct telephone discussion, it may be via letter. Generally speaking, if the account becomes delinquent to the point where it's due to be charged off, we will charge the debt off and write it off, and the customer will be reported to the Bureau accordingly.
What Bureau?
Generally speaking, well, in our case, it's Equifax, but it may be Ilion, for example. So any credit reporting.
So let's just say that I remain unwell for some extended period of time. All of this machination continues unabated. I'm not engaging with it. Perhaps I'm just in crisis. I might get out of hospital, but be in a situation where it's simply too overwhelming for me to do. Perhaps I'm suicidal even. There could be a mental episode that follows. I may have moved. Communications might not happen with. In the meantime, it accrues. So you get to a point at which stage, how long can this interest accrue? 1 year, 2 years, 3 years?
We charge off at what's known as 180 days past due, so generally around 6 months, at least 6 months.
Okay, and how long has this been your practice? Since Latitude took over from GE?
It's standard industry practice for credit card providers to charge off debt at 180 days.
Okay, and I'm not just talking about credit card, I'm talking about the loans. So
and personal loans,
And personal loans. Okay, so at this stage, my $80,000 loan is still worth, it's worth, I owe you more now. Let's say we're up to 100 with things that have gone badly. There's no car. It's not my debt. It's a sexually transmitted debt in this circumstance. Who is going to bear the responsibility on Equifax?
Well, we're required to report to Equifax. The Privacy Act
I understand the mechanism, but I want to be really clear. I have been coerced into signing a loan document on behalf of a controlling partner. The asset is now destroyed. I'm not in a fit state to pay back this debt, which was really not mine. Systems have not picked that up. I now owe $100,000. And who is reported to Equifax for that debt?
The account holder, the victim in this circumstance.
So even if the full circumstances are known and the other person who's involved in this, the perpetrator of domestic and financial abuse, is known, there is no current mechanism to record that person with Equifax as a financial risk, is there? Just
one point of clarification, Senator. If the circumstances are known, we will write off the debt, and as a consequence, we carry the liability as Latitude. We don't report that to the Bureau as a missed payment. We are foregoing that debt on the customer. So in that circumstance, as soon as we can ascertain, we will forego that ourselves. We will carry the financial liability as the issuer or as the lender, and the customer will not be liable to or subject to the Bureau.
Okay.
In the circumstance, though, where we're unable to ascertain the circumstance with the customer, we are required under the reporting guidelines to report a missed payment, and that's reported on a monthly cycle. It is something that we strongly encourage that the industry looks at in terms of our reporting obligations under the Privacy Act, because we, as an organisation, do believe that there are different forms of hardship that warrant different treatments and in turn should trigger different forms or types of notifications to the Bureau.
So is it not possible for you to trigger that report to Equifax at 1 month late and say missed payment, flagged, red flag, DV?
No, it doesn't discriminate against DV or any other form of hardship currently. And again, the minute we identify that it's that it's domestic violence in the circumstance you described, we will write the debt off. The balance will be effectively down to zero. We won't be reporting anything to the Bureau. In the event we're unable to ascertain, we would record that as a missed payment against the customer.
Right. Given the fact that we've just had a conversation about where people don't even want to say that it's an unauthorised transaction notification, let alone declare that they have so misjudged the world that they've ended up with an intimate partner who's financially and physically abusing them, isn't there a fatal flaw in that structure, Mr Broodnell, that further perpetuates the violence against the person who is already in a very precarious position?
Senator, I'm not denying that those situations do occur, but in our experience at Latitude, we're generally speaking able to ascertain the cause of the hardship, and we will try and support the customer not only financially but with the appropriate support services.
Mr Broodnell, can I put it to you that you believe you are able to ascertain, but that in fact domestic abuse is such still a shameful thing that you might not be in a position where people are reporting this, and in fact people are just so scared for their financial future that they will pay off the debt of their abuser. I wanted to ask you, I noticed, to think about what structures might exist that would deliver more equitable outcomes. Can I also ask you how much debt you forgave in the last 3 years? You might want to take that on notice. How you reported to your... Are you publicly listed?
We are, Senator.
How you report that to your shareholders?
Yes.
Go on.
Yeah, no, we have that information readily available, so we can provide it on notice.
And, okay, so if you could provide me with a sort of sense of how many people and what quantum of debt you forgave, how many requests there were where people actually didn't declare in the first instance that it was a domestic abuse situation, how many women, by comparison to men, are carrying debt in your system?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator, and come back to you with the specifics.
But if I can step in...
Yes, Ms Bryce.
Without a customer necessarily advising us proactively that they are experiencing financial abuse, we would still treat any customer in hardship in a way where we work directly with them to help to understand what is their circumstance, what can they afford to pay, and how do we come up with a payment arrangement that's appropriate for them. And that does include potential partial and full waivers for customers who are in difficult circumstances, regardless of whether it's financial abuse or other. So financial abuse is a subset of customers who experience hardship, but it's not the only thing that we would make considerations for a different payment arrangement and referral to external support services for customers. And that can include financial counselling services or other who are potentially maybe better equipped to work directly with the customer, more broadly with other financiers as well as us.
If you've got 2 million customers, what's your staff numbers?
We're approximately 750 FTE.
And how many of those 750 are in your hardship team? Do you have a dedicated hardship team?
We do, 42.
42?
42, yes.
Okay. Can I ask you on notice to provide us with a much richer data set about what's happening there? And also where you've identified failure points as you've gone on this journey with some people, because sometimes it takes a bit of trust before people will actually tell you what's going on. I want to understand how many women you're interacting with who are in this situation and what sort of structures you have that would elicit, as was, I think, said earlier, the earlier you intervene, the sooner options are provided. I think that was offered by Ms Tate. The better the outcomes are going to be for everyone. I'm going to go to the Deputy Chair to close out with some questions. Thank you.
Well, actually, Chair, just Ms Bryce just answered my question, so I was going to ask her the question about customer care and your question as well. Yeah, I just agree with the Chair. If you could just share any, the banks have been pretty good at sharing some of their data sets about their domestic violence and other cohorts experience. If you could do that on notice, that'd be great. That's really all I had.
Thank you. So the same for everyone. Basically, you've seen questions asked of others like, how big's your team? How do you respond to that? Clearly, there's some scale of difference between Afterpay and Zip and you at Latitude, Mr Brudnell and Ms Bryce. And the scale of the impact, therefore, is quite different for you, Mr Brudnell and Ms Bryce. You are essentially an alternative bank at point of sale for people. What is the interest rate after the end of the loan term?
For an expired promotional rate, it's $29.99 on the outstanding balance, but that's if the term hasn't been fulfilled within the number of months of repayment. So if you're unable to repay the full amount within 60 months, then it will roll from an interest-free rate to $29.99.
29%, okay. Can you give me an ageing summary of how many people in Australia are paying 29% on the loan that they took out at Harvey Norman or JP Hi-Fi or any of these other providers of, important support to families?
Yes.
But how many Australians, as a consequence of engaging with Latitude through these Australian businesses, are paying 29% on the money that they borrowed?
Senator, I'll come back to you with the specifics. It's a very low percentage figure, very low, because they obviously have a substantial amount of time to repay back the liability. So the figure is very low, but I'll come back to you on notice with the specific figure.
And amongst that cohort, how many of those are in a financial hardship situation? How many of them is seriously a constructed abuse? And how many of them are women paying off men's debts?
Noted. We'll come back to you on notice with that.
Thank you very much. Can I thank you all for your contribution this afternoon? I appreciate your engagement very much, and I think you understand why we've asked you to come before us. There are very serious currents of abuse running in our community, and we've seen the outworkings of that in the loss of life through full-throttled physical abuse. One of the early indicators is coercive control through financial means as one of the serious ways in which those aberrant behaviours are actually developed and maintained. So we seek any further advice you can give the committee, mindful that we do not want to recommend regulatory reform or structural reform that creates unnecessary and unintended outcomes and reduces people's important access to a range of financial services and products that meets their needs as free citizens in a country able to use our financial structures. Co-design with you who have all the data and the information will lead, I'm sure, to much better recommendations from this committee. So I sincerely invite you not to just turn off and go back to work, but to turn off and turn on to the Australian community and provide us with insights that will help us do our job better.
Thank you, Senator. I think you hit the nail on the head there, which is that there's some very different, business models and different products and services and technologies, and we need to identify what real action's going to help minimise and protect here. So we appreciate your engagement on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Thanks.
And I now welcome representatives from the Super Members Council, the Association of Superannuation Funds Australia, and I believe we also have a representative from Women in Super. Wonderful. And I'm pretty sure you're not Mr. Broodnell, so we'll just wait for the changeover of nameplates here. Yeah. Do you want a copy? Yeah. Okay. CZYK. Wonderful. Well, first of all, thank you very much for being here. We have a guest with us here on video. I'm just going to check that you can hear us. Is it Miss Kowalczyk?
I can hear you. It's Kowalczyk.
Kowalczyk, thank you very much. Okay. So with that little technicality confirmed that everything's working, we'll go right ahead. I understand information on the parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? We might start with Ms. Kowalczyk.
Jo Kowalczyk, CEO, Women in Super.
Misha Schubert, the CEO of the Super Members Council.
Mel Burks, Executive General Manager of Policy at the Super Members Council.
And Fiona Galbraith, Director of Policy at the Association of Superannuation Funds of Australia, or ASFA for short.
Thank you very much. And it is a remarkable thing in Australia to actually be in a situation where we're actually able to take evidence around superannuation touching on so many lives, and particularly through this committee to look at it from many, many angles. Clearly, since the committee has started its inquiry and along with the government's action with regard to violence against women, we are at I think, a watershed moment in terms of potential for change and improvement in, perhaps I could say, static arrangements around superannuation and other financial products that women have engaged with but not always got the best results out of. So with those few words, can I invite you to make an opening statement? We'll go to Ms Kowalczyk in the first instance if you have something that you wanted to put on the record.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to make this address. I just want to begin by acknowledging that I'm coming from the lands of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I also want to acknowledge that the issues that are being explored by this inquiry disproportionately affect First Nations women in this country, and I think that's important for us to note. So by way of introduction, Women in Super is an independent not-for-profit organisation that works to improve women's retirement outcomes by advocating for a superannuation system void of any gender-based inequality. So for the last 30 years, as an organisation, we've always focused on the long-standing equity issues within the superannuation system. And although we acknowledged over that time the many and varied labour force problems that compound and flow into the gender super gap, we haven't previously worked specifically to address them as they weren't really considered a super problem. But after much discussion and consultation with our members, a few significant structural wins, and of course the ongoing discussion about the epidemic of gendered violence in this country, we've decided it's time for us to start addressing head-on some of those individual threads of inequality that feed into the disadvantage over the life course. So for us, what we say is the same threads that weave into women's inexperience of domestic and family and sexual violence are intrinsically linked to safety and security in retirement. And we're talking about homelessness, economic insecurity and poverty. We know, and you would have heard from many before me, that domestic and family violence is the leading cause of homelessness for women and children. And with women aged 35 to 40 as now becoming the fastest growing cohort, we're in absolute crisis. So coming together with SMC and ASFA to call for urgent legal reform is really a clear demonstration that we're saying as an industry, as a community and as a country that we will not tolerate abuse in any form. Loopholes like these are being used by predators, and closing them down will show that we will come down hard on abuse from all angles. It's a critical part of the broader discussion and work being done around the country to eradicate gender-based violence. And I know, again, just in closing, many witnesses in this inquiry have already said what we're doing here is not the only answer, but it is an important part of an answer. And this kind of violence and trauma is happening to real women and their families. It's not a hypothetical, and death does not stop it. So I just wanted to put on record that we commit to working collectively and collaboratively on identifying solutions to each of these threads and on the multitude of levers that will need to be pulled so that we can collectively address this blight on our society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Kowalczyk. Ms Schubert.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to both you as Chair and to the Deputy Chair, Mr Hawke, for your leadership and work in this important inquiry and indeed in the broader cause of trying to eliminate family and domestic violence across our society. Yuma, good afternoon. I'm Misha Schubert, the CEO of the Super Members Council, and this is Mel Burks, our Executive General Manager Policy, and we're meeting today obviously on Ngunnawal Ngambri country. We thank the committee for your work. The Super Members Council, for context, is a strong voice advocating for 11 million everyday Australians who entrust profit to member super funds with their retirement savings. We work with policymakers across the full breadth of the Parliament to advance good policy settings. Today, as Ms Kowalczyk has said, Australia's super sector has come together in a unified call for urgent legal reform to stop abusers from inheriting their victims' super. The bottom line is this: perpetrators should not profit from their crimes. We've joined our voices together today to highlight a legal loophole that must be closed, and we stand ready to work with the Parliament and Government to get this done. Last night I was in contact with the remarkable Julie Adams, the grieving mother of the late Molly Wilkes, a beautiful, feisty and kind young woman. In her own submission to this inquiry, Julie has documented Molly's story in the hope of spurring urgent legal reform. It is moving and powerful. Julie outlines the abuse Molly endured before her death by suicide after a history of abuse. And she outlines that the law in Australia currently forces the payout of super to someone's spouse even where there has been a history of abuse. If this can happen to one woman, it can happen to any woman. The law must be changed swiftly to prevent this. Julie's tireless advocacy for legal reform for Molly's super law is inspiring. And so today we come together as the leaders of peak bodies across the super sector in a movement for change. There are three key thoughts I wanted to leave at the opening with you. That we're united across the sector in our call to urgently close this loophole that allows family violence abusers to profit from their crimes. Two, that we want to see this reform progressed urgently, because legally, if an abuser is an eligible beneficiary, super funds must pay that death benefit out to that person. There's no discretion currently. Payment must be made even in cases of documented and systemic abuse, even if a coroner finds the abuse contributed to the person's death. And data suggests that a victim of family violence is 10 times more likely to take her life than be killed by her abuser. And three, if we don't fix this loophole, perpetrators are going to profit from their crimes in what is an extension of the original abuse. That's a harrowing situation for the deceased loved ones, and it's something the sector and the government and Parliament should not allow. In our submission to the inquiry, we set out 6 recommendations for change, and one of them is an offer to work collaboratively with this committee and the Parliament to advance reform on this matter. We know that 1 in 5 adults are estimated to experience domestic and family violence over the age of 15, with the majority of them being women. and that ability of the perpetrator to inherit a super death benefit creates a significant gap between the law and Australian community expectations. We've also highlighted some other current and further protective measures more broadly to detect and prevent financial abuse more broadly across the super sector. One of those is currently super funds are obliged to report suspicious transactions, including those related to possible financial abuse, to AUSTRAC, so that AUSTRAC can then liaise with police who can investigate and, if necessary, prosecute. This is really important in cases of vulnerable people and in circumstances of abuse, because often the victim and abuser are family members or in a carer relationship, and the victim may be reluctant to self-report, indeed very, very fearful. A second area of change that is required is in the early release of super. Currently, early release of super on the grounds of severe financial hardship is appropriate in limited circumstances, and that does meet community expectations. However, the early release scheme under COVID provided a new avenue for perpetrators of abuse to access the super savings of victims which did not exist before. This is manifested in ongoing increased awareness of accessing super and potentially multiple repeat applications by perpetrators of financial abuse. Early withdrawal on the grounds of financial hardship is only permitted once every 12 months. However, individual super funds do not have visibility of whether a member of that fund has been granted an early withdrawal at another fund in that same 12-month period. This is a loophole where perpetrators can coerce a member to roll their balance from Fund A to Fund B and make another claim, despite having already made one in that 12-month period, and then repeat the process at another fund. We recommend the committee consider a new approach where either the ATO manages the application and approval of financial hardship claims, as it does currently for compassionate grounds claims, or alternatively the Parliament develops a tool to provide super funds a look-through visibility to the individual's past engagement with the super system. So that would prevent multiple applications for financial hardship in a year. And thirdly, another area needed where reform is needed is in the retirement phase of super. Once a person enters the retirement phase and meets a condition of release, there's a greater opportunity for perpetrators of financial abuse to access the super savings of victims. To help address this, we recommend permitting a greater level of information sharing across financial institutions, consumer bodies and enforcement bodies to enable more avenues to protect Australians from financial abuse. This is a growing issue as our population ages. The issues we've covered in this opening statement are in more detail in our submission, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you again for inviting us to participate today.
Thank you indeed for being here. And Ms Galbraith.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to appear at the hearing today. And firstly, I'd like to acknowledge that we're on the lands of the Ngunnawal people, and I pay my respect to their elders past, present and emerging, and to all First Nations persons here today or watching online. ASFA is the voice of super and has been operating since 1962 as the peak policy, research and advocacy body for Australian super industry. We represent the APRA-regulated super industry with over 100 organisations as members from corporate, industry, retail and public sector funds, as well as service providers and industry partners. We develop policy positions through collaboration with our diverse membership base and use our technical expertise and research capabilities to assist in advancing outcomes for all Australians. Now, ASFA recognises that financial abuse can have a significant impact on a person's financial security and well-being, no more true than with respect to super. Financial abuse enables an abuser to have access to, or in some cases limit access to, financial assets and resources belonging to another. This can take many forms. The most common types are through the use of coercive control to persuade or compel a person to take certain actions, but it can also be through fraud, where the abuser uses personal information known to them about the victim survivor to gain access to their financial assets. Now, super plays a significant role in the financial resilience of every Australian, which means we have a role to play where that resilience is threatened. Super is unique, and the challenges that come from the compulsory system are also what make it strong. Importantly, super is a valuable asset for individuals and is often one of the only assets that a person will acquire solely in their own name, which can prove crucial for those subject to abuse. In the context of superannuation, it can prove difficult for funds to identify instances of financial abuse. During the accumulation phase, funds have limited engagement with a member. Contributions are made by employers and sometimes by the member themselves, but benefits are generally preserved until retirement, so typically there are no withdrawals apart from limited early conditions of release as referred to. In addition to contributions, members can change the amount of their insurance, how their balance and contributions are invested, and make a death benefit nomination. But that's really the extent of engagement. During the retirement phase, however, after a person has satisfied a legislative condition of release, they can start to withdraw their benefits, either as an income stream and/or as one or more lump sums. Now, this means, of course, that they are at greater risk of abuse at this time. So while withdrawals from super provide the fund with some idea of baseline or typical behaviour, they tend to be relatively low in volume, and they're different to third-party payments like those made from bank accounts or credit cards, which reveal significantly more information and data. So this means that the kind of measures employed by banks to monitor unusual or suspicious activity generally aren't available to super funds. We just don't have that insight into our members. As recognised by the terms of reference, the shift of financial products to online platforms can make it easier to perpetuate abuse, and it can also make it harder because it makes it harder for financial service providers to identify where this has taken place. We don't have the visibility that we used to have in the bank branch of somebody coming in over the counter. Coercive control is especially hard to identify, as you've heard in previous testimony. It happens behind the scenes and it's generally not visible to the provider. So super funds have systems and processes in place to identify fraud, but as an abuser generally has access to personal information, it can prove challenging to identify fraud perpetuated by a person close to the member and who may be able to access the account without detection. And this is a byproduct of largely being online. And just by background, we outlined in our submission and context, super funds must roll over or transfer a benefit within 3 business days of receiving a complete and accurate request to do so. So while in instances where they suspect fraud or abuse, a fund is able to take longer, this 3-day rule can create an imperative to process rollovers quickly. It just creates that kind of environment. And so just quickly turning to the 2 recommendations we made in our submission. The first one was in the context of elder abuse, and where we just recommended that the scope of the Australian Financial Complaints Authority document, Approach to Financial Elder Abuse, be updated to provide super-specific guidance and case studies. Our second recommendation was in the context of the payment of super death benefits, and this is where we're aligned with the SMC and Women in Super as well. So we recommend that options be explored to allow trustees to consider financial abuse, which potentially could end up leading to changes to the SIS legislation. The payment of a death benefit represents the one circumstance where the trustee is more likely to become aware of financial abuse, in particular where it's the deceased member who's been subject to abuse, but on occasions it also will be where the deceased member has been the perpetrator of abuse. It could be the other side of the coin. But turning to the first one, which is what the focus is, this is an area where the community has an understandable expectation that when determining who is to receive some or all of a death benefit, trustees should be able to take financial abuse into consideration. Due to the constraints of the legislation, though, the extent to which this is possible is limited. Now, we've recommended that there is a common law principle known as the forfeiture rule, which has narrow application, but that's where a person who is criminally responsible for the death of another forfeits any right they may have to inherit from that person's estate. This is a common law principle. So while in these circumstances where they're criminally responsible for the death, the trustee may be able to exercise its discretion not to pay the death benefit to that person, generally that doesn't extend to financial abuse. That's not a concept known to the common law. So we recommend that exploring community expectations regarding the payment of a death benefit, including the pros and cons of legislating an expanded forfeiture rule, incorporating it into the SIS legislation, the scope of which extends beyond just being criminally responsible for the death, but looks at whether or not the person has been convicted of a domestic violence-related crime against the deceased person. Secondly, we noted that under the Life Insurance Act, there's a mechanism to be able to pay money directly into a court, or the proceeds of a life insurance policy into court, and the court determines to whom it is to be paid. And so we recommend that consideration can be given to examining the costs and benefits of creating a similar provision in the superannuation legislation, which would allow a death benefit in these circumstances to be paid to the court, and the court could then look at the appropriate distribution of that death benefit. And I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Look, we are going to have many more questions than we've got time for, so expect some on notice. I'm going to go in the first instance to our colleague online, Senator Pratt, then I'll come to Mr Hawke. And I want to thank you so much for the quality of your submissions and your introductory statements. Already, I think we've got some pretty important things on the record. So let's go to you, Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to those that have given evidence. Can I ask, these questions are complicated but urgent. This kind of financial abuse can be a motivator for financial abuse. Sorry, I'm just going to turn my audio down so you're not getting a reverberation. These issues can be a motivator for abuse because of the financial incentive. So the slower we reform the situation, we can see that they contribute to the dearth of domestic violence and indeed suicide affecting Australia. So what advice do you have for us in order to how to triage a reform process in terms of the role of superannuation companies and those involved, the role of different departments of government and regulators, and indeed the role of the Parliament and committee and this committee?
Do you want to direct that to anyone in particular? Was that to Ms Schubert?
I'd be happy to kick off, and if others have contributions.
Great. Ms Schubert, you've got the call.
Yeah, thank you so much, Senator Pratt. And I think my sort of set of thoughts on that would be you're absolutely right. There is an urgent imperative for reform here, and what we're signalling today is a deep desire to work closely with the committee and the Parliament to progress what that might look like. As our colleagues have also identified, there are some clear levers in the superannuation part of the system that might be useful to the committee to think about. So that forfeiture common law principle, the forfeiture rule common law principle, could be looked at in the context of the governing regulations around superannuation, the SIS Act being the primary one there, with a view to how might that be reflected into that Act to enable there to be a much clearer kind of articulation of a wider scope for super trust fund trustees to not have to pay out a death payment in the circumstance where there is abuse. The current limitations on that law, as we've sought to describe to the committee, are that, you know, where there is a direct finding of the perpetrator being responsible for the death, there is a different circumstance at the moment than where there is a case to be made for an indirect cause of death, or where there has been a sustained and systematic history of abuse. And we don't have the full form of words here today. We're not parliamentary drafts people, but would be really pleased to work with the committee and government on articulating what that might look like by way of a draft legislative reform to test that, and again to sort of do a really consultative exposure draft process with quite swiftly to assist that objective being furthered.
Senator Pratt, can I just direct that question, your question, to Ms Galbraith, particularly in light of you actually being the first person, based on my recollections of evidence to date, that there is a potential perpetrator correction point if we can get this right, that the perpetrator who might be sitting there waiting for this to occur, you know, it might be 30, 40 years down the track from the sort of story that we heard in our evidence this morning, but ultimately there's an end point where perhaps the money in the good story that I'd like to think occurs comes back to the children who are clearly the victims. Now that could create a whole other level of problems in families, and wherever we mess, you know, things don't always go in the right direction. So there's challenges there. But you mentioned this as not just a focus on the victim survivor, but an opportunity to engage with the perpetrator in some form of a redress.
Yes, I mean, I guess the ending in this space can send really clear signals out to potential abusers and abusers about how the system is going to operate in future, and really give them pause for thought about their particular behaviour actions. I was just actually going to pick up though on Senator Pratt's point earlier. I'm just making an observation that the Law Council of Australia actually has a superannuation committee. It's one of the few specific subcommittees of the Law Council, and they would be a very valuable stakeholder to engage in looking at this, because they will be across not only the the legislative regulatory framework, but also the common law and various court decisions in this space and various AFCA determinations as well, the Complaints Authority determinations. So there are some really some senior counsels and others involved with them, and I think they would really lend some expertise to this particular area, because it is fraught. It is about financial dependence. And I think it's a comment you made earlier, Chair, about how things are designed for good people and things behaving well. And financial dependence in the SIS Act was assuming a healthy relationship where, in the event of the death of a member, the benefits are paid to the financial dependents, and why it's kind of almost hard-coded in spouses and children into that. I mean, children are right, but hard-coded spouses in there. And it never obviously contemplated this concept of domestic abuse and violence and coercive control, and that might be factoring in there. And so that's why we really need to do this, take this step back and look at reframing it so it is sufficiently flexible to accommodate all sorts of circumstances, including obviously particularly this kind of domestic violence related coercive control and financial abuse.
Thank you. Ms. Kowalczyk.
Thank you. I think the only thing I would add, obviously my colleagues have covered that quite comprehensively, is that given that this is an issue that is affecting all demographics across our country, people with high levels of experience in their finances, people with very low levels of experience, I think that all of the work that occurs needs to be done within the context of framing this as important in terms of what the community standards are, and that we accept that there are these intrinsic links between adequate housing and adequate income and security and safety, and that there is no security without economic security. And I think that, my colleagues have the experience in terms of the mechanisms and the language, and we have all of the people there, but I think that the cross-sectoral support for this work is going to be critical in being able to implement it at a much broader level. Thank you.
Thanks. Back to you, Senator Pratt.
Thank you. I think that still underscores the complexity of what needs to be done urgently. So this committee can make recommendations, but there's still a level of detail there that needs to be worked through by stakeholders. Do we put together a white paper? Is it what tools do you think we've got to really accelerate momentum to address this? Do we take our draft recommendations from this inquiry and ask government to immediately trigger the next phase of consultation to respond to them? Do we refer it to one of the organisations, to the Law Council or the Law Reform Commission? Do you have any views about what's going to get there the fastest, even if we do need ongoing reform? Because it seems to me that we need some urgent interventions, and those interventions might not be perfect. They might make some aspects of accessing super on legitimate circumstances more difficult. But we've got to weigh that. We've really got to weigh that up in terms of the kind of motivation for abuse that sits behind these very large balances.
Do you want to start, Ms. Galbraith?
Yes, it's a very good question. I think the Law Reform Commission normally would be a great avenue to examine this. I'm just not sure about the speediness of it. It is a dilemma, because there are always unintended consequences if you rush things, which is why we obviously don't want to make it more difficult for legitimate beneficiaries to receive the benefit as soon as possible. So whether it takes the form of and I don't actually know who's best placed to lead this, because normally this would be the Treasury portfolio because it's superannuation law falls under that. But because it's such a legal issue, though, whether it's some kind of joint working group led between Treasury and Attorney Generals, because it does need some legal input. The trouble, having go at Attorney General's department, but because there's a lot of trust law in there as well, though, this is part of the problem, and that's very much state-based law and not an area of expertise of Attorney Generals generally, because it is state-based law, which is why I would advocate the Law Council being involved as well. But quite what format, a working group that could pull something together quickly would be ideal. And I guess, they're probably the key stakeholders in
that's an excellent answer, because that interagency responsibility, Super's Treasury, family abuse is AG's, but also a bit of the Department of Human Services, and then there's the states. I think that's part of why the environment is so complex and why these things are not embedded at the outset. So I guess we've got to work out as a committee how to make explicit the problem that's represented by agencies having, this problem being embedded across so many different agencies. So we've got to create the right call to action for urgency. So I want to thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I just note there, Ms Galbraith, you talked about the retirement phase risks increasing, and, we have an aged care portfolio, and it's often to do with, aged care settings and the physical nature of that transition. But this provides another very significant financial dimension to what happens for an ageing population, and I think it's 3 trillion or perhaps even more in terms of transfer of wealth that's about to happen. It's trillions. I'll have to find out what that number is. It's so big, it's almost incomprehensible. But that the transfer of wealth that's about to occur from the boomer generation provides very rich soil in which abuse might well be considered and perpetrated. So I'll go to you now, Mr Hawke.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the submissions that you've made and some of the, there's a lot of recommendations you've made about legislative and reform to the system, and I accept the era of compulsory superannuation. We've come to this point where we're all learning about this, and you might be familiar, we had some evidence from some pretty harrowing situations, one about the death of a daughter and the perpetrator ended up with the superannuation. I'm sure you're familiar with it. Things that I think we as legislators are learning about, the public are learning about, and obviously you're on a learning journey as well. But I'm going to be a little bit more, I'm going to lift the temperature a bit on this line of questioning, not at you ladies in general, but we've done this to the bank, we've done this to the financial sector. So I want to understand a little bit from your members' perspective, and industry super, which does have most of these funds under management. They've got policies about female employment. They've got members in many particular sectors who are female dominated. Why aren't we hearing more and more urgency from industry super about these issues? Why does it take someone coming before our committee to tell us this when boards must be hearing about this? They must be hearing about the development of these problems. Why aren't we hearing a lot more urgency, and particularly from big funds like industry super? I don't want to just single industry super out, but they're ethical people. They have strong pro-female policies. They must be concerned about this. And why aren't we hearing more about it?
I'm happy to open on that. Mr Hawke, and thank you for the question. I think what we are trying to signal today is a deep sense of urgency, actually, about the case for reform to the law. And hopefully in the course of our evidence today, we've articulated really clearly the limitations in the current legal framework, that particularly in the case of an abuser being, in a current circumstance, able to inherit the super of someone they had abused. That is a current flaw in the law that needs to be fixed, and that is within the gift of parliaments. But what we are signalling, I think, today in our evidence and in our submissions is a deep sense of that urgency and a desire to work closely with each of you as legislators to progress reforms urgently to address that. As you say, there is a deep and concerted consciousness around the sort of broader environment in which people, members of super funds, live their lives, and wanting to play our part in that really important work of progressing reforms to the law that enable what I think is legitimately the expectation of the Australian community, that someone does not then, having abused someone, be in a position where they can inherit their super after their death. That is something that is deeply out of step with Australian community expectations.
No, thank you for your answer, and I appreciate it. I think it's a good answer. I'm concerned, though. I mean, I find in many of these very technical areas like superannuation, there's some very technical issues, and these come up. Sometimes it's possible government isn't aware of them, or there's new ways these things are abused, or there's new interpretations and these things come along. But I feel like we need even a more, I just wonder, and my question to you is there detailed work being done on other ways now that we live in 2024 and we understand financial abuse patterns? Superannuation has the biggest pools of fund under management now in the country, in our country. It's critical that work be done on this, and we've got one example, but I would suspect there'd be a lot more abuses of superannuation underway and going on from a financial abuse perspective. So sometimes the people that are best placed to do that work are not the bureaucrats or the government, it's actually the experts in the field. So I'm just wondering how much work is really being done to help the government come to a much better legislative program.
Absolutely. It's another great question as well. And perhaps my colleague Mel Burks might expand a little more on some of the things that we can see from our vantage point about the work that's already underway. And just to preface as well, that provision at the moment about the notification to AUSTRAC, we also see as a really important part of the system to provide just another early warning indicator potentially that then triggers an investigation by the appropriate law enforcement authorities as well, because as they rightly note in their communications, every little tiny piece of evidence sometimes can help to stop criminal activity. So seeing that as a really important part of those protective factors that you've described really eloquently there.
Thank you.
And thank you very much.
Can I just ask you to take on notice how effectively that circuit is operating, right? Because it's one thing to note and to send, then it's got to be investigated, then there's got to be a response to that, and then there's got to be actually sort of a loop back, and you would think somewhere along the way some public education and communication about this as a deterrence in addition to actual action and criminal convictions, sanctions of different kinds. So if you could give us sort of maybe a case study and some sense of the scale of how that AUSTRAC mechanism is working, or not working. Yeah, thank you. Ms Burks.
Thank you. And I think it can certainly be improved. I think there's opportunity, but yes, there's some insights that can be gained from that. But thank you again for allowing us to appear today. So just quickly in terms of practical things that are happening in terms of what the superannuation sector is doing in relation to detecting financial abuse and other fraud, because it is in fact fundamentally fraud, it's just a sort of subset of it. The funds themselves and their organisations they work with do have dedicated financial crime teams who are trained, have analysts that are trained to look at fraud in all its types, but understanding that financial abuse by a family member is different to perhaps somebody stealing your ID. They do have training and analysts that have specific skills in relation to that, and they basically will look at transactions and monitor transactions. I know my colleague talked about the fact that in superannuation transactions are not as frequent, but certainly once a person reaches the retirement phase and they're receiving a pension, there are triggers that they look for to detect whether something is unusual, and they will then pursue that. That will in fact trigger, again, a notification to AUSTRAC because it's a suspicious matter, but there are other things they'll do if they need to contact the member as well. They have teams that are trained to do that. So they have transaction monitoring, they have specialised teams that are actually skilled and dedicated in looking at those things. They also have enhanced member protections. If a person actually identifies that they are subject to financial abuse or coercion. They have particular teams that will manage it. They can put things in place on their account, which allows the contact centres and other people to be aware that that's going on. And they can, in fact, where there are circumstances such as a person who might be under a guardianship arrangement, so there are lots of vulnerabilities that people may be experiencing, they can restrict how that person is allowed to deal with the super funds. So they might remove it from online and only deal with via the phone or other mechanisms in agreement with the member, but to try and reduce the risk that somebody is impersonating them in their superannuation. So, yeah, so they can do those sorts of things. There's also training and education. They do refer people, as others have mentioned, if they feel a person is in a position where they would need some assistance. There are external organisations they can refer to, and they work where they can to assist those vulnerable members in those circumstances. But as we've all identified, financial abuse amongst family members is a very tricky situation, particularly for our older members who may be aware that that is happening, but they do not want to report that person because they are reliant on that person, or that they're their child and they don't want to get them in trouble. And just going back, and we will take our question on notice, but it's important there is a mechanism where if we refer it, a fund refers it to AUSTRAC and AUSTRAC refer it to the police can take action without the victim having to lodge a complaint.
Can I ask you a question there? Because I think this is all very good, but the intersection of elder abuse and the superannuation sector is probably going to become higher and higher. Are the police, I mean, if the police make a report to you, what are you able to do about it? I mean, do you hear from police about these issues? Because the police are doing quite a lot of work in New South Wales, in a lot of cultural backgrounds and communities about elder abuse. There can be different factors. And then I wonder how much contact are you finding in relation to these issues? 'Cause some of it will relate to super issues.
Yeah, so the police will contact, if there's suspected fraud, the police will contact the fund, and then there will be an investigation that goes underway. But in terms of...
At your end as well
as
the
our end
police,
as well,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, but in terms of evidence they may be seeking, but in terms of specifically in relation to financial abuse, I'd probably have to take that on notice. It's more fraud generally.
Because what I've noticed is police are doing more and more work, just not necessarily about seeking evidence from you, but they're doing more and more work on prevention, interaction, understanding and working with communities to reduce elder abuse. So I wonder how much is coming through to you, because they would obviously notice more financial abuse. So there's more police officers doing more work on this, I think, than ever. So it'd be interesting to take that on notice and see what we could find out. I think that's probably for me for now.
Okay, thank you. You've talked about your recommendations, the suspicious transactions, the AUSTRAC engagement, early release of super. There's a lot of debate around, it's your money, you should be able to get it when you want. It sounds like the door was opened during COVID and now people have figured out how to game the system. You indicated that there is an ATO engagement that I'm assuming, and I think from the little that I know about it, is working currently with access to super for particular forms of financial hardship. But with regard to this, you suggested either the ATO or a tool where super funds could see. What would be your preference and why?
Yeah,
Ms. Burks.
Yes, thank you. Honestly, I think either would work. I think it's a question of efficiency, and I think that from the sector's perspective and on behalf of their members, either of those options would work. I guess we put both of them in because it's nice to have a choice, but a centralised mechanism has advantages. Where the ATO already does compassionate grounds, they could also do the financial hardship claims. But again, I would say just having visibility would be helpful. What I would say is if the tax office sees it all, they see them all. Whereas if I'm a fund and I do my individual lookup and I note that you've had a withdrawal,
you don't get to see whether...
I don't get to see the totality of what's going on. Yes.
And you won't see examples of where a company's being run into the ground and tax is not being paid, and nor would you have the capacity to interact with another government agency and find out what's happening with Centrelink and child support payments, etc. So while I wanted to ask why you thought it would be visibility for you, but based on the evidence we've received, I would be thinking the ATO might be better placed to actually have a greater degree of visibility, because I've got a feeling that if you're going to push on super, you're probably pushing on a few other things as well, and that may be known. Ms Galbraith, did you have any observations there?
We would support either as well, but I do think, there is a precedent of the ATO administering the compassionate grounds condition of release at the moment, and just noting that the industry spent millions a few years ago doing the superstream reporting, which has proved invaluable because of the data that goes to the ATO allows all sorts of things to happen, including things like the payment of listo and whatever else, because as Ms Burks has pointed out, the ATO is at the centre of things, so it knows people's income, it knows all sorts of things, and there's a lot to be said for a government agency. It's efficient, but it's also, there are elements about privacy law and others as well that are and interagency communication that are overcome when it's the ATO that would prove probably fatal barriers for the industry.
Yeah, I guess, and the thing, often it's a duplication of things to create competition. I don't know that there's something we need competition on, we just need excellence. And it reminds me of a hearing that I did into Australian Hearing, and I think it was going to be privatised at one stage to try and bring choice and competition in. And a parent of a child who was born deaf said, if tomorrow you were born with a child or grandchild who was profoundly deaf, you don't need choice, you just need excellence. It was very powerful evidence. It still sits with me today, and I kind of think if we're going to make some changes, let's strive for excellence. We're going to have to live with reality because we often miss the mark. But the ATO, already in that compassionate space, may well be able to deal with this matter as well.
Just to close off that line of thinking and kind of inquiry, I think from our vantage point, what's really important there is having that helicopter view. So whether, as you say, if that's sat with the ATO, then you've got that potential advantage of being able to have that reach in across government, but also that real clarity. I think we see that as being really important to be able to understand the whole picture of what might be going on in someone's circumstances. And also where further reform can be progressed, as you noted, Chair, after Senator Pratt's questions, that we see this as being also a really powerful way to telegraph strongly to perpetrators in a preventative way a message that you will not profit from those sorts of abuse behaviours as well.
Two more quick questions, if I can. One of the third area you note in your opening statement, and it's borne out in your submission as well, is greater level of information sharing across financial institutions. We've heard that from multiple financial institutions now. People able to sort of shop a new identity and a different model of behaviour to a new product provider. And be able to jettison any responsibility. I'm concerned by evidence that Latitude gave today, which I think clearly put on the record that, if I was responsible for coercively accepted debt on behalf of my partner, that I would be the person reported with the credit liability and the partner not pursued. Even if it became known, no register of partners perpetrating this sort of model gives them free rein to continue to do the same thing. So sharing of different sorts of financial abuse behaviours, consumer bodies, enforcement bodies, to protect people from financial abuse. We've heard in, I think, the Perth hearing, a call for perhaps a small ecosystem inside government for family court to speak to Centrelink and also to the ATO to close the loop on information that's not being shared. That's an inside government thing. I suppose it's difficult enough to do. This whole ecosystem, though, extends out into the private sector. What would such a device, tool, entity be that could create this kind of more 360 visibility and not compromise people's privacy? Do you want to have a think about that?
Could we maybe take that on notice? We're happy to sort of offer a few views on the spot, but also I think it's something I think we'd really love to actually just have a deeper think about as well, because it may be that there is some further clarity. As you say, one of the advantages that governments sometimes have is that ability to share across departments and different parts of the broader landscape picture, but also the ability to connect things without breaching privacy legislation.
Yeah. So a private register of, this person is a high risk, a woman who's acquired debt from her partner, high risk for credit, is actually a misrepresentation. And it is profoundly discriminatory, and we know that it's being borne predominantly by women. That cannot continue. If the whole situation is reported into a non-private entity inside government and there is a requirement for the person engaged to be reported, then we've got a much clearer picture of who is ultimately responsible and a shift in the power and the dynamics. So there are a range of thoughts that, we're coming up with, and we want to move to recommendations. So it's coming to the end of our time today, but can I just say to you in closing, as I've said to everybody else throughout the day, the committee, I think, it's a great committee. There's incredible brains trust here, and there's a lot of will and energy to deliver really good policy recommendations without creating unnecessary regulatory burden, cost and productivity hits. We want people to be able to access finance and move freely in the community. We want people to be assured of a good retirement with superannuation. We want these things to happen without unnecessary burden. At the same time, we cannot allow the exploitation of fellow Australians, the crimes that are being committed, to continue. So we seek your guidance about what really good policy implementation might look like. And if I can encourage you to talk to what I've termed as the baddies, where are the baddies in this? There must be some recovered baddies who know how to test the system and say, I did this, and I did this. If you don't want that to happen, you need to do this, this and this. Right? There are people whose minds work in that way. We need the wisdom of that lived experience and that particular kind of a mind. And if you can assist us in any way with that, we'd appreciate it. So can I thank you very much, indicate that there will be further questions on notice and provide you the opportunity to give us any further information, insights that you have, if possible by the 4th of September. But you can negotiate that with the Secretariat. That does conclude today's hearing. I thank all witnesses who've appeared in person and via teleconference. I thank Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance, and of course my colleagues here in person, the Honourable Alex Hawke MP, Deputy Chair, and from Perth, my very erudite and experienced colleague, Senator Pratt, for her insightful questions. The committee will be meeting tomorrow in Wagga Wagga, taking evidence in public there, to get a regional perspective on these matters. The committee now stands adjourned. Oh, thank you to the Secretariat as well. I nearly missed you out. The committee stands adjourned.